Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, where we try to make sense of the modern dating hellscape. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. Thanks for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. A few quick announcements. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. Some quick maths for y'all. If you super chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3. Streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. We do prioritize messages that are made via Streamlabs. $10 and up will be displayed. $100 and up will be read/answered. If you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message. And we're going to be doing a $69 TTS for the first 30 minutes of the stream, then we'll bump it up to our normal. From there on out, $200 and up will trigger TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. Please see the description for all triggers and full details. We have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. We're also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. We got merch, shop.whatever.com, stuff you can wear to not be naked. Don't be a criminal. Get some merch. Follow us on Instagram @whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM @whatever on Instagram if you can make it to Santa Barbara. Even if you disagree with us, we like people who have different thought of mind. Follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. Check out my nonprofit movement, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short. It's really the pressing issue of our time. If you can't catch the full shows, we have a clips channel. Speaking of...
LOL Paladins donated $69. Don't even need the introductions. I can fix her chat.
You can fix her. There you go. Which one, though? Okay. We have clips channels, guys. 3 clips channels. 2 of those links are in the description. You can find it on our main channel page also. We have a private Patreon members only Discord, discord.gg/whatever. Link is in the description. We posted the BTS of the girl who attacked Nick the other day. You can check it out on there. And we're going to be posting more like BTS stuff. Disclaimer. The views expressed by the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the Whatever channel. With that said, and without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves, so please tell us your name, age, location, and occupation. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Celeste. I go by CelesteXXX online. I just turned 22 years old. I'm from Portland, Oregon, but currently I am staying in LA, and my main job is OnlyFans, but I also tattoo, I make clothes, I do photography and videography. I'm an artist, but OnlyFans is my main job.
Did you tattoo yourself?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Just remind, okay.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
What about you?
I'm Mackenzie. I'm 19 years old. I'm originally from Minnesota, but I moved to LA a couple months ago. My occupation, I'm a model and actress and Twitch streamer. I also do social media. And yeah, also heads up, chat. This is so awkward to say. I have a disorder. Close to the mic. I have a disorder where I do weird faces and noises and stuff. Just ignore it. Just fair warning. Just don't bully me.
What's the disorder called?
So there's like Tourette's and like anxiety tics and things like that. So, yeah.
Okay, good to know. Good to know. And you do. You said you do content creation?
Yes.
Are you doing spicy content or no?
No. So, can I like go into something? I have something called fanfics. It's like a PG version of it. Okay.
Bear in the woods. If you can't do windows, cook or clean, stay the F out of the woods. The streets want you, not the bear in the woods. Thank you. Have a good stream. Okay, thank you, Bear in the Woods. Appreciate it. Maybe we'll talk about the whole bear thing a little later on in the show. By the way, $69 TTS for the first 30 minutes of the stream. What about you?
My name is Carly. I'm 23, and I am a UCSB student and a barista. That's about it.
What are you studying at UCSB?
Political science.
Political science. And you're a senior?
I am.
Or are you a grad student?
I'm a fifth-year senior.
Fifth-year senior. Okay, Van Wilder over here.
Dark secret.
I noticed you're wearing a cross. You've been on the show twice before.
Yeah.
I thought you were atheist.
I'm not an atheist. I'm not Christian. I just wanted to fit in. I thought it would fit the vibe tonight, and I think I was right. So.
What do you mean?
I just from the pre-show conversations I've heard, I think, I want to.
What?
Extending an olive branch. It's like finding common ground.
Couch_Hopper_Outdoors donated $69. Bevo the cuck will let you shack his missus for $1.
Yeah, we'll get into. I'll get into the whole drama of whatever, like all that at the end of the stream. So, yeah. So, wait. So you're not Christian, but you're wearing a cross.
I am not Christian. I was raised Christian, so I have a lot of just like cross jewelry and stuff.
So, like, how do you identify religiously?
I kind of
agnostic?
don't. Yeah, I would say like agnostic. I do believe there's a higher power, but I, as a child, sort of stopped believing. I went to like Bible camp and everything, like youth group. I just kind of stopped believing.
Well, who here is actually religious? I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's like mixed group here.
Okay, well, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It's just these two. We're getting into it. Orthodox, Christian. What's your denomination?
I'm non-denomination Protestant.
Okay, yeah, so.
A little charismatic.
All right. Okay, anyways, what about you?
My name is Julia. I am 29. I am a technology consultant, and I live in Washington, D.C.
All right, welcome back.
Thank you.
My name is Leonarda. I'm 33. I'm originally from New York, and I am a stand-up comedian. I also have a disorder that just makes me sound like a bitch.
Yes! That's awesome!
Okay, what about you?
Okay, my name is Riley Mae Lewis. I am 20 years old. I live in Los Angeles, California, and I am a virtual stripper.
A virtual stripper.
Yes, a virtual stripper.
So you do OnlyFans?
I mean, yeah, you could say that.
Okay, all right, good. Good times. What about you?
My name is Gianna. I am 18 years old, and I originally live in LA, but right now I'm going to SBCC.
What are you studying over there?
I study communications.
Calm. Okay. What about you?
My name is Reika. I'm a third-year UCSB student, and I study communications. I'm 19. I actually just took a gap term in New York, so I'm back visiting for a week and got lucky enough to overlap with the show. So here I am.
Oh, so you're just in town for a brief period?
Yeah, right now, and then I'm coming back to UCSB next school year.
So you did spring. Is it quarter or semester at UCSB?
It's quarter. I honestly don't know. It might be semester. I honestly don't know.
It's quarter.
It's quarter? Okay, it's quarter. Yeah.
So you were, did you do, wait, because you said you were third year at
UCSB.
You're going into your third year, or you're currently a third year?
I'm going to my third year.
I see,
Lucky
okay.
donated $69. Ladies, what is the largest peen you've ever had?
Thank you for that.
This goes for Rachel as well.
What about for me?
Brian, what are the largest breasts you've ever experienced sexually?
All right. We're going to have to save that for a little later, okay? Let me get through the intros first. But I will make a note to let you know, by the way, we can only do one question per chat, so okay. Fucking off to an interesting start. Okay, so you're going into your third year. You did your freshman year at UCSB then?
Yeah, freshman and sophomore year.
Okay.
This is my sophomore year.
This is your sophomore.
And then I just took like a little gap term, take a break.
So you're originally from, you said that you spent the time in New York?
Yes.
Okay, so you're from
Yeah.
New York.
I'm from Austin, Texas.
Oh,
I
Austin,
grew up in
Texas.
Texas. Yeah, I'm from the South.
Yeah, because you got a bit of a southern accent.
Don't say that. Do I really?
A little bit. A little bit.
Hook 'em.
Oh, God.
It's cute.
So wait, what were you doing in New York? Like a sugar daddy there or something? Or?
Oh, no. I was just a hostess and taking some classes at NYU.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Nothing like that.
Okay, got it. All right. And wait, so then you're gonna go. You're here for a week, go back to New York, and then you're coming back for the fall.
Yeah, in August.
Okay, got it. What about you?
Okay, my name is Nicole. I'm 19. I'm from Southern California, outside of LA, and I go to school in Washington, D.C., and I'm studying deaf studies.
Where?
Deaf studies.
Yeah, deaf studies. I go to Gallaudet.
Wait, deaf
Nice.
or deaf? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Do you speak sign language?
Yeah, I know sign language.
Oh, okay.
Aussie Infantry donated $69.
Yo, thank you, man.
Morning from Australia. Been watching all your videos on YouTube. Love your work. Keep it up. Know any good pickup lines? What's your go-to, Brian?
What's my go-to pickup line? Hi, are you single? That's don't gotta complicate that shit. All that goofy shit doesn't work. But yo, thank you for tuning in from Australia, man. Appreciate it. What branch of the military are you in over there in Australia? And where are you, like stationed somewhere, or are you still in Australia? Anyways, okay, you do the deaf studies. And Rachel, what about you?
I'm Rachel, aka Mrs. Andrew Wilson. I'm 43 years old, stay-at-home mom, wife, homemaker, researcher, author, and the patriarchy gave me a day pass to be here via Andrew, so here I am. Thank you.
Look at that, day pass.
Yeah.
Patriarchy is very generous and
very benevolent.
Benevolent patriarchy.
I'll be right back to chained to the stove tomorrow. So.
Okay. All right, cool. So we're going to go around the table once more. What is everybody's current relationship status? So are you single, talking stage, situationship, friends with benefits, relationship, married, polycule, sex cult, harem, whatever it may be? If you're single, how long have you been single? And what's the longest relationship you've ever been in? Starting with you, go ahead.
I'm currently single, and I've been single for like 6 months now.
6 months? Longest relationship?
I'd say a little over a year.
And was that the one that ended 6 months ago?
No, that one was a little less than a year.
Okay. Why did that relationship end?
I got cheated on.
Okay. Orientation.
What do you?
Straight, bi.
What am I? I'm pansexual.
Pansexual.
So I don't care what you got in between your legs. I'm more on like your brain. Like
Isn't
I'm attracted to your brain.
I think that's sapiosexual.
No, it's also pansexual. Like I don't care if you're like trans. I don't care about
okay.
anything. Like which you identify as.
So like you'll date a he, they, she.
Yeah, as long as I'm attracted to them.
Okay. All right. What are your pronouns?
Any, but I go by she, her.
She. What do you mean any?
Like I don't care what people call me. Like.
Well, how do you consider yourself?
But if I were to introduce myself, I would go by she, her.
Okay, got it. And the person that you dated 6 months ago, was that?
A bum.
A homeless / bum?
Oh,
like those are the pronouns?
Yes, but I was giving him housing, so I was doing my part for the community.
Okay. And then your 1 year relationship, was that a man or a woman?
Rich and Rare donated $69. Rachel, I bet that fat boy grabs your bras in the morning. You settled for a 10-inch arm simp with big tits. Pull up his shirt and tell me you're fucking proud of that shit. I'll smack his fat ass.
That's crazy.
Who doesn't love a fat ass, though? I mean.
Is Andrew watching right now? Andrew, if you're watching, shave your arms. Okay.
That's right.
Sorry,
Shout
there's
out
like
to the
this.
Crucible.
There's this I think that's probably a fan who's just kind of like.
Obsessed with his ass.
Okay, so here's like the quick story. Her husband was on this live show, and then there's this like other guy who's like this big, giant, ripped, rich dude, and like Andrew is me and him like we're gonna be joining Weight Watchers together. We're both a little on the chunky side right now. And
Eric Six donated $69. Woman say they are powerless. My buddy was arrested in Houston by SWAT team, not fitting the description of a SA suspect, no evidence whatsoever, only the hunch of a female SVU debt and drug addict victim.
All right, Eric G6, thank you for that, man. Appreciate it.
Sounds like he's processed.
Sorry to hear. Yeah. That's terrible, though. Sorry to hear that.
The underscore Woods donated $69. The fish I cooked an hour ago was also pansexual. Sizzling with butter, lemon, and rosemary.
That's crazy.
Delicious.
Yeah. So the 1 year relationship, that was also a man?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. And why did your last relationship end?
Well, because he cheated on me.
The cheating.
Yeah, no,
so
bring it up again.
You ended it.
Huh?
You ended it, correct?
Oh, yeah, no, I ended it.
Okay, gotcha. What about you?
I'm currently single. I've been single for about, like a year and a half now. My longest relationship and like only real relationship was about 2 years.
2 years. So. And was that like a high school relationship?
Yeah, it was my junior and senior year.
Could we have you scoot into the table just a tad? Yeah. You can scoot the chair in too. So you've been single for 1.5 years. Mm-hmm. No prospects in the picture.
I mean, I'm kind of just like going on dates, but I'm not like dating anyone. Just.
When's the last time you went on a date?
Actually last week.
Last week?
Yeah.
Was it the first date, second date, third date?
First date.
First date?
Yeah.
Okay. And
Julie Dicksucker donated $69. What do you guys think of black
Bro, y'all
pancake
are
nipples?
out of pocket tonight.
Please
What
go
the
around
fuck?
the panel.
Bro, come on, man. You can't ask fucking ridiculous questions like that. Okay, all right, moving on.
I'll take this one.
Okay, yeah, let's hear it. Yeah, we'll give it to you. We'll pass it to you. Thank you.
Black pancake nipples are a little disappointing because they never taste as sweet as they look, you know. And you know what they say, once you go black nipples,
Black pancake nipples.
it's all saggy from there.
Oh, I thought you never go.
You never go
back.
Well, you do. You go running back.
Running back after the. Okay, good to know. Good to know. It's good that someone has experience on that topic. Okay, so any other? Are you?
Cloud Flying donated $69. Brixan looking forward to another great show.
Thank you, man. Thank
Panel,
you, Cloud.
you're in the presence greatness, a modern day alpha male, Brian.
Okay,
If
stop.
he asked you on a date, would you accept?
Oh my.
Remember to bow as his girlfriend.
How much did you pay him to say that?
Nothing.
It's $69.
They are on their own. I'm not. I don't consider myself an alpha male, but thank you for the endorsement there, Cloud Flying. I appreciate it. Okay, well, I'll ask the girls the question in addition to the large peen one that I already have loaded up. God damn, y'all are crazy today. Okay, would they date me? We'll ask that after we get through the relationship status. Would they date me? Okay. Are you dating multiple guys right now, or?
No.
No. Okay. So is there gonna be a second date with this guy or no?
There actually was a second date. We got ice cream. Yeah.
Okay. So you went on the first date last week, and there's gonna be a second date soon.
Yeah. Well, we had the second date because I was going out of town, so he wanted to see me again before I left, and then.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna have a
You
third
think
date.
it's gonna go the distance, or what do you think?
I mean, I hope so. I don't know. We'll see. It's still pretty
Okay.
early.
All right. What about you?
I'm in a relationship.
Wait, weren't you single?
I was.
Oh wow! Congrats. Okay.
Ringlightman donated $69. Brian,
What's going
guess
on?
which girls have plastic surgery?
Sure.
Why do you look at me?
Boom.
That's
boom.
crazy.
Boom. That's it. Am I right?
Well, that's not fair. You already knew that.
Well,
He still
Yeah,
has to
I kn-
guess.
yeah. We
What
talked
do you
about.
think the people that have got it got? What do you
What
think?
do they have?
Yeah. What do you think?
Fake boobs.
What? No.
Fake boobs?
No.
No, those are real.
Yeah, they're
Oh, really?
It's a
Yeah.
push. It's a
I've
push.
never-
just
I've never had
19.
anything done.
Augmentation
No.
Just a good
It's
bra.
just birth control.
Oh.
Yeah.
or pregnancy?
No.
Okay. Never mind.
That's great.
Yes.
It's obvious. Wait, what did you think you thought? What do you think I had done?
A boob
fake
job.
Fake titties.
No, I've never got. I can't get a boob job. I
Your
wish
lips?
I could.
Lip fillers.
I have a little lip filler. Yes, I'll be honest on that. I do.
Okay. All right. So you're in a relationship.
Yes.
So this is new. This is like what, a month? 2 weeks?
I mean, it's a new relationship, I guess, but it's the same person. So, same. Not a new person. I think last time I was on, I said I'd been single for like 6 months or so.
So you got back together.
Yeah. Same one.
Okay. So who kind of reached back out to who?
I would say me probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Getting stressed out during midterms.
Yeah, basically.
Okay. All right. What time of night did you reach back out to him?
I think it was actually in the daytime.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think it was after class actually. So you might be onto something with the midterms.
Probably related. Anyways, what about you?
I'm single.
Okay.
GigaChat69 donated $69.69. In Western Europe, legal prostitution is cheap. $75 for 30 minutes of sex in safe, no hustle brothels with endless super hot tens. Illegal in US, so people way overpay OnlyFans/strippers/sugar babies.
Tens don't prostitute, brother. I was in Amsterdam in the red light district, like for a long time, not for
tourism.
No, we did like a prank video, but
The Integrated
Bro, they're
Life
not-
channel
trust me, they're
donated
not tens.
$69. Ask the women to name 3 of Shakespeare's plays.
Othello, Midsummer's Night Dream, Romeo and Juliet.
Any other girls know any other ones?
Hamlet.
Macbeth. Yeah, Hamlet.
Julius Caesar.
Taming the Shrew.
Nice.
Bam.
Got cooked.
So there.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, single.
Okay, I'm single. The last time I was dating someone about 2 months ago, and my longest relationship was 3 years.
How long were you dating the guy 2 months ago?
For 2 months.
2 months, 2 months.
Yep.
Okay. And why did it end?
Probably because he was 6 years younger than me, and so there was just, you know.
There was what?
I think that we were just in different places in our life. And personality differences.
Okay. And how did you guys meet?
We met at church. I was doing a singleness we have been in the same church and like for the past 2 years, and then it was kind of like we were at this party, and it was kind of like the scales came off our eyes, and we were like, oh, you're interesting. And yeah.
Now, before the show, I heard you saying something about.
Aussie Infantry donated $69. Not in the military just yet, going in on the 4th to basic training for infantry. Going to retrad the female personnel. Hashtag occultfemism going to give them books out like candy.
Hey, there you go, man. That's
Thank
Rachel's.
you.
That's Rachel's book, Occult Feminism. Wait, so there? I'm assuming, like, is there the Army, the Navy? Just curious which branch. Thank you, man. Appreciate it, man. So you said you were somewhere 4 times. Are you willing to disclose on the show?
No.
Okay.
Stochastic Decay donated
good to see you back in the chat, man. Thank you.
$69. Hi, I'm Stochastic Decay. I lose money trading financial derivatives. I also shitpost on the internet and super chat on the whatever podcast. Surprisingly, I'm single. Mom says
Hey.
I'm handsome though.
I'll have you know that everybody who super chats and donates and sends in TTSs from they're all Giga Chad, 6'5", big
blah
peen
blah
alpha
blah
males.
69 donated $69. To know about y'all,
y'all
but I
crazy.
see pancake
Y'all crazy
nipples and
today.
be like
So he likes the pancakes, nips. Okay, good talk. What about you, your relationship status?
I am in a committed relationship. I think my longest relationship, I was married for 4 years. That ended because he was a malcontent person who could not go without starting a fight for no reason. And then I finally,
Malcontent, good word.
Yes, I just got fed up.
So you guys got a divorce, I'm assuming?
Correct.
Okay. How long have you been seeing your current partner?
About 4 months.
4 months. All right. Okay. What about you?
I am in a fully committed, one-sided, open relationship. Yeah. I'm in a fully committed, one-sided, open
Thank you,
relationship
Smith.
on his side.
So you're monogamous and he's sleeping with other women.
Mike Davis
Yes.
donated $69.
Hey, Mike Davis.
I'm
Thank you.
organizing a private charter plane abroad for men to meet beautiful traditional women who will treat you like a king. Western women are so screwed up and there's no reset button. One in chat for a seat.
What do these people think the women in Europe? I'm from Europe, by the way. I was born in Montenegro. And you're going to get a handful, buddy. You're not going to be able to handle them, so good luck.
The Montenegro.
Well, I'm Albanian from Montenegro.
Mr. Bulle donated $69.
Thank you, Mike Davis, for the message, man. Appreciate
Communique
it.
from the
I'll
Grand
join you, bro.
Inquisitor.
I'll join you, Mike Davis.
Greetings to the Whatever Podcast.
Yo, thank
we
you, Mr.
thank
Bulle.
Brian for the autographed blue-white cup.
One
for
cup.
record keeping, we
Two
request
Wilsons,
an
one cup.
accompanying certificate of authenticity.
For record keeping, we request yeah, it's going to be 2 Wilsons, 1 cup. They're going to get one of these cups. I'm sending it back with Rachel. I feel like we need to, get some they could get damaged. You want to maybe get some insurance on the cup, just saying, when you go back.
I guess so. They're ripped, rich, and rare. Hard
There
to
you
get a
go.
hold of.
So wait,
Yeah. Would you like me to say it again?
Yeah, so how long have you been in the relationship for?
I've been in that relationship for a little bit over a year now.
And it's open on his end, closed on your end.
Yes.
So do you guys have like threesomes or not even that?
Oh God, I don't know. If that possibility were to arise, which it could have.
Wait, what do you mean you don't know? Wouldn't you know if you're having threesomes or not having threesomes?
Can you explain what it is again?
Yes, I am in a fully committed, one-sided open relationship on his side. So he is allowed to...
So he fucks other women, she can't fuck men.
He is allowed to get with anyone, and I am not allowed to get with anyone.
Why? Why do you... Or what draws you to that?
Well, like, he... He is a very high-value man.
I
right?
knew you were going to fucking say that. I fucking knew you were going to.
Why did you
He's
know
a high-value man.
He is. He's a high-value man.
Sure, that's fine.
What are the qualities? Like,
he provides for me in every single way. He keeps my life extremely entertaining. Yes, he is rich. He's attractive. He checks every single box that a girl could possibly want, and every girl goes for a man that's in the top 1%, and there's not that much to go around. So if you're gonna have
He's
to
rich,
share,
but you have to virtual strip.
I choose to do that.
Yeah, that's a good question. Like,
I choose to do it.
but like, what is the benefit of him being rich if you have to be doing OnlyFans?
No. I don't have to be doing OnlyFans.
But like, what benefits? Like, does he pay for shit?
Yeah, he pays for all of my stuff.
He pays for everything.
He pays for everything.
Rent.
Everything.
You live with him?
No, I don't live with him.
Oh, so he'll pay.
He pays for my rent. He pays for everything.
And you're loyal to him.
I'm loyal to him. 100% loyal.
Okay.
what are you doing with the rest of your money? Are you investing?
I am investing.
There we go.
Good times.
Mm-hmm.
So is he open about it though? He's like, hey Riley, just letting you know, I'm gonna go double team some girls tonight.
He always tells me.
I'll be back later tonight, honey.
No, he always tells me. He tells me everything. We're very open about it. At least I think he tells me everything.
Do you need like a 24-hour period? Like if he goes out and smashes other girls, like you're gonna wait 24 hours before you smash him?
No. There's no like 24-hour period. I'm pretty understanding to it as long as there's like not too much of an emotional connection.
Do you feel when he goes out with a girl, do you feel some type of way about it? Like, honestly, like, do you feel kind of like, damn, I wish he didn't? Even though you've accepted it, you're cool with it. We get that. But like,
no, yeah,
does it hurt at all?
I'm definitely cool with it in every sense. And I mean, there's a reason why he's doing it. There's a reason why I also agree to it. I mean, of course, like, you're always going to be like, there's always going to be like a little bit of upsetness. I don't know. But like, you have to understand like why he is able to do that.
And can I ask how old he is?
No.
Older?
No, he's very similar to my age, but
Okay.
I just don't want to put that information out there.
Sure. Cool.
I was just reading a message that Rachel sent me. Okay. Won't get into that though. Wait, so how frequently is he getting involved with other women?
No.
Like once a week?
I'm not speaking for recently, but in the past, I probably shouldn't be saying this.
Saying what?
I don't know.
I kind of sounds like you're bullshitting.
I would say probably.
Kind of sounds like bullshit.
God, I don't know.
Your friend's laughing. She knows it's bullshit. She knows it's bullshit. Look, she just gave it away. She's fucking terrible poker face. Terrible poker face.
I don't know anything. I don't know anything about their private life, so like I'm.
Oh.
Wait, are you guys like roommates, housemates? You guys live together?
We're friends.
Friends? Okay. Good for you. I'm glad that you have a friend this time.
Yeah.
I'm happy for you.
Me too.
Okay, anyways, what about you?
I'm currently in a relationship, and my longest relationship is 2 years.
2 years. Is that your current one?
No.
Okay. How long's your current situation been going on?
We've been dating for almost about 5 months.
5 months. All right. How did you guys meet?
Well, I've known him since I was like much younger. But I hit him up once, like.
Mike Davis donated $69. To the mid-girl who spoke out of turn. No planes going to degenerate Europe. Planes going to countries with beautiful African queens and Russia, Ukraine where the ratio is good.
Yeah,
One in chat.
They're going to eat you alive for sure. Well, where are you going, to a cannibal African country? Have fun with that.
Brian's Gooch donated $69.
Gooch,
Is
what
the
the
brunette one
fuck?
of the girls he's getting with?
Is the brunette?
There's a
one
lot of
the
brunettes
girls?
at this table.
Yeah, there's a couple
moron.
brunettes here. Okay, thank you, man. Wait, so Nick, can you pull up quick a photo of Mike
I think
Davis?
he meant her friend.
Yeah.
Oh, is that why she's like, I don't know anything? I don't know anything.
Oh, like her boyfriend is getting with
I
her.
didn't even pick up on that.
She is the John Wick. By the way, just FYI for TTSs, if there's like any cursing, it won't trigger the robot voice. She is the John Wick of Slay Erect D. Who?
I think he's talking about me.
You're the John Wick?
Well,
Of
slaying erect, meaning I make men lose their boners.
oh,
because I talk down to
Okay.
them, apparently.
I thought it was funny. Wait, can we pull up a photo of Mike Davis? There he is. That's Mike Davis. If any of you in the chat want to go with him on his airplane, one in the chat. Any passport bros out there? One in the chat. He owns like 200 Burger Kings on the East Coast. Very wealthy man. Giant pee-pee.
We can tell by the photo.
The wealthy part or the giant pee-pee part?
No, I thought he worked at Burger King.
Oh, the working at Burger King part, yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
I did think that.
All right. What about... Wait, hold on. I think I was asking how you met your boyfriend. Oh, you said like you guys knew each other like from school or whatever. Like
Yeah, well, we didn't go to the same school, but like same soccer team, like the club. Like I was in a
Okay.
club, yeah.
What about you?
So I got out of a relationship about 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
And before that relationship was like 2 months. And before that, I was in like a 1 year situationship. That, of course, ended really badly because he didn't want to date me and I did. And, you know, I tried to move on quick and date this new guy, but honestly, I just didn't have any feelings for him. So it was like not going anywhere. And after 2 months, I just ended it because it was not working out.
So a couple clarifying questions here. You've been single for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
2 weeks ago, you ended it with a guy you were seeing for about 2 months, correct?
Yeah.
But during that 2 month period with that guy, you were still hung up on the 1 year situationship guy.
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay. And do you think there were issues in your most recent situation because you were hung up on guy number one from the 1 year situation?
That was definitely like all of it, yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Now-
and the fact that he was like really into social media, like more so than me.
Which one?
So,
The most recent guy or the
most
1 year
recent guy, my boyfriend, my ex.
And was this guy? You're in New York right now, right?
Yeah, he's from New York, yeah.
Okay, so you're dating. He's really into social media. Is he a content creator?
Yeah, he's like some Instagram model, yeah.
He's an IG model.
Yeah.
Should
Red
we?
flag.
Exactly. I should.
Wait, does he do like what's the term for like print? What's the term
Print?
for?
What's
Print.
that?
Well, there's like the guy
Billboards?
Instagram guys, but he actually like there's the models who do like print work, I guess. I don't know, Calvin Klein.
Oh no, he's like a not famous model, which is like even worse.
How many followers does
he's
he
not
have?
successful. Like 13K.
Oh, okay, all right. Well,
Yeah.
Instagram, okay. Yeah, I'll adjust in just a sec. Guys, if you want 2 more minutes on the 69, then I'm going to bump it. So wait, okay. You were in a situationship for 1 year.
Yes.
Was it here in Santa Barbara?
Yes.
Was it long? And it wasn't long distance, right? You both lived in Santa Barbara?
Yeah, we lived here. We met here, yeah.
And when you say situationship, so at no point in the relationship did you refer to each other as boyfriend, girlfriend?
No, I mean, I would call him my boyfriend sometimes.
To other people or to him?
To other people.
Okay, but you guys never had an overt conversation about like a title or are we exclusive?
Yeah, we had the conversation, and he told me that he doesn't believe in titles, and he didn't want to be exclusive because he wanted to be with multiple women.
How soon into the situationship did you guys have that conversation?
2 months into it.
Okay, so 2 months into it, he overtly states he doesn't want a title and he doesn't want to be exclusive.
Yeah,
And
he
then
did.
and then you proceeded to stay with him for 10 months?
I did, yes. I
And
went
did you-
back to him many times.
Oh, so it was on again, off again.
Yes, because I kept trying to leave.
Chadluvabich donated
We'll get into it.
$69. Miss Joni is lying about her age. She was born June 29th, 1984. Her partner is FTM trans whose numerous Mexican children are crisis actors, just like the Obamas.
What the fuck?
Jai Hanuman Jengunsagar.
Is it a troll?
Yeah, 100% a
Okay.
troll. But I do like female to male trans, you know, because
That's your type.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Okay.
I try to get
That's
some
fair.
Mexican children so
You're,
that
you're
I can
pansexual.
Sure.
Like her.
No, I'm super straight, dude.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
like any.
Okay.
This guy wants to troll. I'll troll him right back.
Oh, okay.
Imagine spending $69 and writing a loser troll like that.
Damn, roasted. Okay, back to you. Wait, so when you first had the conversation of I want a title, I want to be exclusive, he said no. Did you end it right then and there?
Yeah, I was like, well, I can't keep doing this anymore if you're gonna do that.
Mr. Bulle donated $69. Orders from the Grand Inquisitor.
Is that
to the
Adrian?
lady wearing the Led Zeppelin t-shirt. You are not authorized to wear a t-shirt with that band name. Please change into one with music appropriate for your age.
Wait, question. Can you name one Led Zeppelin song?
I was really scared wearing this, guys. I'm not gonna lie, because I knew you were gonna ask that. This is one of my ex-boyfriends, so he was like really into guitar. I feel like it's a sentimental piece I have, and it was like fitting for today.
So the answer is no.
So you don't know.
I love how you knew they were going to ask that question and you didn't come prepared with one. You could just
Wait.
You could have Googled.
Finish the sentence.
I'm not gonna lie.
Stairway.
What?
Hold on. I'm giving you a layup here.
No.
Stairway.
To
heaven?
Okay.
All right.
Stairway to heaven.
Yeah, you gave her the two though.
Yeah.
You had to give her
she
the two.
needed some help, okay?
Yeah, it's okay. Wait, so okay, you broke up with the guy. You broke up with him, and then, but then you got back together. How soon thereafter?
Like a week later. Because
Now, but who reached back out to who?
I reached out to him.
So you dumped him, but then, oh man, you got dick whipped.
Yeah.
You're
was
dick whipped.
dick whipped.
Dick
I
whipped.
was.
Wait, so okay, so you, and then, because let me ask, in your mind, it was better to have him in your life, even if without commitment, than to be without him.
Exactly. Yeah, because he was also my best friend, and we were like living in my car together. So it was a tough situation.
So you were homeless.
I was living in the dorms, and we had been kicked out of the dorms, so we were living in
The
my
UCSB
car.
dorms.
Oh God.
Wait, what? Why did you get kicked out of the dorms? What did you do?
My roommate reported me for like 13 different things, and after the 13th thing, they were like, "Get the fuck out of here." So.
Wait, what? So.
Cable donated
Gosh.
$69. Get Led Zeppelin chick some cough drops. Like your woo.
Cough drops. Her voice sounds fine
He's
to
saying
me.
she has a vocal fry.
Does she?
Oh,
A
do I?
little bit.
No,
That's weird.
I don't.
Like,
I think her voice sounds fine.
An accent and a vocal fry.
She's Southern
Pick a struggle.
accent.
Come on, guys,
Wait, so
leave me alone.
How did you like? What was like the main reasons you got kicked out of the dorm? Selling
Honestly,
meth? Cooking meth? What
I can't
were you
put
doing?
it on the internet. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Was it?
I'm sorry, I don't want to answer that.
Wait, can you give us like a theme, like drug related, fire related, pyro related,
I mean, okay, I
human
guess like
smuggling related?
partying and boy related. Yeah.
She was having sex with him in the dorm.
Is that against the rules?
Well, if the roommate doesn't want to see it. Dorms
Wait.
don't have any separation. Like you just have two
there's
beds.
like 3 people in a room. Yeah, typically it is a little.
I had a roommate who did that. She slept with a different guy every night. So I would try to go out and I would just see an ass in the air and I'd be like, I'm going back.
You'd
I'm
open
going
the
back.
door.
There's no door. It's just 4 beds in an open room, and I put up a bookshelf so I wouldn't have to see it. And then sometimes I'd have to go to the bathroom, so I'd be going out, and I just see a new ass in the air, and I'm like, all right, I'm gonna hold it.
College.
Sometimes I would just walk by and slam the door and be like, just so you know, you're a whore.
Yeah. You gotta talk about women in college.
College. Okay. Damn, I feel like it takes a lot to get kicked out of the dorms.
My roommate called the cops on me.
Yeah.
That got me kicked out.
Where did you end up?
Technically, like outside of my door, like I had to sit out on the lawn for a little bit.
Put you in a timeout. Okay. Wait, so going back to you were living in your car. Was it like, what kind of car was it? Like a Volkswagen Bug, or what are we talking?
It was a Cadillac.
That seems pretty spacey.
Yeah, it was like a smaller SUV Cadillac.
How long were you guys living in the car for?
Like 3 months.
You didn't try to find like a local apartment here in Santa Barbara or something?
Well, no. That would have like costed money that I didn't have at the moment. You know, like all I had was my car.
Okay. So you guys were roughing it a little bit.
Yeah, we were dirty as fuck. It was nasty. I'm in a much better place now. Don't worry.
She looks so innocent. I wasn't.
What?
I wasn't
That's what
expecting
everyone says.
it. Caught me
Everyone
off
says I
guard
have a
here.
baby face. I'm like, y'all don't know.
Y'all don't know.
It's been crazy.
You put her in the wrong chair.
I know, shit. Okay. Wait, so hold on. Okay. How many times was it on again, off again with the guy, and were you both living in the car during an off period?
It was
Led _Zeppelins _nasal _cavity donated $69. Like. Your. Like. Where's my venti mocha frappuccino? Like. Your.
Yaw.
Yeah.
Thank you, man.
Like,
Thank you.
yeah.
Appreciate it.
It's okay.
Was there an off again period while you guys were living in the car together?
Yeah, it was really awkward because I came back one night and found like we had, you know, kept all of our like bottles of alcohol and stuff, and I came back and all of my stuff, all of my alcohol and drugs at the time were gone, and he had dirty condoms laying all over the car. There was girls' panties in my back seat.
Wait, other girls' panties.
Yeah. Yeah.
Stop it. Get some help.
Holy shit. Wait, so okay. Wow, I don't even know what to say. Damn, that's crazy.
I think she was dating my ex-husband.
There you go. Maybe. Yeah. Wait, did he go to UCSB? Or yeah? Were you both freshmen?
At the time, yeah.
At the time. Okay. And wait, so was he in your same, because there's like different dorm buildings at UCSB, was he in the same dorm as you, like not the same room as you, but like the same dorm?
He was in the dorm.
Don't say the dorm. Don't say the dorm.
I won't. He was in the dorm right next to me. Yeah.
Okay.
And
wait, was it like the beachside ones?
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
It was the ones right on the
Okay,
beach,
those ones. Yeah. So you got kicked out because of stuff you were doing in your room. Was he like doing stuff in his, because he got kicked out too? Or
he got like warning after warning. He didn't officially get like kicked out until the end
Mike
of the
Davis
year.
donated $69.
Yeah, thank you, Mike Davis.
Led
Appreciate
Zeppelin really be talking like she's the main character at Girl. Fellas, this is your fault for validating fours like that.
Hey!
I'm about to leave y'all on the runway if y'all keep enabling this.
Okay, next person.
Thank you, Mike Davis. No, actually, I just want to say.
Mike Davis is savage today. Holy shit.
Yeah, he's Mike Davis. Don't take it personally, guys. We got a lot of roasters in the chat. They like to roast. Don't take it personally. It's all good fun. I actually do want to commend you for being like totally forthcoming and honest with all this stuff, because that's interesting. So just getting back to the relationship dynamic type stuff. So how many times would you say it was on again, off again?
Like more than I could count.
More than 10 times?
Yeah.
Okay. And every time was it you ending it?
No, like there were many times where he would be like, we shouldn't do this anymore because I obviously don't want anything serious with you, and you
Right.
do, and this is like not going to keep working out. And then I just kept going back being like, I want to fuck because I like you.
I love the honesty. This honesty is great. So wait, so he would, so sometimes you would end it, sometimes he would end it, but was it more often than not, even if he would end it, you would be the one going back?
Yeah.
Like you'd try to reinitiate?
Yeah.
Okay.
And, like I'm saying all this because I would never do that now.
And so like how would that work? Like during the homeless period, would you like drive by the homeless encampment to try to find him, or like?
No, we weren't homeless. Like we were like in the dorm parking lot, like just like chilling in the car most of the time, and would like go
Right.
into the dorms to shower. Like it wasn't.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't terrible living. We
What
were
did your
dirty.
parents think of you getting kicked out of the dorms?
No, they were very disappointed. You know, I have a very tough relationship with my parents.
Okay, and so okay, you dated this guy for 1 year. It was
Wait,
on again. off
sir,
again.
I've been talking for a while. You should move to the
Well,
next person.
I'll move it on in a little bit. I just want to get a few more clarifying questions in. So, are you still in touch with this guy?
Yeah, he's like One of my best friends.
Wait, so have you seen him recently in person?
Yeah.
Did you see him today?
No.
Did you see him yesterday?
No, I just got here yesterday.
Oh, you just got back because you're here for like a week?
Yeah.
Okay, and then you're going back to New York?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're here. Are you planning to meet up with him while you're here?
Yes.
In your Cadillac, or what kind of car was it?
No, I sold my car, actually.
Oh, you sold your car?
Yeah.
Does he have housing, or is he homeless still?
No, he lives in a house now.
Oh, he's got a house.
Yeah,
okay.
Good.
All right, and he's a third? You said you're a third, or going into... So he's a second year?
Yeah,
currently.
we're
Okay.
both going to be third years.
All right.
Do you still love him?
Yeah, I do.
Did he ever... Wait, would you tell him, I love you?
Yeah, I would right now.
Well, no, but like, have you told him, I love you?
Yes, I have. I've told him I love you many times.
Did he ever say, I love you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but he never was willing to give you commitment or a title, correct?
Yeah, because he wasn't in love with me. Like, he loved me.
Word.
Okay. Well, we'll come back to that maybe later. What about you?
I'm in a relationship. I just got into a relationship not that long ago.
Okay.
And my
Nick,
longest
can you open the doors, please?
my longest relationship was 9 months in high school. So
1 month ago you got into one?
it was not that long ago. I don't really remember how long ago it was.
Recently. This is a couple weeks.
Yeah.
Longest relationship, 9 months?
9 months, yeah.
All right. How did you meet this current guy?
At church.
What denomination are you?
I'm Catholic.
Catholic, okay. All right. And Rachel, what about you?
I've been in a relationship for 17 years with the legend Andrew. We've been married for 12. And since I already see my haters, my very dedicated and committed haters sending super chats, yes, let's just address the elephant in the room.
Oh.
I have children with my 2 previous relationships. So people assume things, right? People make assumptions. I have crazy trolls who've made all kinds of videos saying wild, nutty things. So I just want to clear this up. I've never been promiscuous ever in my life. I've been in 3 long-term committed relationships, 2 marriages. There was never any catting around. I've never cheated on anybody ever in my life. Andrew was not married and cheating on some person with me. Like, people have made up the craziest stuff. So it's not even like that. But we can get into that if people just have to know about what happened in my life 23 years ago. But no, been with Andrew only for 17 years.
All right. By the way, guys, we have just boosted the read and TTS triggers back up to the normal. So thank you for everybody who got those early ones in. So, wow, okay, we got everybody's current relationship status. So I want to see if there's anything I wanted to... wait, actually, question, coming back to you.
Yeah.
You said you've been single for 2 weeks. Have you had a rebound from the 2-month guy?
Are you talking to me?
No, not talking to you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, wait, what? Sorry, what'd you say?
You've been single for 2 weeks. Have you had a rebound?
No, I haven't.
No.
I haven't
Okay.
hooked up with anyone.
All right.
Yeah.
And I wanted to come, let's see, to... Actually, let me just get into my pre-show notes here. And then let me pull that up, guys. So, we have... Let's go to Leonarda.
Sure.
You were a former feminist.
Correct.
And now you're a current anti-feminist?
I don't know. I'm a hardcore conspiracy theorist, and I realize the truth about a lot of propaganda that's being fed both to feminists and the red pill male community, which is the male version of feminism. And then I see the repercussions of that on women, even here, right? Because they teach them a lot of BS.
Yeah.
Who's they?
Women's studies departments.
the feminists.
Well, I think communists have taken over our whole system. I think they've taken over the university system. They've taken over the media for sure. They push promiscuity, degeneracy as liberation, and the only ones who benefit off of women freely giving away sex are deadbeat guys who do not want to give you anything. They just want to take. So
yes, let's
your
go.
guy in the car is a verifiable loser who will probably never do anything with his life, will continue to grift on women. He was hanging around because he had a free ride with you, and he gave you just enough to keep you interested. I've known these men in my life. I've seen it for women. And I try to do my best to tell young women that they're under the thumb of oppression, even though it's being presented to them as liberation.
Yes. Let's go. That was great. Oh, you're not all supposed to agree. You're supposed to fight with us.
Well, I think you disagree.
She will fight with us.
I do disagree. Not with the premise. I would agree with everything you said about this guy, although you are 19 years old, and I feel like that's just a classic 19-year-old experience. I don't know what that has to do with feminism.
It's a classic. Well, I'll tell you right now. It's a
Grid One Motorsports donated $200. Mrs. Wilson, F the haters, you owe no one any explanations, and your haters will never believe you anyway. Your actions speak louder than any words they can scream. Blessing to you and Andrew.
Thank you, Grid One. Appreciate you, man.
Good to see you in the chat, Grid One. Go ahead with your point.
So what that has to do with feminism, first of all, it's not a common 19-year-old experience. It's presented as a common 19-year-old experience, and it's relatively new in our modern age, and you really want to say probably since the mid-90s, early 2000s, and that's really when this whole promiscuity with women's been pushed. Second of all, the reason it has to do with feminism is because feminism teaches women that having casual sex with a man is within their scope of being equal and on par with men, and by being that way, they are liberated and empowered, which is total BS. Whereas women have known for centuries that their sex was of huge value and would demand something in return for that would actually show them their worth.
Yes.
So that's exactly what it has to do with feminism.
I don't think that I have ever heard that from... When did you graduate college? Like what year?
2012.
Okay, so it's been a while since you've been in college, so I'm not sure.
Correct.
Like,
I didn't have this in my college education, by the way. I went to a Jesuit university that was pretty fantastic and did not give me this BS.
I was going to say, I mean, I'm currently in college for a little bit too long, and I have never heard any of this from any professors. I've never heard any of this from my peers.
Heard what exactly?
That casual sex is empowering, and
you don't watch TV, you don't see it on social media, you don't hear it in the music, you don't hear Cardi B and What's Her Face being like my wet ass pussy.
I'll give you Cardi B, maybe music, maybe like rap music.
I mean, that's the culture. What is that reflective of? The fact that that's in the mainstream means it's been accepted by people. They could have never put that on TV.
I mean, women
40
were
years
accepting
ago.
Pretty brutal treatment from men pre-feminism. Would you?
Oh,
agree
we
with
can
that?
get into that.
I'm sure we can.
That.
My parents are old. My parents are 65 and 75. I know what was happening in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. Like
from
the
perspective of your two parents, you're going to generalize to the whole population.
My parents have friends. I mean, are you going to generalize the population from her experience with a bum?
No, not at all. I'm generalizing from reading.
I also read. I am currently in college, and I'm telling you that no one I know who's a soc major, I don't know any feminist studies majors, but none of them are hearing this. I've never encountered a communist
let's
professor.
say they're not. Are your friends engaging in casual hookups?
No, not my friends.
Not your friends, but are women on campus engaging in casual hookups?
Undoubtedly, and they were also doing that in the 90s, 80s, 70s, even the 60s and the 50s.
You're talking about the sexual revolution, right?
Me?
Yeah, well, I mean, that is when the sexual revolution was happening, right? So I'm talking pre-feminism. Do you know when feminism started?
Do I know, like, there is no...
No, you don't have to know the date,
that
but
feminism
around
started,
the time.
But I mean,
let's...
Like, yeah, we...
Go ahead.
I was going to say, like, I would say, like, as an actual political movement, probably, like, the early 1900s, late 1800s. But I think
so you're talking about the right to vote? Yes.
No, not just that, but I mean, like, having a sort of, like, political consciousness that women are lacking something politically, and, like, trying to think, what was like John Adams' wife, Don't Forget the Ladies, like that kind of stuff has been around for a long, long time.
Right. And this sexual push to make women be more promiscuous, do you know when that really started?
I mean, if we're talking about like the sexual revolution, I would say probably late 60s, 70s.
Right. So that would be the whole time period that you were saying that women were engaging in casual
Well, no,
hookups.
women were engaging in casual sex before the sexual revolution. I think that the push was more to normalize it. And I'm not saying that I think that it's a good thing. I really don't. But
you don't see the connection to feminism with that. That's what you're saying.
No, obviously the sexual revolution is connected to feminism. I'm saying that casual sex was happening before that.
Right, but you
not
don't
on a mass scale.
You don't
like
see the push between casual sex and women. I mean, there is a low consciousness among women these days about what they can command in exchange with a man. It's incredible.
I would agree with that, honestly. I see your point there. I think that women accept subpar treatment constantly, but I don't think it's feminism.
I think it's 100% the consequence of feminism, which is ironic, but I think we live in a satanic world that presents everything upside down from the opposite of what it is. So they present to you feminism as your liberation and your empowerment, and it ends up doing the exact opposite.
Just curious who you think they is. Like, do you think every woman looks to Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion for their like
they don't have
guiding
to.
morals?
It's pervasive. It's everywhere. You put on reality TV, they're doing it. You put on the Kardashians, they're doing it. You put on music, they're talking about it. You put on rap music, they're talking about it. You put on it's all over. You put on even like, I don't know what it's called, the white people music where they're like playing, I don't know. It's all really sad. They're all depressed
like
all
the
time.
coffee house music
stuff like that. They're talking about the same stuff, you know, and so it's pervasive. Like when you are swimming in the water, you cannot see it, but it is once you start to see it, you see it everywhere, and it's pretty disgusing.
Well, I have a question.
Super based, by the way. Go ahead.
My question is, what would be an effective counter movement? Because it seems like you're saying that women are being oppressed. So when a movement for women's actual liberation,
I think women are oppressing themselves. I think that's the best thing a demon can do, is get you to hurt yourself and harm yourself.
Yeah, so wouldn't we want to elevate women's conscious about that, like social conscious about that?
Yeah,
and what would be like in my opinion, I think, you know, feminism has changed over time.
Correct.
And I think
it's gotten worse.
I think it would be a really effective movement to take back feminism, because I feel like you guys agree on a lot of the stuff about casual sex isn't beneficial for women, and an effective way to communicate that to women is to say, I'm a feminist, I actually want you to stand up for yourself. I want you to, you know. Yeah.
Well, in general, I don't like labels. Feminism as it is was constructed by the CIA with Gloria Steinem. She was in the CIA. It's very well documented. So I don't want to use a label like that. I think it's just too tainted. I, in general, don't really like labels. I don't ascribe to being a Democrat or a Republican. I think they're both pieces of shit most of the time. Sorry, I don't know if I could say that. But I think the more effective thing would be, I think you need to approach women with a tremendous amount of compassion.
Yeah, and I think women
and
respond.
Education.
Oftentimes, women respond to feminism. So that's why.
They I don't know if they respond. I don't really think they're thinking most of the time.
But I mean, are you saying, well, if they don't respond to feminism, then how are they getting these messages that feminism is pushing, and how are they implementing that in their lives?
Infiltrated.
Well, so they are listening. So no. You're right.
Hold
I
on.
agree with you.
Hold on. I said I don't think they're thinking about it. A lot of times when things are advanced on many levels, we accept it without conscious thought. There's a difference between that. We'll just accept, like, oh, that's true. Like, for example, everybody thinks we should drink 8 glasses of water a day. We weren't doing that when we were in the wild. We were totally fine. Why is that now common knowledge? Well, I think it's because they put fluoride in the water and they want everybody getting enough of it. That's my opinion.
Wait, how did we get to the fluoride thing?
Because I'll always tie something back to fluoride, dude. I think fluoride makes people passive, and it makes you passive. It lowers your IQ, and it makes you unresistant to propaganda.
And now you said in your pre-show notes that you think that you kind of already touched on this, how promiscuity is a CIA psyop.
Correct. Psychological operation.
Yeah.
I think they did it to the men first with James Bond and presenting this guy as like superhero. Oh,
wait, James Bond is a psyop?
Correct. James Bond is the psyop.
Yeah, if you know who wrote the James Bond novels, he was actually an intelligence officer.
There you go. So. It's to make the intelligence agencies seem cool and like they're protecting you and they're the good guys. And then in addition to that, they threw in a sexual promiscuity angle for men so that men would think, oh, this is what I aspire to. Now, there are always have been men within the population. It's a small percentage who were promiscuous. They're geared that way. They're wired that way. They're also usually the most aggressive. We needed them to be fighters. However, that was not the preponderance of men who acted that way. Most men wanted to find a woman, wanted to cherish her, wanted to have children, wanted to provide for her.
Well, I still feel like that doesn't really answer what would be an effective way to combat that. I still don't know what that would be.
My thing that I think the effective way to combat that is, number one, to raise awareness so that women can understand what they're being presented with.
Well, wouldn't that be effective through feminism? That's my point.
Why would that be effective through feminism? Feminism is teaching the exact opposite.
Well, I'm saying you hijack the movement and you change it. The movement has changed so much through time that
what do you mean,
can
though?
Just say,
what do you mean by hijack the movement? What should the new messaging of the new feminist movement be?
Well, I mean, I think that we understand that the sexual revolution and women having casual sex, it's been painted as, as beneficial. So if you reframe
you understand that, and
right,
you
so,
come from a Catholic background,
right, yes.
but you cannot think that that is what most women are thinking. They're
right.
not thinking that at all.
Right. Yeah. No, you're right. That's why I'm saying it would be more effective to communicate that through saying, I'm on your side. I feel like it's just not really very effective to communicate that through saying, feminism gives a really good framework for saying I support women's liberation, and I think real women's liberation is
liberation from what?
From this, like things like the sexual revolution.
Right.
Okay, but what was the original goal? Like,
sure, yeah. I mean, I can say
when you ask a woman what's feminism liberating you from, she'll say the evil patriarchy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and right? I mean, would you say that it's sort of a patriarchy that women are under, that men are using women for just sex and no marriage? I think
women
are.
There's some women that are complicit in that. Like, for example, Gloria Steinem was part of that. Frankly, I think it's because she was ugly and nobody liked her, and then she wanted to go ahead and reduce other women to her competitive level because she could never compete with a truly beautiful and intelligent woman. So she's decided to reduce everybody's worth by doing this.
Yeah, I agree. I mean,
there's plenty of women, and I know older women who go through the feminist thing realize they're miserable. They're in their 40s. They're childless. They don't have kids. Which I'm not saying every woman needs to do that, but a lot of women will realize that they've missed something, and then instead of owning to their mistakes and teaching younger girls to not go that way, they enroll them in the same behavior, and that is evil. And I don't think women should do that.
No, I completely agree
taking
with that.
it out of an ideology of like, it has to be feminism, it has to be some movement. Because I think if you really focus more on like an overall morality, and that can be your focus, but we don't want to do that, right? There's been a wave of we don't want a religion, right? Like America is getting increasingly secularized. Yes. And so then when we want to create morals, we have to then hide behind a political ideology or like feminism or communism or an ism, because we can't align to get our morals, because we can't align with a religious a religion. And so then everyone's confused, and so that's why it's like, oh, but now if I'm not a feminist, I'm anti-woman, and there's all this kind of weight behind either being a feminist or not being a feminist, and that's where, so now like politics has tried to take the role of what religion used to be in our society, and I think that's where it's getting so detrimental.
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $200. Conspiracy theory girl, can we talk about Disney and the princess effect? How about Rockefeller and the public school system? So many control mechanisms, so little patriarchy.
I'm not familiar with Disney and the princess effect, but I am familiar with Rockefeller, the public school system, and the way they took over the medical system, and pretty much just they are advancing a lot of control mechanisms that way, because they put people in schools and indoctrinate them from a young age with these thoughts. But the reason I don't think that it presents well to say I'm a feminist is because, number one, feminism already has such a clear meaning and definition for people.
Does it?
It really
doesn't.
Does. But based on what you guys say about feminism, it doesn't, because you say things that are completely at odds with what I hear actual people my age who are in college, what they think about it. It doesn't seem like you're really
what do people your age think about feminism?
They don't think that it's a conspiracy being, like an antinatalist, satanic conspiracy.
They're uninformed.
I think you might have a little something going on. But, I think that's
Listen,
right.
Hold on.
No.
You got to qualify that statement a little bit.
She's calling me crazy, even though it's well documented that Gloria Steinem was a CIA agent.
I back you up, girl.
I think you have a little conspiracy-minded thing going on where you're looking for a conspiracy in everything.
No, I just am informed and educated, and I'm not arrogant enough to assume that my ignorance means that somebody else is crazy. But
I can also say I'm informed and educated, and we can go back and forth saying that forever.
Well, so do you know then that what she's saying about Gloria Steinem is not only correct, but that through the Congress for Cultural Freedom in the 60s and 70s, the CIA was pushing feminism through like 40 different publications around the world. They sent, people to festivals.
So what if Gloria Steinem was like a CIA operative? Gloria Steinem's not the only feminist in the world.
No, I'm saying it's not just her. I'm saying the Congress for Cultural Freedom, which was a widespread CIA program that went around the world in dozens of countries and had hundreds of magazines, newspaper outlets, all pushing feminism. This was not just like one lady. This was like a broad effort during the Cold War to kind of differentiate Western liberal values from Russia. So they pushed feminism and the sexual revolution.
I mean, are you anti like classical liberalism and Western liberal values?
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
But you're also anti-communist. I'm very curious what. I mean, maybe that's off topic, but
you can be both.
You can be both communist and
you can be
liberal?
against communism and against Western liberalism.
I don't mean liberalism in like liberal versus
classical
conservative.
liberalism,
Yeah.
which is the American
that?
founding.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm against that.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Go
oh
ahead.
no, you go for it.
I was just gonna say that I believe that you guys can be completely correct. Like everything you're saying is correct, and how feminism is a psyop. I'm saying psyop back. I feel like that's the best.
No, I understand
way.
what you're saying. I think I just disagree that would be the best way. That's all.
I just don't see a better route because I have the same experience. I've never had any friends who are genuine like feminists who read literature say that they're pro casual sex and that it's really healthy for women to do that. I've never ever heard that ever.
Well, here's what you guys need to understand is that feminism is anything that pushes back against patriarchy and moves toward egalitarianism. So if you think the sexes are equal, we should all have equal rights, so we can get into rights and what you think that all means, but anybody who is saying patriarchy is bad is feminist, whether they identify or know that or not. So if you think that just like, we have to push for women to be equal with men and women have been historically oppressed, that's all feminism, whether you think it is or not.
Well, for like egalitarianism and stuff, from my understanding, you believe that egalitarianism means that men and women are just on equal planes? Or?
It means that they should have like equal rights and equality of, some people would say equality of outcome, some people would say equality of opportunity. Doesn't really
but it's on an
me.
equality of outcome now,
right,
is what they mean by it.
Let me think. I have to think. I'm sorry.
I just don't think that you guys will ever successfully convince, or whatever movement or not movement you want to be a part of, will ever successfully convince the female population that they should not at least
I agree with you, which is why.
Fight for what? Sorry, continue.
Fight for egalitarianism, whatever that means to them.
What is
You'll
it
never
that women don't
convince
have
women to
now?
not- yeah.
What is it that women don't have now that men have?
I'm not saying that there is an imbalance currently or is or isn't. I'm saying that I don't think
But do you
will
understand
ever-
the problem? We'll never be able to convince women to not fight for something that they already have.
If they already have it, then what about this problem you're talking about where women are allowing men to mistreat them? And
Correct. That is
because women, the rates of like depression among women are so unhappy, and it's gone like there's a direct correlation with levels of unhappiness of women documented.
Okay, so it sounds like women have something that men don't have, which you're claiming is not true.
But hold on a second. No. Don't do that. You're shifting tides. First of all, you said that women that you'll never be able to stop. You'll never be able to convince women to stop fighting for equal rights. And I said, what is it that we don't have that men have in that department? Now, what she's pointing out is a consequence of that very fight, because the supposed
Really?
well, it's a consequence of the feminism.
How can you say that? There's a ton of
because
correlates
because it correlates directly with the rise of the movement.
But it also correlates with time passing. It correlates with a bunch of 9/11. You could blame it on
correlation.
A bunch of random
70s.
things.
Do you know what year 9/11 happened?
Well, you didn't mention the 70s. I'm saying you could. I'm saying you could literally point to any random event that happened throughout history and say, well, this is why women started becoming
You're
unhappy.
100% correct. The correlation does not equal causation. However, there is strong connection between these things that we see women who continue along the path that quote unquote feminism would get you to. By the way, the extreme of feminism, because I did study feminism, is a lesbian separatist feminism in which they want to live on an island away from men, use them for their semen, only keep the female. I'm not kidding. This is a real thing. You guys can
I'm
look it up.
familiar with lesbian separatism.
You can look it up.
I'm familiar with
My
female
issue
separatism.
is, number one, I don't think men and women should be at each other's throats, and this goes for the right-wing movement too, which is a little bit of your podcast, where they set
We'll get into that.
they set men up to see women as these evil, like, manipulative creatures, and then women are set up to see men as these, like, evil, tyrannical, power-hungry creatures. How there are both of these things within the population. I've had experience with both of them. I'm not saying they don't exist, but however, to have a movement that continually tells women this is what they want from you sets us up to be unhappy, because I believe we are made to be in partnership with the other sex and not at war with them.
I think my problem with just what you're saying in general is I think we're diagnosing the same issue. But
Not McKin Money Off a Podcast donated $200. Please redirect the conversation to the left-hand corner of the table. I have a really high run on the number of likes for this show. Shut up, leptonic woman in black.
Make me, bitch.
Anyway, so I was just saying, I think that we have the same, like, we're diagnosing the same problem. Would you agree with that?
I'm not sure.
I'm saying that my problem is that I think that men are taking advantage of women via casual sex in the sexual revolution.
Correct. I also think men themselves are a victim of this propaganda.
Yeah, I completely agree. But I'm just saying, I don't see an effective solution for it other than what I've proposed, and I don't see
which is hijacking feminism. I did give one. I said I believe that we should approach women with compassion, raise their consciousness so they can truly understand the problem.
How? What would be the way to do that?
Well, this is one way. Education, speaking up.
They could read my book and find out the truth about how all of this went down, and that it wasn't this grassroots movement where women looked around in the 1800s and went, oh my God, we're oppressed. We have to march in the streets until we have voting rights and bank accounts. And that it was just this thing that's time had come, because it's complete bullshit. It's not true, and that's not how it happened. It was an astroturf movement from the beginning, from the 1700s, or even further back if you want to go there. So this idea that there is even such a thing as like, oh, we can have women's rights and egalitarianism only at the behest of the men who are going to enforce it for you anyway.
Well,
so like, I think if you just get through to women about some of these things, it will help. But also, do we really want to like depend on turning the opinion of women toward how things ought to be?
Well, I think
I don't know about that.
I mean, I'm only referring to the sexual revolution. Like, I'm not talking necessarily about egalitarianism or anything. I mean, you say we approach women with compassion.
Correct.
And I mean, I think the women who are reading your book are probably already agree with you.
Correct.
And yeah.
No. I get messages every single day from women around the world who thought they were picking it up to debunk it. I'm going to prove this bitch wrong. And then they read and they go, shit. They check the source material and they're like, damn, she's right. And then it changes their mind.
Well, I'm sure people can be, I'm sure that a lot of people will read it and agree with you and change their minds. I'm just saying that wouldn't the most effective way to change people's minds who are already feminists be telling women you are being oppressed because of this same thing that we're all agreeing on?
We can tell them it's bad for them, but that doesn't mean they're going to listen, especially when they're young and the entire culture is, Leonardo
Wait, so
said,
what's
is
your
saturated
prescription?
with it.
My prescription is by basically psyoping feminism, because I mean
What do you
she
mean
wants to
by
hijack feminism and turn it.
hijack feminism?
Yeah, so
Brandon Middleton donated $200. Feminism, gender theory, and CRT are intertwined with Marxism.
Yep.
Marxists preach the oppressor narrative. Victim mentality makes people fail and be unhappy. That's of the connection to women's unhappiness.
Thank you, Brandon P. Middleton. We have another one coming in, so I'm just going to preempt it here just in a sec. I appreciate it, Brandon. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. And then we have, Law Paladins. I'll just read it. We have, your shirt is arguing with the wrong person. The only smart woman other than Miss Wilson I've seen on this podcast in the past year. She should direct her rage elsewhere. I don't. Are
She's talking about you.
She's rage. It's the rage of the pink shirt.
wait, am I raging right now?
No. I don't think so.
We do have David Treziak who says, "Let's dance. You were good last time. Ironic shirt meaning for debate, or double entendre for dating show. Grabbing my tin hat now. Julia Child was in CIA and she could make a great pie too." Okay.
It's a true story.
I'm very surprised to receive a nice comment. Thank
There
you.
you go. Yeah. See, that's
you.
not all bad. You've been scowling for the past 20 minutes. Do you have input on this?
Me?
Yeah, you've been like.
Oh no, I've just been like honestly like watching back and forth.
Oh, okay.
I just like I kind of honestly got a little lost in the sauce on what they were talking about, because I couldn't tell whether or not at first I thought they were saying like, oh, they're feminists, but then I realized that they were saying they're not feminists.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't know, to me feminism like is just like equality. That's it. Like just women and men being equal.
Do you think it's possible for women to be equal with men? And what do you think equality is?
I do. I think that both genders definitely like bring different things to the table, you know,
Well,
like
sure.
You know,
but what do you mean by equality? Like, what would be an example?
Like equal pay and stuff. If they have the same jobs and everything, like equal pay, you know.
Okay.
Equal rights.
Equal rights. Okay. And then if women have equal rights with men and they have the same opportunities, Does that mean they should have the same responsibility? Should you have the same responsibility and authority to go with your rights?
Well, I mean, I think any adult should, you know? Like, I don't think it's whether you're a man or, like, a woman. I think if you're an adult, you should have responsibility and for yourself in general as a person.
Wait, Nick, hold on. Nick, are we at risk of getting a nip slip from this chick?
My nip is in the border.
Do you have pasties or anything you can put on?
No, we've talked about this. I definitely, like,
What do you mean we talked about this?
Like, he asked me if I had pasties, and I said...
Nick, pull up the chat, because they've been probably paying more attention than me. So hold on, gotta stop the show. Pull up the chat, please. Chat, it's hard for me to tell. I'm paying attention to the conversation. This TV show, it's hard for me... it's hard for me to tell. Are we at risk of getting a fucking nip slip from this chick? One in the chat if it looks risky, because otherwise you're gonna have to put on your jacket or some shit. I've been looking, it's way too fucking close.
Hey, would you stop oppressing her with your toxic masculinity, please?
I said, no, she's fine.
See, if these guys were smart, they would say no way.
I know what comes with the troubles of a nip slip. So if you guys were in danger, I wouldn't risk the biscuit. So
they're pretty divided.
I'll
there.
make sure they're tucked.
Tuck them in.
Tucked good.
I don't know. I'm not a woman, so I don't know. Do you guys think it's?
Everyone stare at my tits really
Everybody
quick.
stare at her tit. Look, I gotta fucking do it. I'm not risking
You're
it.
probably
How
fine.
high up your nipples are.
Yeah, I don't know where her nipples.
Yeah, you should start right here.
It's a little risky on the left side, so maybe you just want
the left side?
half the
Yeah,
sweater.
I think the left side and you're good.
They're tucked.
I mean, you have a jacket if you get
If
too
it's
in danger.
it's just a little hot, but not too hot. I'm like in between being hot and cold. But like, no, I think I pulled up my shirt even more, so it should be good.
Maybe just can you put your shirt on a little bit just so we're not
There.
risking this shit?
All right.
All right, it should be good. It should be
Okay,
good.
so what I wanted to ask is, so you just outlined some rights that you think women should have. Do women have duties?
Yes, they do.
What would be an example of women's duties
like,
to society?
Well, I mean, if they choose to be a mother, that's one of their duties. But like, you know, people.
Well, a duty isn't a choice. Those things are mutually exclusive. So is there a duty that women because we know men have duties. Men have a duty to protect, to provide. They have to build all the infrastructure.
Well,
they have to defend the nation. So what are women's
choice? I don't think that's
not really. Not when
to
there's a
protect
draft. Not when there's a draft. And who else is going to build the infrastructure if men don't do it? Nobody.
Well, I mean,
also, when
I
you
just think that men and women could do it. You
No.
know, I think there's women in the force. Like,
Are you
men
saying woman or women? Because those are different. Woman is one. Women
Yeah.
is more than one.
Well, I'm pronouncing it, I guess, differently than you said, but I'm saying women.
She's saying the plural.
Yeah, like
Okay.
women in general.
I can't hear the difference with a lot of these like younger girls. They say the word the same, so I wasn't sure. So we know men have duties.
Yes.
To provide and protect. If men aren't out keeping the electrical grid up, there's going to be problems, right?
I mean,
They
yes,
have
I know
to
it's
do
more
that.
of a man's job, but like women can do that job too.
No, they can't.
Like, yes, they can.
You don't see any women doing
Do you
it.
know?
But they can. Like,
do you
that's the
know
thing, they
what
might
it
not choose
entails
to.
To
But
create,
you're
make,
telling
and
me
lay
that's
concrete?
impossible for
It
a
is
woman
impossible. They
to
can't
go
do it.
do an
Okay, but there are men
That's
who also
insane.
can't do. There are disabled men. There are really
but
skinny,
the only
weak men.
people who can do it are men.
But there, I
So-
mean, but the thing is, there are plenty of men who aren't doing that. So you could say it's a man's duty, but you can't generalize and say it's all men's duty. Just like you can't generalize and say all women's duty
It's
is to
the
have
duty
children.
of men to provide, protect, and build the nation.
And
They're
lots
the
of them
only ones who
can't-
can do it.
and lots of them physically can't.
There are some, but
I
that
would say
doesn't
that
mean
I
that
see
we can't
a lot
generalize.
of men who I don't think would last
Yeah.
very
Yes,
long.
Well,
on
I
the
don't
front
see any
line.
women that would be able to do it. So
Okay,
I
so,
can agree with that.
But it doesn't. We can talk about generalizations and outliers. But I'm asking: do women have any duties to society, or is it just she needs to do what makes her happy? She just needs to focus on her happiness.
Women produce the next generation.
Yeah, that they should, but they're not. Have you guys taken a look at the birth rate?
Because if
have
you
taken a look
can't
at the
say
birth
that, because
rates?
if you say that,
the Mexicans
the birth
are.
rates are lower.
Even Mexicans are below replacement now.
But like the birth rates are lower, but that's
They've
not
assimilated.
saying that they're not. I agree
They're all
that there is a decline in terms of the value of motherhood, and I personally think that should be something that is valued again. It's a very important role, and there should be no shame in wanting to be a mother. And I think a lot of, as a young woman, you get this, you're kind of torn where you're definitely led on a path of education, and that's important. I mean, education is great, and we are a more privileged generation, so our parents in general had enough money to like at least want us to get an education. We got an education, we get a good job, and then you get later, and then now you're in the career
lot
world,
of woman
and you
prattle,
let me
and I'm not
finish
sure
what I'm
where you're going
saying.
with it.
Rach, let me finish. So you have a job, you get your job, and then all of a sudden you're 29, you are 30, 31, 32. Now you have like a short time span to get into this relationship, to get married. The guy feels pressure. If you've been on birth control, that's going to make it hard to actually conceive, because that impacts your fertility. You have to wait for that stuff to wear off. So there are these problems. So I think that the age of responsibility of motherhood has been pushed out, but the problem is that because of like the biological restrictions and limitations on a woman's body, we feel that pressure, and so it's this catch-22, and you want to, and so
I don't think it is a catch-22 though.
Well, but it's either you pursue education and get a career and all that stuff, or you be a mom, and that's hard. It's hard.
It's actually not hard at all, and here's why. Because why are we telling young women to take your most fertile years when you should be having babies and spend that entire decade of your 20s chasing an education which the average woman goes $40,000 into debt to get, and she makes an average of $40,000 a year, which is a terrible deal, right? So we tell them to go to all this college, get into debt to get your degree, and then do the career thing like you just said, and then all of a sudden at 30 flip a switch and try to get at least 2.1 babies out of them. That's stupid, and it's never going to happen. So why do we give young women that advice? I mean, and I think 95% of y'all don't have any business being in a university at all.
I mean, it would be great if you could pause, take advantage of your fertile years, right? And then you go into school. But like, you don't need to go to school.
What do women need to go to school for? Have you ever taken a look at what they major in?
Who's gonna spread
Sociology. Right?
political science?
Okay.
Who's gonna do this anti-feminist movement if there aren't learned women in the world?
I will say this. I didn't go to college. I never went to college. I had my first baby at 20, the way the Lord intended, and that's
beautiful. And you're obviously very intelligent and can speak for yourself, and that's awesome.
I don't need a bullshit university degree and a bunch of debt.
But I will say what a realistic, just a reality is. It's so expensive now. I mean, live in any city. If you want to be a homeowner,
why do you think college is so expensive?
No, I'm not saying college. I'm saying after college. I'm saying you need a job. You need cost of living. And so
also,
and if you're,
do you know why that's that way?
Because more people entered the workforce, and so
which people?
Women entered the workforce.
Women entered the workforce in mass in the 1970s.
Just one sec, guys.
God for feminism. I wouldn't be able to have a triple-digit body count and no kids. Population
triple
collapses.
digit?
Question for the panel: would you date a guy with 100 plus body count?
Show of hands if you would.
No, his ability to bond has been destroyed.
Yeah. Okay, she would. Nobody else. Oh, you would date a guy 100 plus body
count? She's
count?
dating a guy with 100 plus body count.
Can I ask?
Okay, continue on with your point.
So your husband's name is Andrew.
Mm-hmm.
So does he not want your daughters to go to college? He doesn't want them to go to college.
They haven't so far. They
haven't.
They've done. They've been homeschooled, and then they were able to do a little bit of trade school. Like one of them does dental assisting, the other one does culinary arts.
Mm-hmm.
Free education, no debt, something so they have a little job they can do until they get married, because the world is the way it is. I'm not saying I don't understand the situation we're in, but I think it's a horrible idea. 95% of women, they go to college, they get bullshit degrees and shit like interior design,
95% of all people do not belong in college because they are mentally, well, I can't say the word, but they're not well. So the issue I think that she was bringing up when she was asking you about the rights is people don't understand that the minute there's a right there's also a corresponding duty on
Right.
somebody to enforce and allow that right. And so actually I think most rights are total BS, male and female, right? And I'm not, and I think you might have the idea that I'm in a prescription that somehow women should go back to being a second tier citizen or something, which I don't know that we were. I wasn't around in that time to say that we were. I don't necessarily agree that women shouldn't be educated, because if women are going to raise children, they should be intelligent enough to know how to raise those children and shouldn't raise morons. But I do think that there is a push on all fronts for everybody to go to college as if they need it. And this is just a Ponzi scheme.
Yeah.
To
I think
get as much money.
intelligence and education are completely separate from
Agree.
college
Correct.
and university.
For sure.
Yeah.
You were raising your hand. Did you have something you wanted to add?
Someone kind of already like said it.
What was it?
I was just gonna mention, like, they were talking about how like people aren't having kids or aren't raising families, and someone already mentioned the cost of living, and I was gonna say that that's a
Here's
big
the other part. Hold on. Here's the other part. Okay, men do not want to assume duty because they are getting free sex.
Right.
They do not want that.
But men don't even want this.
That's what I'm saying.
Men don't even want it. They don't. And do you know
They
what
don't
I
want
think would
what?
solve
They don't
Don't
want
want
what?
what?
Free sex?
Yeah, men don't want free sex. They want a
They
high value
think
woman.
they do think they want it though.
But that's because women are making it
They
so
want it
easy.
short term.
Women
They
are
don't want it
making
long
it
term.
so easy. Women
think
are
it's
posting
both.
bikini pictures on Instagram.
I think it's both, man. I think it's both. I think men have this idea that they have to rack up. I mean, look at this. Men, they're freely telling you I have triple digit body counts, like he's bragging, instead of looking at the fact that he's lost all his morality and has subjected women to nothing as an object.
His morality.
100% it does, because you're just using another human being for your own sexual satisfaction.
Sexual satisfaction is much different for men and women. For women, sexual having...
Please tell us, Dr. Ruth, what is the difference?
Having sexual relations as women, having sexual relationships as women is emotional. Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, but seriously, having sex as a woman is much different than having sex as a man. For men, it's not emotional. It's purely their evolutionary descent. You know, it's instinct. It's built into their brains.
Well, there's a lot of men it's emotional
But I
for.
think it takes a certain moral, to be a man and to choose not to, that's your carnal instinct. That's your most basic instinct.
Right. Yep.
So to be
And
able to
don't you
have
think
the
that there's probably a
self-will.
reason for
No,
that?
but for the
Don't you
men.
think there's probably a reason?
No,
Isn't
for
there
the men
probably a
that
reason that
have
we
the
want to kill
self-control.
people when they piss us
Wait,
off?
Yeah,
I don't think that's normal. Maybe she was right.
Hold on.
You're
Let her
talking about the
finish.
same
Go
thing.
ahead. Go ahead.
It's your most basic, carnal, physical. What's that brain called? Your reptilian brain, right? I'm just gonna act on my instinct. I'm gonna do what I desire. And that is, there's no higher calling, there's no self-control, there's no
It's
any
for
of these
reproduction.
values.
It's for reproduction.
But that's still, but that doesn't change the point. It's still your most basic instinct. It takes a lot, it's a lot harder to actually control yourself.
But who cares about that?
what,
Isn't
Nick?
there a reason why they have
What?
those instincts?
Well, let's just put it this way. The
cares about
societies where the men just follow their impulse to breed indiscriminately do not produce the best offspring.
How do you know that?
Because
Who-
you can
who
just
has the
study
most-
it.
Who has
you
the
can
most
just study
children?
it.
It's
You
the
can-
high value men.
No.
People like Elon Musk. Why
Okay,
does he have
listen,
so
I
many
know you
kids?
have to justify why your boyfriend's cheating on you. But
Okay.
it's not.
My boyfriend is not cheating on me.
I
It's
know,
a
we can
relationship.
call it whatever we want. We can label things different ways. That man will always
audio
be a
there?
man,
No.
even if he cuts off his penis. I don't care what the labels are. The
Yes.
truth of the fact is what it is. Now, the fact of the matter is, if we follow these base instincts to just reproduce indiscriminately, it actually does not produce for the best societies and the best raised children. That's why you don't
get a
follow it
third world
indiscriminately.
country with
You get a third world country. There's a reason that Western Europeans, which have the highest correlation for morality, also produce the most civilized
Can
societies.
you explain what highest correlation for morality means?
Sure. If you want to take a look at who actually has moral prescriptions, like you don't cheat on people, you don't steal, you don't kill, these sorts of things, it is the highest in Western
Yeah, but
European
who says those
civilizations.
are the correct morals?
Okay, so you're going to go into moral
Are you a rel-
relativism,
are you a relativist?
right? In
Okay.
which you can decide. How about this? If somebody just brutally kills somebody you love, are you going to say, oh, that was part of their culture and that's okay?
No.
No.
I
All
would
right.
not
So that
say
lets you know. So there is an internal instinct about what is moral and what isn't. We can get into the communist, moralist, relativistic position that says, oh, every culture has different morals. But then when you actually apply it practically, we all agree that children shouldn't be made to be child brides or get married or have sex. Right. So we do have an agreement on morals.
Well, where do you find, like, how do you find out about that moral system? Because clearly people aren't following
That's
that
a very
moral
deep
system.
and theological question as well.
Yeah.
But there's been a lot of writing on how you find out about the moral thing. I think some of the things that we can start with is a lot of people do actually have a natural reaction to immoral behavior.
Yeah.
And that's one of the key indications that actually morality is innate as opposed to taught.
Right, but I mean, people still go against it, and people still.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
I've gone against it.
Yes, but people justify it as well. So how
Right.
can we live in
So-
a society that doesn't justify immoral behavior?
Well, you have to have moral
Alchemist
leadership.
_XP donated $200.
Hey, thank you, Alchemist.
Why can't women comprehend men created the civilized world, electricity, paved roads, governance, plumbing, healthcare, and women think they are equal since they feel entitled to an
Well, a woman
opinion?
created that man, so
Well, also, a lot of those men made that for women before when they had to actually work for sex, but that's a different story.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, like, how do you say we need to have moral leaders,
Yes.
but those moral leaders need to...
You don't think men have to work for sex? It is so much easier for a woman to have sex with a man than it is for a man to have sex with a woman.
Right. What's that in debate too? What did I say that made you?
Well,
say
because
that?
you just said to her that men actually had to work to have sex.
Correct.
They still do have.
Oh, not that much. There's a difference between you have to buy a girl a drink, take her out to dinner, woo her for a night, versus you have to
extremely
marry
hard
her.
for a man to have sex with a woman.
It's-
All that a woman
this
has
is
to do
the-
is go on the street and open her legs, and there it is.
That is 100% correct.
Yes.
That's 100% correct.
Yes.
But it has never been easier for men to have sex
Yeah,
than
but
this
that's
current
because
period of time.
that's because of the woman.
Well, do you have
It's
a
a
problem
collaboration.
with... Do you have a problem with promiscuity, or...
I think
Not
that,
if it's the man doing it.
Well, I mean,
That's-
she's...
yeah, no, well,
also, you said you're on OnlyFans, right?
yeah, I do. I mean, listen, I think that women are making it worse for the men. I think that by posting stuff for free on the internet,
You
know,
have to charge for it.
Oh, then, well, how are you, do you just accept that you're contributing to the problem, or?
Well, I actually think that with the content that I create, I'm actually helping the problem.
Really?
I
Why?
try to support these men, and I actually have relationships with all of these men that are in my DMs.
So you are cheating on your
charity worker.
man
That is
emotionally.
Well, what if the
I
women
don't
who are...
say
Man's
that.
charity.
Wait,
goes,
are you
"I'm
talking about the girlfriend experience or giving your OF subs the girlfriend
Yes,
experience?
I am, and I am being there for them in all of their problems, all of their needs, and I try to get them to achieve for something higher.
But aren't they just paying you to, like,
You
to give
don't
them
know
that?
what they pay me for.
Yeah, you're right.
But
I
don't that I mean that could be another woman, and I mean you're a beautiful woman. You obviously are not going to, like, let's say you attract guys that are 8 and above, and that's who you're attracted to. Okay, so if there's a 4, he's never gonna have a chance with you. Honestly, just hear me out. Okay, let's say he's the same. He's a great guy, but then there's an 8, and he has the same makes the same amount of money, same personality, all this stuff. You're probably gonna choose the 8. Maybe not, but probably. So if there's a 4, and he could find a woman who's a 4 or a 5, and she could provide that emotional support that you believe you're providing him, and the physical intimacy that he's providing. Isn't that better? Isn't that better to let their relationship, rather than, I mean, in some ways it's kind of self-serving to be, oh, I'm the woman that's supporting this man, and I'm giving him what he needs, and I mean that's a very
The
entitled.
problem is that all women date up. All women date up.
Okay, so a 3, fine.
That's
He
the
dates.
problem.
That's not true.
No, no. It is true. It's true.
I've seen some of the most like.
It's true. It's true.
I agree with Riley.
Okay, so
on
it's
that.
3. It really doesn't change the argument. Make the girl a 3.
No. Say your point. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think in the past it was more common for women to date up. I think now people, at least in my age range, even from my own personal experience, date men who are just such bums who are not deserving of them. Because I did it for 2 years.
But I think we're talking about sexual market value,
Okay,
so like
yeah, different
hotness.
thing. Okay, so
so
different
girls go for like low value hot, like the guy who's a total scrub and wants to live in your car, but he'll give you some good dick. Like
got
you'll go
some
for that
range.
guy. But I think what you're trying to say, I'll just say it in a more blunt way, is that we're kind of sick of the bullshit that these OnlyFans girls are like your friend and they're doing charity work, and I'm helping the lonely men out there. I'm helping them. I'm counseling them. I talk to them. That's not helping them. If it was helping them, you wouldn't be charging them money.
No. I get it. I understand, and I agree. I think that women posting inappropriate pictures online is making it easy for these men. They don't have to work to achieve these women anymore, you know? And I get it, I fully do. But the content that I produce on a daily basis, I'm very strongly opinionated on all of these things, and I really want to make sure that men are striving to be the best that they can be. And
So
it's
really
really
a man finds an actual woman in the flesh.
It would be
and he
called
partners with her?
OnlyFriends. It would be called OnlyFriends, and you'd be Saint Riley, the OnlyFriends girl who's going to help you.
I'm just saying, out of all of the OnlyFans girls, I am the best one because I genuinely care about the men on the platform.
You care about this?
Yes, no, because all of the content that I produce is for the men. It's for the men.
You care about the quality of their
No.
jerk-off
My social media content.
Okay.
My social media
So what is
content.
it that you're doing that's charitable and helping them?
I put out content that shows that feminism is not the way to go. I don't agree with feminism. I think that what would solve all of our problems is if we stopped oppressing people like Andrew Tate.
Pandering.
But do you think?
Here we go.
Yeah.
Wait a second.
Do you realize you're
Pandering.
helping the incel?
How is he
I'm serious. I'm serious.
She's doing it for clickbait.
That is not true.
Here's the thing, though.
I think that
do you
if
realize,
women
do
just
you realize,
stayed at home and did their jobs, cook, clean, suck, fuck, everything would be so much
Do you
easier.
realize you would be burned at the stake for everything you're doing right now if feminism wasn't in power?
Oh,
do you have any idea?
I'm
They would call you a witch and they would burn you at the stake, and all the other
As
women would
they
attack you.
should.
Well, I don't know about that, but
We're gonna do a YouTube poll. Should we burn Riley?
let's. Well, I think that
Just
would be.
kidding. I'm kidding, Riley. I'm kidding. Wait, let's do a couple chats, then we'll come back to this topic. We have Vinny, Viddy, Cringy. Can I have you read the chats?
Oh yeah. Okay.
Giving you a job here.
All right.
No, like out loud, not in your head.
Emirates.
Sorry. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
swear.
Speak into your mic.
Okay. Fly Emirates. Oh damn.
There it is. Go ahead.
Fly Emirates girl is fundamentally asking my philosophy. I'm dyslexic, guys.
It's
you
all
chose
good.
the wrong person
You got
to
it. You
read.
got it. You got it. Keep going. Keep going. You got this.
Philosophical conundrum. Can you manipulate someone into freedom? To
Let's
which
go.
I'm not sold on it being possible.
You fucking killed it. You did great. That was beautiful. Do you
Women
want to respond to
supporting
that
women.
really
Let's all
quick?
applaud.
Really quick.
Wait, can I
response?
see it again? I'm sorry. Or
Okay.
The
All
gist
right.
of it
Third
was
time,
he doesn't
third
think that
time.
you can
Okay,
manipulate
okay,
people
it's
into
fine.
freedom.
okay, so personally, I don't necessarily think that would mean manipulation because, like I said, feminism doesn't really mean anything anymore, not necessarily, because there's so many different veins of feminism. There's veins of feminism that say, you know, we should live on an island away from men, and there's veins of feminism that say you should go on OnlyFans and, you know, do that or have casual sex like a man. So I'm just saying the most effective way to approach this issue that we both see is to use feminism to move forward.
So this is psyop feminism back?
Yeah.
Yeah, but how could you?
Motorsports donated $200. The Soul Sucker 2000 in the blue sweater. If you wanted to help men, you would shut
I'm
down
aware.
your off, get married and be a proper submissive wife. You won't, because you are a degenerate. Get some help.
Yeah, how
Stop
many
it.
dicks have you sucked?
Get some help.
How many do you think? Because I'm
Not
sure
you,
it would
I was
surprise
talking
me.
to him. I had your back
Thank
there.
you.
Yeah, thank you, Grid One Motorsports. Appreciate it, man.
I love when here's my problem with all these like incel chads on the internet who can be chads on the
You
internet.
don't want to call
okay?
Grid One
No.
I don't.
He's not
That's
his
an
top
incel.
donor.
I know Grid One. He actually saved me from a bear once, believe it or not.
Okay, all right. Well, I
We
apologize.
were camping.
but maybe not him. But there's a lot of these guys who are like, be a
Lol
submissive
Paladins
wife.
donated $200. We don't need to waste money on a steak and fire. Get the rocks.
Get the
Oh,
rocks.
shut up.
Yeah. Abdul? Yeah. Get the rocks. Get the rocks.
Sorry, Riley. Getting
It's
the
all right.
rocks and the fire, I guess. Okay, here, hold on. Really quick, back to your point. So you're saying we need to take control of feminism?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, there already is.
Wait, should it be the men or the women who take control of feminism?
I guess both.
But
How much manpower are you going to need for women to take back feminism?
Well, I'm not denying.
That sounds like
listen,
a lot of manpower you're
we
gonna
got a
need.
lot of male beta simps already in the feminist movement. Just use them. I mean, they're more of a liability.
Yeah,
but-
I mean, I'm not saying that men are as powerful as women, or that women have more influence over men or anything. I'm not saying anything like that. I'm just saying that feminism is obviously very influential, as you guys have, mentioned, and
because it's basically selling something that appeals to our kind of the things that give us pleasure right away, our instant gratification. I understand what you're saying. I just don't think it would work because, first of all, like you said, there's so many divisions of feminism.
Yeah, so I'm just saying.
So all you're going to do is create another ineffective chapter.
Why would it be ineffective? I mean, I'm just saying in my experience.
What's your opposition to calling it something else?
I mean, I wouldn't mind it. I've been asking.
Wait, Rachel, don't you think what ought to take over feminism is it's not a replacement of, it's not a change of feminism. It is just the I don't know if it's the reintroduction, but patriarchy.
Yeah, I think that patriarchy is inevitable. We're still under a patriarchy, but there were a few beta cuck simps that convinced everybody that this women's liberation stuff was a good idea. And those people happen to be powerful industrialists. It's always like a Bill Gates or a Rockefeller, right? They're a nerd. They're sexually unsuccessful. They become successful in business. They get a lot of money, and they're like, I'm going to push this destructive, awful shit on everybody else. And it opens up the way for those beta type of guys to be able to get some. But that might be the only place that you and I would disagree, is that I am pro-patriarchy. I'm not really against feminism. I don't like to define
I'm
myself
not sure that
by...
I'm anti-patriarchy, but I do think here's something that people need to understand. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. So it doesn't matter. Right now, I think we're actually living under a female-dominated society. Yeah. And you see this because of the way that women are kind of, shrieking about not being able to kill their own children, which is a whole other thing.
Grid One Motorsports donated $200.
We'll do some more chats. We'll read more chats after this.
Sorry, I didn't know.
I have been married 19 years with 2 kids.
2 kids.
You all
Good
pale
for
in
you.
comparison
Congrats.
to my wife. You degenerates need to wake up and see reality for the first time.
I like that he supports his wife.
You know what's interesting with Grid One, dude? For some reason, they always call you. They go to the incel. Why you got 2
because he always
kids
quotes
and,
the incels.
Yeah. All right.
I will say this really quick before we move on, which is that you're right that it's a very gynocentric system we're living under.
Noah donated $200.
Yo, thank you, Noah.
DTW Rachel. Andrew says go bring him a beer. Yeah.
I would if I was there, Pumpkin, but I'm not. You have to have one of the children slaves do it.
Wait, is that your son?
No.
Oh, okay. Or one of your kids?
He's going to have to rely on child labor since I'm not there right now, is all I'm saying.
Right.
Yeah. No, what we have is feminized men running things, and then they put all the Rockefellers are literally the ones that helped create women's studies and the Ford Foundation and put these man-hating lesbian separatists in charge of all of the university women's studies departments, giving them institutional power, et cetera, et cetera.
You've never been to college. How do you know who's in charge of the women's studies departments?
Because you can literally look it up.
I know, but
you can just Google it.
I actually go to these schools.
Have you been to Africa?
I actually go to these.
Do you know that there's black people in Africa?
I actually go to school, and I've actually interacted with professors and been in many classes.
You went to one school. You had your personal experiences of your interactions.
And
with
I have
professors.
never ever met a communist professor, genuinely poli-sci department.
Well, they're not going to say I'm a communist, but they'll have.
Yes,
they won't.
Why would they say it?
They don't consider themselves communists.
They will promote.
Then they're not.
They'll promote
Marxist.
They'll say I'm a Marxist. They'll say, I
have met a Marxist professor, but one.
There's lots of
That's
them.
the same
also,
thing.
I don't think there's anything wrong with Marxism.
Here we have the problem.
Yeah,
that's
exactly
Wait, isn't Marxism communism?
It is. Marxism is the school that communism.
It's socialism. I'm a social democrat. It's all the same shit.
Well,
it's just
wait. So
levels.
if a Marxist is a communist,
I was gonna say I have. Then I have met one communist professor actually, but it was not in the women's studies department. It was in the comparative literature.
I do got to read a couple chats here, then we'll come back to things. Guys, like the video. This is a fantastic panel. Hope you guys are enjoying the show so far. If you like the show so far, like the video, please. It helps us out in the algorithm. Really quickly, we'll do Twitch. Guys, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow in the Prime sub if you have one. We're streaming on Twitch. We're going to be doing off streams with Madison when she's back. Drop us a follow in the Prime sub if you have one. Thank you guys for all the tier 1s, primes, gifted subs. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you. And we have 2 chats. We have a couple chats and then a couple super chats. We have Nathan V. I'm going to have you read this one. Go ahead. Into the mic, please.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Sorry, I have really bad eyesight. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to read
You got it.
But 10 years military service, first to see women in combat.
MOS.
Most of them quit by getting pregnant or faking injuries. Equality in relationships.
We are not the same.
We're not the same.
We're not the same.
Follow Allie Drummond because she has a lot to say about that, and she has got a
She's been on the
fantastic
show.
YouTube
She's
channel.
been on the show before, yeah. Can we have you read this one, please? Into the mic.
Oh, yeah. Men have to be exceptional to potentially sleep with an average woman. Average woman can sleep with exceptional men, like breathing.
This is true.
That's what I was saying before.
Hold on.
That's what I was saying
Her
before.
story is an exact example of a below average man sleeping with, I believe you're higher than him.
Well, are we talking like looks wise or like inside?
He's not exceptional at all. He's sleeping in your car.
Well, granted, she's in college, right? So, I mean, like, are we expecting a 18, 19, 20-year-old man to be making six figures?
I don't expect him
No.
to be living in the same car as the girl he's sleeping with.
I
And
mean,
if you cannot have a place where you can sleep with her, you shouldn't be sleeping with a girl.
And the amount of money you make doesn't correlate to whether or not you're a high value man.
You don't think so? You don't
No,
think it
I
would mean
think
that you have any high value qualities if you make a lot of money? You have to have
Did I
some.
say yeah? So I think being a provider, does that correlate with being a hard worker? It can. Not always, but it can. But I think it's much more admirable and much more difficult to be a man of character. I think that's significantly more impressive.
Of course it is.
What do you think is...
Yes, I think that's admirable.
What do you think's like the most admirable characteristics a man can have?
Seeker of God, lover of God.
And why is that?
Because I think that's the highest calling a human can be. Someone that wants to emulate the life of Jesus Christ is the hardest and most challenging path to pursue, and it leads to a person who is is righteous.
Men of character create good societies for people. Men who pursue money at the expense of everything, basically, I mean, that's what we have now. I can't get into it because there's some words we can't say here. But, if you take a look, the men that are ruling our society have pursued money at all lengths. And in that span, they have used and brutalized tons of people, which I don't know if you guys are into this conspiracy particularly, but we do have our CIA and Israel's CIA, Mossad. Can't say that. Can't say.
We're not going to get into fucking Israel, Palestine.
I'm not getting into that. I'm getting into the secret agencies, CIA, Mossad, and MI6, which is Britain's. Why can't I say that? They're three major power secret agencies.
Okay, I thought you were going.
No,
I don't want to talk about.
no.
Talking about intelligence.
I'm talking about these three major intelligence world powers who work together to get blackmail information on people who are not
Shout
of
out
character.
Whitney Webb. Read Whitney Webb's books on this. It's very well documented. She's
All right,
right.
let me read some chats
There's
here.
a little thing we're missing about patriarchy, which is that feminism destroyed the hierarchy
Doc Venability
within
donated
patriarchy, which results in what you're
$200.
talking about.
Blue t-shirt bimbo. I dare you to go to Versailles in Miami and say that. Can you tell us how many people have died under Marxism and all its failed iterations? I'm sure Leo can answer that for you.
More people have died under
What's
Marxism.
Versailles?
Versailles is in Paris, in
No, but
France.
she
I think
says
they're
in
talking about a
Miami.
Cuban neighborhood. All the people who are Cuban refugees.
Yeah, all the
of
rich
communism.
Cubans, all the
Versailles.
rich slave-owning Cubans who fled.
Slave-owning Cubans. Here we go.
Just kidding.
Oh,
But
but
if they were fleeing Cuba, then they were probably. We don't need to get into that.
Well, did you know that more people have died because of communism and Marxism than all of the religious wars put together?
That is untrue.
Okay.
She's from Eastern Europe, and those people could tell you a thing or two about what
it's
My
horrible.
ancestors are from
Yeah.
Russia.
Well, then.
Okay, so what's the number of people that have died in religious wars, and what's the number that have died under communism?
I don't know, but I know for a fact.
So how
that
do you
it's
know it
not
wasn't true? Okay,
I know. I'm
familiar.
I'm familiar with the Black Book of Communism, and all these people have died under communism, including people who just died natural deaths.
But you
Do you
understand
think starvation
how
is natural
weak
death?
your
I mean, how many
argument is.
people have died
Do you know
under
about the-
capitalism in wars
Do you know
induced
about
by capitalist interests?
Do you know about the Bolshevik Revolution having killed 20 million people? You never hear about that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of other revolutions that have killed other people for other reasons.
The Chinese Communist Revolution, the revolution under Pinochet. I mean, we could keep going.
I don't.
And every single one of those systems have resulted in
Guys,
a
hold on.
lower
We'll come
standard
back.
of living.
Look, if you got, we'll talk about that later. Let me get through the chats, please. All right, we have jerk off juggernaut. Brixan, I know you're still hung up on that flannel, and although they don't have the same scheme, Legendary Whitehall, they have some really nice color blends. Give it a peep. Unfortunately, just not the same blend. Oh yeah, this is from a couple shows ago where I was trying to buy a like a red, gray, black flannel off of a lesbian, and she refused to sell it to me. I offered her $150 for the flannel. I like flannels. And bro, you guys, literally 100 people sent me, here's the flannel, and you sent me like green, like not even anywhere. I don't know if y'all are colorblind or some shit. Y'all sent me the wrong shit. When I say I want a specific flannel, I don't want any flannel. I want
Maybe it's
that
just because
flannel
you wear the
that
green one so often. They just thought you might need an extra one to cycle in. I'm kidding.
Yeah, okay. We have Pinkerton. Thank you for the euro. Thank you. Sorry, bro, I can't get Super Chat through on Streamlabs. She knows nothing, prattles for an hour, then begrudgingly agrees. We already established this when she got cooked in the one-on-one. Oh, I think this is for you. Cooked on the one-on-one with Andrew. Also, if you don't believe in Jesus, take off the cross. Christ is God.
I don't think I begrudgingly agree. I might have gotten cooked, but also Andrew is a 40-year-old man who debates for a living, and I have never debated in my life, so...
Well, you're doing pretty good, even though I disagree with you.
Thank you.
All
I
right.
do not agree with Andrew.
We have Jerk Off Juggernaut. Brian, this has to be the most based episode you've ever had. Feminist brains exploding live. Brain matter all over the place. Right. Meow. Yeah, this is a really good panel. Very good panel so far. We have Jerk Off Juggernaut. God is a 33-year-old dude. These modern women are the reason I prefer to stay single. Y'all need to wholeheartedly take in what Rachel and your raven-haired elder are speaking on.
I like
Shit's real. All right, thank you guys.
That's going to be my new handle.
Raven-haired elder.
I have a question. I'm not trying to walk back, but you said that patriarchy would be a good prescription rather than feminism. Is that what you're saying? Or
Yes.
I just want to clarify. Because I thought that the problem was that men have power over women when it comes to sexual relationships. So how would giving men more power?
Women are giving away their
Right.
power.
Okay, then how do we?
It used to be that like 100 years ago, upwards of 97% of women were virgins on their wedding night. And even if you don't believe that and you think a lot of them were lying, let's just say it was 70%. Let's just say it was 70%.
Let's
okay.
say.
That still gives men a great incentive to wife you up if they expect sex. When half or more of the women are giving away the milk for free, why buy the cow? And
Why buy
men
the
don't.
cow? Why
Men
buy the
don't
cow?
anymore. They just don't.
We
So
don't.
But they're also suffering
buy the
because of
cow.
that.
They are.
Because they've lacked
they
their
found
their
out
purpose.
it's a bad
Yeah.
deal because
Suffering.
now they're all stuck in family court dealing with that nonsense.
Well, there's
so.
that, and also they're not living up to their purpose, so they have no sense of purpose or fulfillment. They're
Right.
also depressed.
Well, then
Also
wouldn't we want to talk to the men about that? It seems like
Well, we do. That's what the
Also
whole.
depressed.
That's kind of what this podcast is about, really. I mean,
The problem is they shut it down everywhere. They've shut it down literally everywhere.
Shut what down?
Shut down what?
That's why I'm saying if everyone just listened to Andrew Tate, everything would be fine.
Are you
I'm
trying?
serious.
Is Andrew Tate your high value boyfriend?
No.
Is that what we have going on here?
No, but
Because personally,
but
I'm.
all of the beliefs that he tries to push to the public. It's about the patriarchy. Women should stay home, cook, clean, have kids, be a good mom. It would solve all of the issues.
But
in
then
the
why
world.
are you
Andrew
doing
Tate.
that?
Andrew
You're not
Tate.
doing that.
I would just say this. Andrew Tate is the reason women should have their own bank accounts. Okay, I'm just going to say that right now.
And why is that?
Because listen, I like Andrew Tate. I think he's fun. I like his brother too. They're fun. They're a lot of fun. Okay, but if you've never been in a relationship with an Andrew Tate type, you have no idea what I'm talking about. Those people do not know how to maintain their healthy boundaries in a way where they don't actually use their power against women. And I know you probably.
I don't think they do use their power against women.
I think that lots of them do, and that's actually what I think.
They just want a traditional wife.
Doesn't he
Doesn't
literally
everyone
have,
want
a traditional.
wife?
If they wanted a
like
traditional,
10.
no.
Like,
First of all, if they wanted a traditional wife,
allegations?
they would be monogamous with the wife, having kids, all that jazz.
Andrew Tate says he is monogamous.
To each of his
believe
women
him?
individually.
I'm not sure if that's true.
I don't think so.
I'm pretty sure Andrew Tate's
On
got.
top of that, why do you glorify someone that would literally look down on you so much?
It's not
Like,
looking
he
down
doesn't-
to
everything
be a
you
mother.
do
to,
is like
to
he
want
doesn't
your wife
like.
to be a good
Then
mother.
why aren't you?
But there's lots of other higher value
Why
men
aren't
that
you
believe
being a
that.
wife and a mom? Why are you being an OnlyFans girl who's counseling the lost young men?
Well, you don't
Like,
even know
She's
what
right.
I post on OnlyFans.
But I know that you're not married and having children.
Well, that's true. I'm
with
also
your
20.
high value man.
No, but that's not true. You don't know that that's not in the workings. All that I want want is to be married and is to have kids and take care of them. That's
You
all
think
that I
that's
want.
Probably not going to happen with this
I love
guy.
to hear that, but why? How does having the OnlyFans get you there?
Well, you don't even know what I post on my OnlyFans.
Do you
But the guy
post-
that I'm
Why don't you
currently-
tell us
you
what
said
you
you're a
post?
virtual
We
Tell
want to
us
see
what you
it.
post.
I thought you
I don't know
said
if I
that
want to
you're a
see it, but you
I
can.
think you guys are just asking to see it at this point.
Yeah, I'm good.
I'm
Well,
curious.
do you
I've
post
never been.
promiscuous
I've never been on
content? I think
OnlyFans.
that's
Her
point.
quoting Andrew Tate.
I'm just saying, it's not looking down at a woman to want her to take care of her kids, be a good wife, be
plenty
a
of
great
men
mother.
think
I have an
And
OnlyFans
nurture.
too, and I just
You
read.
do?
I read Ted Kaczynski's books and tell everybody what a simp they are. No, I don't have an OnlyFans.
I know.
But that's what it would be if I did. and
You
I
can
would-
find her at the Raven-Haired Elder.
Thank you.
That's right.
But so why don't you support somebody like Andrew Tate? Because you seem to
Well, I'll
have
tell you.
very similar
Yeah.
values to what he supports.
I'll tell you why. And the reason is because Orthodox Christianity, in my opinion, is the thing that gives women the value. And when we talk about equality, I don't like the word, but if you want women in a high position where they are venerated as mothers and wives, Orthodox Christianity, the Christianity of the first 1,000 years, is what did that. In the pagan world, there was no such thing. That didn't exist.
Correct.
Christianity is the first thing that introduced that. Now, Tate was on a path to orthodoxy. His brother, I think, is now.
I believe his brother's definitely Christian. He's Muslim.
Right, and Islam, I think, is demonic heresy.
Don't go to any Muslim countries; they're going to kill you.
I know.
The views
I
expressed,
have no plans
the views
to go
expressed
there.
by the whatever panelists do not necessarily reflect the views of
Right.
the whatever podcast.
So, like, that's my opinion on it. And this whole, like, having, you know, all these sister wives and a harem and all this sort of thing, putting women in burqas is actually not great. I don't believe in
Yeah,
any
that's
of that,
toxic
so.
masculinity right there.
That's what everybody
Wait, and so that's your
throws around
objection with
this
Andrew
term.
Tate?
Yeah.
Is his religion? Okay.
Well, I don't even know if I buy that he's religious, but his worldview, I think the reason he picked Islam is because he likes that worldview.
Okay.
So he says even though he's doing a bunch
Anyways,
of
I'm not
haram
really
shit.
interested in talking about Andrew Tate, to be honest. But you want to make a different argument? Or?
No, I'm just saying that, like, if we all listened to him, everything would be fine.
That's crazy. Sorry, that's crazy.
What's crazy?
That if we listened to Andrew Tate, everything would be fine. Like, that's just fucking crazy. Like, you don't even, it doesn't make sense coming from someone like you, especially.
Coming from me?
That does.
You don't know me. You don't know
Well,
anything
I
about
know what
me.
you do.
You
I know
probably
the
don't even know my name.
basics.
Do you know my name?
What's
no,
her
I
name?
don't know your.
Tell us
but
your
I
name.
know you do OnlyFans, and I know that's something that he looks down on, and it just doesn't
Even
make
though he
sense.
made
You're
all his
all
money
getting in
through
the
that.
kitchen.
He
actually says that he doesn't look down
You're all
on me.
just
Be
saying
free
get in
chat.
the
But I know-
kitchen and stuff like that. You need to get the dick out your mouth, bro. Like, honestly, you got the dick in your mouth.
Wait, figuratively or
literally,
literally?
you got Andrew Tate's dick, shaft, and balls.
Would you
down
fuck
your
Andrew
throat.
Tate? Speaking.
What
would
do you
fuck-
mean? What do you got to ask
No,
that question?
I am 100% loyal to my boyfriend.
Who's Andrew Tate?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Apparently.
I am 100%
But would your
loyal to my
boyfriend give you a pass to like smash Andrew Tate?
Absolutely not.
Not even-
Absolutely not.
Doesn't
If
your
you were
boy-
single, would you then?
I don't want to talk about
Would
that
you
because
give
that's
you-
disrespectful to
Would
him.
you give your boyfriend a pass to smash Andrew Tate?
He would
Hell
not do that
yeah.
because he's not gay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I don't know,
he's
I was
not
just
gay
checking.
yet.
A lot of
Not
dudes
yet.
are kind of
He's
gay
not
for
gay
Andrew
yet.
Tate.
Oh boy. Okay. All right.
This is just an extended advertisement for her OnlyFans. I hope everyone is enjoying it.
She's
Hey, what about
She's
mine?
helping people. She's helping. It's a charity, really.
We have a chat here. The real Natch. Wait, actually, like the mine. Isn't that the Minecraft guy? Anyways, can I have you read that?
Okay. Men who are great in all departments all like multiple women. They settle down with one, but they will always want a variety for sex. That's true. Women in black sounds bitter. Is that me or?
That's me. That's me.
Okay.
I'm the bitter one.
Okay.
I already told you I have a disease.
Can we run it back?
Oh,
I wasn't quick enough.
I'll just read it. It was just promiscuity. Promiscuity doesn't affect a man.
Sure.
That's what he said.
I've seen it.
I mean, if he gets herpes, it would affect
No, it
him.
affects their ability to bond as
No, it
well.
doesn't.
Okay.
Because men don't have emotional sex unless it's
No,
a
well,
one-
maybe not
No,
with
actually,
you.
wait, we were talking about this shit last show. I actually disagree. Like, if a guy fucks enough women, you're familiar with the term alpha widow, right?
Yeah.
So, like, once a girl lands on a guy who's like, he's exceptional in some metric or in many metrics. So he could just be super attractive, really good in bed, really high status, rich personality-wise. It's going to be very hard for her to like go back in that dimension. So if she dates a guy who has his own place, it's going to be hard to go back to the guy who lives in a dorm room with 3 people.
Exactly.
Once you have that experience,
For
it's
sure,
hard to
which
move
is-
back.
which is why-
But guys can have that same shit we were talking about in the last show. For example, if you're a dude and you get with the girl who like, gonna get a little sexual here, if she just like can come super quick and just like has multiples, bro, you're fucked.
But here's the other thing too. This is the question, all
And I
right?
speak. Never mind.
If men if men can be promiscuous but women can't, who are they sleeping with? Each other?
Yes.
Your boyfriend's gay.
Checkmate.
No.
Do you think that your relationship
Wait,
is
what?
viable for long term?
I think so, yes, because I think that a man will
Excuse me?
settle down for one girl, but it's true. They're always going to want to have sex with other women because it's a natural instinct for them. It's a natural
Discipline.
I know, but
Discipline, Riley.
humans
That is not
can be
true.
stronger than our natural instincts, and
But
that's
should
that's
they
what
be?
That's what
But
separates
that's
us
what-
from like animals.
But should they be?
Thank you.
But
like
should
we're
they
not
be?
dogs.
No,
We're
we
just
should all
dogs.
go around randomly, indiscriminately
here's the thing,
fucking
but here's
each
the thing.
other and
Yeah.
stabbing everybody who pisses us off,
Because
That's
if it's
worked out
hard,
great.
throwing every child over the freaking
Yeah.
rail. Of course we should.
because if it, what?
Okay, I have a question for you because you're friends with Riley, right? So you see the relationship dynamic here, how like she's closed but the boyfriend is open. So like he can fuck other chicks. Wait, are you involved with the boyfriend?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
But like, would you have that same kind of scenario, having seen your friend in it?
No, I'm a very monogamous person.
So you would
I-
demand
I
monogamy
would-
from your male partner?
I think you should respect me the same I respect you. So
Okay.
I'm going to be loyal to you. You need to do it back. or
Riley,
else
what
I
do you
feel like
think
it's not
about
gonna
that?
work.
What do you tell your friends?
Also, being a Christian.
Wait, you're
that
Christian?
it's- Yes, I am.
Which denomination?
So I'm
Heresy Church?
right now I go to a non-denominational church, but I'm
Oh,
still
he
kind of figuring it
listens.
out. It's kind of, for me, it's more of like a personal relationship with God. I'm still learning. I wasn't raised
I think we
Christian,
should
so-
shame her until she
Have you
becomes
been-
Orthodox.
Have you been baptized?
Exactly.
I actually, yes, I got baptized 2 months ago.
Yeah.
For the first time.
Congratulations.
So.
Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah, it was me and 3 of my friends all got baptized together. It was great.
Wait, and you have like an exclusive lingerie site or something?
No. So basically,
It's not OF,
fanfics isn't OF. It's based. I would consider it more like a Patreon. So for me, it's literally like
What do you
it's
post?
like selfies.
What do you post on there?
At the most I've ever done is like I did like behind the scenes of like a beach photo shoot I did for a modeling job. Like I posted.
So you were
pictures
like
that.
in the bikini?
Yeah, and
Is
it was like,
kind
but like my
of like.
no, like I don't post anything with like my bun in it. Nothing that's like revealing up here. Like it's very.
So it's like basically your Instagram.
It's basically my Instagram, but it's
but
like
they
I
have
would
to
say
pay
it's
for
more.
your Instagram.
Yeah.
Which is smart.
That's
which
a
is
normal
smart.
business model.
That's
in
way
I mean, I
smarter.
just like
that's a totally
Well, I
normal
think it's
business
smarter than
model.
posting your Instagram pictures for free. That's what you were saying.
I'm
isn't
not
it?
saying that you should
Check
post
me
your
out.
Instagram pictures for free.
I know. That's what I'm
don't know.
saying. It's smarter for her to make people pay for her Instagram pictures
if I
than
could
post
find a
them
way
for
to
free,
make
which is
money
what
off
you
of
said.
it,
I
going
don't
to.
know. I actually said that I don't think it's right for women to be posting their pictures for free because I think that it makes
Right, that's
men
what I just said about
lazy.
her.
And
That's what I just said about her.
right, but you're saying that I said the opposite. I never said that.
No,
I never
do you-
said that.
Can you hear anything I'm saying? I said you literally said the same thing I just said.
You said that I agreed with that. I should post things for free.
No. That she's being smart by not posting her selfies on Instagram for free.
Right.
She's charging money. That's what
Yes.
you said. That's what I'm
Yes.
saying you said.
Okay.
Right. We're clear?
Yes, we're
Cool.
clear.
I have a question.
We are clear.
Yeah.
Because you said, how do you know I'm not moving towards motherhood and all? So
Right.
how is this open relationship going to work when you have this man's child? Is he still going to be out with other strumpets?
How about when
When
you're
you
how
have a
about when you're
baby?
pregnant?
Well, here's the thing: is that I think with this type of relationship, there should be one main girl. I don't mind if he's,
Strumpet.
succumbing to these sexual desires that he wants to have. Because here's the thing: if you don't know about it, they're probably going to do it anyways.
I think you just make them have. It's
No, but I mean, like, what are you gonna do when the
That's not
children?
true.
Like, what if the children find out that oops, daddy got his side girl pregnant? Or,
Just so you know, you're failing as a woman.
The children don't have to know about
Boom,
it.
shots fired.
Like, do
Are
you
gonna
think that he
you're
respects
just
her?
gonna
Yeah.
let her say that?
Yeah, come on.
Riley.
I am not failing
Respond.
as a woman.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
I would like to hear what you're talking
Okay,
about.
so
exactly.
women in general, they have a higher tendency towards morality, even though we've been corrupted out of it.
Yes.
And what happens is women are the ones who hold men to a higher moral standard that they
Right.
have to aspire to meet.
Right,
So
for
when
sure.
you say, hey, it's okay for you to just follow whatever sexual instincts you want, you are failing your duty to inspire your man to actually try and control his lust.
No, because I am
which,
a high-value
if he
woman.
did, not really. If he did that, if he actually aspired to those higher values and actually tried to fight against his lust, he would actually find a bigger respect for himself and for you.
But why should he try to fight against this lust?
Good question. Can I answer it? Can I answer why he should try to fight against this lust?
I'd like to hear it.
Because it actually leads to a deeper fulfillment and a more expansive sense of your own humanity when you do that. You realize you are more than just your animal-based instincts.
I'm
and that
sure.
is a wonderful, worthy goal that actually we are missing in our society.
No, and I do agree. But I think that if a man is high value enough and he's educated enough and has all of these characteristics to where he can be in that top 1% of man.
Okay,
that
Andrew
everybody
Tate,
wants,
it's ready for you to come out of this woman's body.
No.
Take off your disguise.
He should.
This is a deliverance.
No, that he should be able to reproduce with many women.
Okay,
because
what
he
is
would want his DNA
what's
to
the
be
high?
spread.
How do you
Your
define a high value
children.
woman? I really want to know. Is it your waist size? Is it because you've maintained a certain
No,
Is it
it's the qualities. It's the qualities that you have, referring to like motherhood, nurturing, being there for your
So
husband.
you're not a mother
supporting
yet.
him.
So tell me what please list the qualities.
The qualities of a high value woman.
I really want to hear what she has to say.
Okay,
what
sorry.
are the
It's someone who is a good mother, is
Okay.
not promiscuous,
Okay.
takes
What?
care of her kids,
Okay.
takes care of her husband.
Okay.
Wait, Riley, can you scoot your mic that way?
Of course, yeah. Like
Patriarchy
this?
once again. Go ahead.
Okay. the characteristics: being a good mother, being nurturing, taking care of your husband, making sure that you're supporting him in his endeavors. And if that involves letting him, succumb to these sexual desires, I think that is fine.
Are you an
Because-
Enneagram 2?
What was that?
Do you know the Enneagram?
Can you explain it to me?
She's a 2. She's I think
Oh,
so
that's a cult
what you're saying is
nonsense.
nurturing.
Right.
I thought you
So
were
you
Christian.
love-
You can't do Enneagram and be Christian.
I was going to tell you
Some
this:
Protestants
a
love it.
woman's only value comes from her tits and her ass. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. That's a joke.
Erroneous.
So I think it's
Erroneous.
interesting. So you're saying a lot about like nurturing.
Yes.
You're clearly a nurturing person. You care for your boyfriend. You're loyal to your boyfriend.
Yes.
You care about the men who, like, let's call them. They're not clients. What would you call them? You would call them fans.
I mean, I don't know what I would call them exactly.
But you care about them.
I care about
You
them,
perceive
yes.
them more than like other girls. Like you actually
Yes.
care about them. So
Yes.
that's a good thing. But don't you think there could be negative repercussions of you say not promiscuous?
Right.
So how do you define promiscuous?
Promiscuous, posting things online, being in a bikini. No,
What do you do on OnlyFans?
Just like what?
You're shocked.
I want to know.
What?
She's hyping up these dudes.
No, I'm just saying.
Like
you said, you
donates
list all these
everything
things,
to
but
a
like you
men's
have it on your
shelter.
Instagram.
I don't have it on my Instagram.
You're losing your friend. Your friend's gone.
You will not find one bikini picture on my Instagram.
Okay.
I don't know how you managed to do this, but you alienated more of the women on this panel than I did.
And
You said you were a virtual stripper.
it's a joke. Have you ever heard of a joke?
You're not a stripper, though.
I'm
You
not a
don't.
stripper.
You don't have an OnlyFans.
What do you do on your? Are you promiscuous on your OnlyFans?
Guys, I know you guys all want to see it.
Well,
okay?
are you a troll?
Well, I mean that's
asking
true.
you a
Like,
question.
I've never seen fake tits in my life, so I want to see it.
do you pose naked?
I
Can
wanna
ask
see it.
that? Is the content to make men
dis-
feel valued, but also to make them aroused? Is your content is there a dual purpose for your content? Because I think I'm hearing you say that you want men to feel valued, and I think that's awesome.
Yes.
Doc
One
Venabilly
sec here,
donated
guys.
$200.
Yo, thank you, Doc.
Blue Bimbo 1, 100M. Blue Bimbo 2, you are not a high value woman. You are a doormat.
Oh,
you are a
okay.
whore and a
Hey!
concubine.
Be nice.
Hardly a high value woman.
Be nice.
Stop it. Get some help.
I don't think that you're either of
Stop it.
those things.
Get some help.
I think that you have beautiful qualities. Like you are very nurturing, you are caring, you want men to do well. I think it's hard
Erroneous.
because I think there
Erroneous.
are.
Sorry, Riley.
I think there is enough evidence to show that I think you can showcase these qualities in ways that could be potentially more productive and even more powerful, and even using like your beauty and your nurture and your kindness and your concern for men, and that doesn't have to be through this venue of arousal.
Have you seen any of my content on any of my social
Hold on.
media
Hold on.
platforms?
Wait. Let me just kind of like this could be like a 20-minute conversation. I'll just like save us all a bunch of time. Porn bad, OF bad, cool. Let's move on. So Nickelodeon, men should be allowed to act on all desires. What else has he done to you to make you think this way? For the first time, I'm genuinely concerned for a woman on the show. JK, gotta be a troll.
Here's what I'm gonna say.
Okay, final thing, but I want to talk about your weird situationship for too long.
If a man is able to be successful in the top 1%, he obviously has some very important qualities that, would make it. Wouldn't you want your DNA to be passed on to future generations if you are that high value?
Wait, but is he impregnating the other women he's sleeping with?
No.
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Think that's
The
his
minute he
intention?
impregnates another one of those women, you are no longer top chick. That's it.
Listen,
Well, are you the main piece?
Yes.
He
The main
tells
piece
her
and he
she's
has
the main
side
piece.
chicks? Okay. Okay. Well, let me get into some other notes here, but
I
that
hope
was
she never gets pregnant because goddamn.
going back to my notes for Leonarda. You were married to a sociopath.
Correct.
You want to give us a quick rundown on that?
Sure, he was this was the malcontent person who was very manipulative. He didn't just do it with me. He would manipulate people out of their money. He was a non-violent sociopath. So you have different kinds. So low conflict personality type, very feminine in terms of his lack of control over his own emotions. And so I was young. I didn't really know much better. I actually came from a very conservative family, and I did not even date anybody until I was 24, and then married this guy at 25. So I had no context for relationships. I had no idea that this wasn't normal. So he would do things like out of nowhere just... Okay, here, I'll give you an example. I used to be an actress in New York. And so I did plays, nothing involving any kind of nudity or whatever. And then one day he just goes, hey, if you get a movie deal and they ask you to be topless, would you do it? And I said, well, are they going to see everything? Is it going to be insinuated? And that was enough. He just snapped. He snapped and went into a whole rage. Oh, I knew you were a slut, and just firing off. Okay. Now, it was his concern that I was actually going to do this? No. What was he doing? He was doing a very manipulative game where you attack someone and you make them feel bad. You accuse them of things, and then that gives you power over them. So the minute that we went on this huge fight for absolutely no reason, and then at the end of it, I was apologizing to him. So this is one of those, and I wonder about your guy, but I haven't heard anything yet, but a lot of guys will control a woman's mind this way, where they'll implant certain thoughts to allow for behavior they want to do, and then say that that's just the natural order of things.
So was he like diagnosed as a sociopath, or is this a bit of hyperbole?
It's not hyperbole.
Okay, so...
Yeah, he was a con artist sociopath. Yes.
Okay.
And he made up stories that had nothing to do with reality. He made up some story how he almost got into the Olympics and then accidentally hurt his leg right beforehand. And then when I was divorcing him, he was like, that wasn't true. And yeah, and then he tried to go to couples counseling with me, and the therapist told me he's a con artist sociopath.
Wait, and so Rachel, you have something on sociopath, don't you?
I don't think so. Do I?
Well, like how a lot of women will overestimate.
Yeah. No, it's like the girl.
Not saying that's the case.
No,
for you,
that's fine.
No, like out of the 3 people I've ever been with, one of them kind of was this way. But most girls, when you talk to them, if they've been with like 20 dudes and they say 19 of them were narcissists, you can pretty much bet that it's her that's actually the narcissist.
Okay.
So,
right, or if you have so I had a tendency of being attracted to not great guys, and that was my own sense of low self-esteem and not really knowing that you could command once I got to the place where I was like, you know what, if it's this or being alone, I'm totally comfortable being alone, then I was able to screen these guys out and get rid of them pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me have you read this one, okay?
Okay. By that logic, women should date short, broke, fat men, even though women like athletic, financially free, and tall men. The traditional con women are undercover feminists. You can't stop how God made us.
Natch.
Is this your boyfriend?
I don't think he's watching this.
He's too busy.
Well, hey, thank you, man. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Also, just Ripstock, FYI, just the read is 100, TTS is 200, just FYI. It is below the threshold, but thank you, man. Appreciate it. One last note here for you, sure. Leonarda. You had a disagreement. You said that with the show, I think the way you handle women is neglecting your duties as men.
Correct.
To lead and protect women even when they stray. Do you care to elaborate on that?
Yeah, I mean, you're not doing it today, so I can't really.
It's just other days?
I can't go off of this today. Just a few things that I've seen. I think that you have a tendency to kind of shame some of these women.
Can you give me an example?
No, because I don't have anything. I'm just speaking out of my ass right now. Just based on some clips that I've seen, right?
Okay,
and I've
sure.
seen with you and some of these red pill guys, they'll bring on these girls with
Am
the
I red pill?
OnlyFans. I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah. But I don't like that. I think there's a lot of this happening on social media where we're trying to. I get it. We have to make money. It's interesting. It's exciting to do this. But I think that this happens a lot. I see it online where men will shame women, and I guess if they're going to be like resistant or whatever. But I don't think that that's the way, because she was asking like, how do we stop this? And I don't think that is the way, because it just confirms their already existing bias that men want to abuse them, right? And so with a lot of this stuff, a lot of it I think should really be discussed in a different way, where you kind of like show them, hey, this is actually not to your benefit, this isn't good for you, and actually try to bring them out of that mentality. You're not going to always win, but I don't think that the kind of like exposés that happen are the best way to do it. That's my opinion.
Well, I would need a specific example of.
I know. I wish I'd done my work. But
I think
I kind of agree.
I think I know what you guys are saying, and I have friends, female friends, who feel this way because my husband's on the show frequently, and some of the stuff I say will kind of trigger them. And I think everyone's instinct is to protect women, and like what you said in the pre-show notes was, even when they've gone astray, we should still protect them.
I didn't quite say we should protect them. I just don't necessarily know that kind of, stripping them naked and issuing lashes is the way to do it, metaphorically.
This is my opinion on it, which
might work.
My opinion on it is that right now we don't have a problem of too much woman shaming in general. Now you could look at some red pill.
Have you seen my Twitter feed?
You go in?
I go in on everyone.
You go in.
But I think that we should. I think that in general we should. So like how I ended up in 2 previous bad relationships that, well, I can't even say they were bad, because like my first 2 children I had with my high school boyfriend I was with almost 6 years. I knew him my whole life. Great guy. He went through some personal shit. There was no cheating. There was no blowouts. There was no like toxicity. He just went through some really intense personal stuff, left. Okay. I'm alone with 2 kids. I'm devastated. I couldn't predict how I ended up here. I never thought that would be me. I intended to be with one guy and stay with one guy forever. It didn't work out. Put me in a vulnerable position where guy number 2 comes along. I meet him. He sounds great. He sounds perfect. Too perfect, in fact. Marry him, have a baby with him like I'm supposed to as his wife, and he turns out to actually have some very serious issues I didn't know about, that he didn't tell me about. So I understand what you're saying, where like women can be vulnerable and there can be bad guys. That's true. However, when that one left and I'm alone now with 3 kids and 2 ex-husbands, and I knew everyone forever for the rest of my life is just going to say, oh, she has 3 kids with 2 guys, and they're going to assume
you're a high-value woman,
that I was like promiscuous, or that I was sleeping around with randos, which I never ever did. And I'm sitting there at 26 trying to figure out, what the fuck do I do now, right? And what I had to do, I could blame the guys. I could look at them and all the things they did wrong to me. But instead I went, wait a minute. I'm the common denominator here. There's something about me. Either I'm attracting this type of guy, or I'm attracting certain behavior. I'm the common denominator, because they were total opposites. So I had to take a hard look at myself, and this is the only way I will say that I think I could be an example to women out there. In every other way, I'm not your life coach, I'm not your mom, I'm not the lady with all the wisdom. But in this one way, I think I can be an example, which is that I took a super hard look at myself at 26, which is hard to do. We don't like to do that as women. Be introspective and look at where all our flaws are and where our weaknesses are. And I went, okay, I see a pattern of what I'm doing. I see that I sometimes have a bad attitude. I see that the default feminism was in me too. I didn't think I was a feminist, and I didn't think I was doing anything particularly immoral or wrong or bad, but I did have like the modern woman attitude to an extent. And that led me to pick people based on wrong factors. You have to look at like, you know, your childhood stuff and all that. But all I'm trying to say is, I think that we have an issue where we tell women that they are perfect, they can do no wrong, you're a goddess, you're a queen, you slay queen, you're amazing. Every man should want you at your best and put up with you at your worst and all this kind of stuff. We don't say that to men. Women are the ones being told we're already perfect, we don't need to change.
Where do you, so I had a totally different upbringing, totally different than that. And my experience with a lot of women is they are incredibly self-critical, probably not in the right ways, you know. But I agree with you. I think this is true for men and women, is that you can't really do anything to change the person that you were with. The only thing you can do is change yourself. Right. So if something's not going right, whether it was one time or multiple times, I think the answer is always to look inside yourself and see what you can do to fix that. Right. But is this a common thing that because I don't know, I have a totally different upbringing where you guys are brought up and told you're wonderful, special, and all that stuff. Is that true?
Well, they'll say no, but generally, like when I watch the show and you ask women what went wrong with the previous relationships, they usually will say, oh, he was this and he was that and he did this wrong and he did that. He wasn't emotionally supportive. He wasn't this. It's like they'll go through 15 guys and every single time it was the guy and it was never them. And I'm just like, and I think this is a symptom of us telling women, you're amazing, you're special, you're perfect the way you are. No wrong. You don't need to change anything. You're a goddess. And I'm just,
who is saying this? That's my thing. It's always, we're telling women this. They're saying
culture.
this. They're doing,
right. I would say that on the
Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
You look like a Taylor Swift.
I'm wearing,
Are you a Swiftie?
No.
Are you a Swiftie?
I'm wearing a David Bowie shirt right now.
Oh,
I do not listen
to
Swift.
So she can write multiple albums about all her breakups, and she's had like what, 27 ex-boyfriends or something.
A lot of boyfriends.
But it was, and she wrote a funny tongue-in-cheek song called I'm the Problem, It's Me, because everybody was telling her, hey, Taylor, maybe, perhaps you could be the issue here if every single guy you've ever dated is a total piece of shit. And you'll hear women do this, right? And this is why I won't do it, even though the trolls are constantly like, what about your exes? What about your ex? I'm not going to give their business because they're private people. I'm a public person. They're not, and I have the respect for them to not tell you all their business.
Here's an example. If a man cheats, he fucked up. If a woman cheats, the man fucked up.
Wait, where do you?
The woman cheated.
Hold on.
He wasn't meeting my need.
Where do you
blah,
get
blah,
that
blah, blah.
from?
This is like a common thing.
Because that's not what I see.
Women will constantly argue that when women cheat, the man wasn't meeting some sort of expectation. But when the man cheats, he's a dog, he's a piece of shit.
I've seen something. I've seen something totally different. Is the best
one,
where if a man doesn't want you to keep the baby, he's an asshole. He has no right to make that decision.
But
and if a woman wants to keep it, it's her body. Go her.
But
that's a good point. That's
none of you are giving examples of where. Except you gave Taylor Swift, which I'm not sure I totally agree with that.
Oh, every pop star, every singer,
all you guys
actress.
are saying is they're saying this, they're saying that. The culture is saying this.
Okay, how about the narrative of abortions where
the narrative? What is the narrative? I mean, you guys.
Well, I'm about to explain it to you. Okay, so
oh shit.
Basically, the narrative with abortion on the left side, you do need a cat noise. The narrative with abortion on the left side is that if you are a woman, it is 100% your decision whether or not that baby lives. And if you want it to live, fine. But if you don't, it doesn't matter the man you're with. It doesn't matter what he thinks.
No, you risk no opinion.
If you give him an opinion, then you're brainwashed. And the child is not a child. Like, it's not a fetus. It's not living. You can decide what it doesn't. Science doesn't matter. Like, we all of a sudden want to get really scientific when we talk about abortion because we're like, oh, it's not. It's like a fetus. It's not the same thing. But then, I mean, there are other left arguments that science doesn't matter. But that is the narrative. And so if
but you're still saying what the narrative is, not who specifically is pushing these narratives.
Let me help on the abortion thing here a little bit. Okay, let me ask you a question, right? Are you pro-choice?
I am.
Okay.
Shocker.
So what happens, let's say, you go to UCSB, people hooking up, people aren't always using protection. Let's say a guy knocks up his 20-year-old girlfriend and she wants to keep it. What do you say to the man who says, I'm not financially ready to be a father. I am not prepared to be a parent. What do you say to him?
Me personally,
What would you say to
I
him?
would say I agree with you. You should encourage her to get rid of it.
Oh, see.
Okay, well, hold on. But let's say she's steadfast, good word, steadfast, and she wants to keep, she's not going to get the abortion. She wants to keep it. What do you tell to the man? What do you say to the man?
I
Tough?
mean, I know this is the answer you're looking for. I would say, well, you can't force her.
Well, but
Because I mean, you can't really
would
force.
tell him,
You can't violate
wouldn't
someone
you say
else's bodily
something?
autonomy.
Wouldn't you say something along the lines of,
Step up to the
you shoulda kept your legs closed. You shouldn't have had sex
Right.
with her if you didn't want to do that, correct?
You should have thought about it
You
before
should have
you
thought
came in
about-
her raw.
You might be asking the wrong person because I would not say that, but I'm sure that there are
Okay.
people who would say that.
Here's the because I mean
I do believe
maybe
there are
it's,
people who would say that.
Okay, so then would you be in favor of it's called legal paternal surrender? So that's basically
Like if you say I don't, I think I actually would be in
so
favor
like
of
let's say
that.
the woman wants to keep it, the man doesn't. Would you be totally fine with the man? He could make some sort of opt-in decision where he's like, okay, I don't want to be financially responsible for the child. I don't want custody, and he could opt out.
If it's like legal and informed and like, both sides know what they're agreeing to, I would
No,
support
the
that.
other side, the woman doesn't have to agree to that.
Would you,
In any here's my position.
I mean, like,
hold on,
if-
let me explain it. In any state where a woman has a right to get an abortion, I think a man ought to have a corresponding right to what I like to call, some people call it a paper abortion, what I prefer to call a legal paternal surrender. So the man could say, well, if you have a right to an abortion, but you're opting to keep the child, I have a corresponding right to say, well, I don't want to be custodially responsible. I don't want to be financially responsible for the child.
I would agree
You'd
with
be
that.
in favor of that.
What I mean is, the woman should know if he is doing that. Like,
Right, but what I'm saying-
he shouldn't be able to hide it. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
For Yar Christ
Okay, so, like, make a
Lord
disclosure.
donated $200.
That's reasonable.
Libs with their backwards/gorilla logic can't agree on when life starts. Heartbeat, cognition, birth, etc. Shouldn't the logical answer be to default back to conception
we'll come to-
to eliminate potential murder?
We'll come back to that in just a second. Actually, I disagree with you because a woman could opt to get an abortion without having to make any disclosures to the man. Ergo, I think a man in a state where this, and frankly, this will never pass anywhere, even in super progressive liberal states where this would be at least some form of equality on the reproductive rights thing, at least for men. But frankly, liberals and progressives don't give a fuck about men, and frankly, neither do conservatives. At least they give, it's a very, liberals and progressives don't give a fuck about men if they're not even just anti-men. Conservatives, it's like it's a very token support for men. But this will never happen, so it's just kind of a fool's errand. But
Lol Paladins
I don't think there should be a disclosure on the man's part.
$200. Brixan, such a bad take. Even worse for society, encouraging men to blow loads in 304s, and then it makes even more single mothers and taxpayers pay.
In any state where abortion is legal, it occurs to me that if we're like living in this egalitarian, equal, which we don't, but well, in terms of like we have equality for women, not really for men though, especially on the reproductive front. There is no men have absolutely zero reproductive rights, while
All the
women have.
obligation.
Yeah, exactly. And
So
then
you're saying just what's good for the goose should be good for the gander. Like if you have the right to unilateral abortion, you have the right to unilateral divorce, then men should have the same.
Dave Chappelle put it very eloquently. If you have the right to murder a child, I at least ought to have the right to abandon it.
Yeah, and actually, I think that logic would promote. I mean, like if that were a thing, it would promote. It would force people to have to take responsibility for sex, for what they're engaging in. It would force them to have conversations because all of a sudden there's a lot more at stake. Whereas right now there's just not a lot at stake.
Wait,
so it's interesting.
I have a question for you. Why do you think men should have to, in this hypothetical scenario where there's paper abortion, why should a man have to disclose to a woman that he's opting out?
I think that.
So she can reconsider the abortion?
Yeah, I would say to reconsider, because if you think you're going to have two incomes to support a child, you're going to be getting child support, whatever, and then after the child is born you don't receive that, I think that could really negatively impact the child's life. So I think a woman should know what at least have a good idea about what is going to happen post-birth with her child.
I mean, what if it was, I mean, even in the scenario where it was like a casual encounter where she would have no reasonable expectation that this man intended, like, consent to sex, consent to sex is not consent to fatherhood.
I think...
Or
is
if
it?
it is,
Or is it?
if it is, then consent to sex should also be consent to motherhood on the woman's end. Like, we have to be consistent.
Right, yeah.
That's the thing. I don't think your logic is very consistent, but I think that...
Wait,
I think he is consistent.
Hold on. From the
Well,
male...
are you pro-choice?
Hold on. From the male perspective,
Okay.
if a male consents to sex, is that him consenting to fatherhood?
No, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No.
Well, that's how it is actually currently.
Well, I know, and I'm saying I agree that if a woman is going to go forth with a pregnancy that a man does not want to provide for, I mean, that's her choice to have the child. I agree that he should have the choice to not be supportive. I just think that I'm thinking about the child here after it's born. I think that you should know what you're getting into. And that's part of the reason I'm pro-choice, is because I don't think that children being born in certain situations are having very good lives.
So you think it's better for them to be dead?
Yes, I genuinely do.
So we should just kill all poor people because they're not having a good time.
They're already
right now.
alive. They're already alive.
Poor
But
people
so
are
is
the
a
only
baby.
ones having babies, by the way, right now.
And
the only so you'd be fine with just the human race dying out.
I mean, I'm gonna die
Yes,
someday.
because then
The problem is that just goes down such an evil. We're like 8 for 8 now
evil
when I've
rabbit
asked
hole.
this question to a feminist, and they're like, "Oh,
But
people
she's
have
not
to die
under
now."
she's not under any propaganda or brainwashing.
No,
not
no.
the death cult that's pushing.
She hasn't even heard
the
of
end
it.
of the human race.
She hasn't even heard of it.
I would not be fine with it ending in my lifetime because I personally try to avoid like suffering.
But that's pretty selfish, though. Because yeah,
I think everyone alive is pretty selfish. I
Well,
think most people try to
I don't
avoid
know.
suffering and pain.
Wait, last question on this, and then we'll move to a different topic. Do you think that men should pay child support before the child is even born?
Like pregnancy support?
I think they should pay before they even have sex with the woman.
So prostitution.
It's a down payment.
Yeah, I actually do. I think if it's a I think like in your situation where they can opt out, if they're like, I don't consent to being a father, no thank you, then no. But if they're going to be paying child support, then yeah, I think they should also support through the pregnancy.
None of these questions.
We used to have a thing called marriage.
Thank you.
I'm pro-marriage. I don't believe children should be born out of wedlock.
Wait, so one question
She says
though.
kill him.
Just kill him. That's
Yeah.
So
fine.
how early on, like, could it, for example, if the woman finds out, like, when do women typically find out? 4 or 5 weeks?
Yeah, I think it's like to 6 weeks. Yeah.
So should it be retroactive? Let's say, like, should the retroactive child support, pre-birth child support, be retroactive up until conception?
No, once you know.
Oh, once you know. Okay, so like at 4
I think
weeks,
that would be a
the man-
difficult legal
the man
thing
should
to
start,
work out.
The man should start paying.
Not paying all of it.
Should
but
start
like,
paying child support.
Yeah.
At what point
for
in the
natal-
pregnancy? Like 4 weeks in? If she finds out, let's say she finds out at 4 weeks in, should the man be paying child support?
Lol Paladins donated $200. You just got to the crux of the matter. Women have been brainwashed to believe that humans that reproduce are bad and it's better if humans ceased to exist.
Yep.
Literal death count.
Yo, lol
It's called
Paladins, thank you.
Malthusianism.
Wait,
I don't think that.
So
And
just
I
back
also
to my
don't
thing.
believe in overpopulation.
Wait, so just back to my thing. So the woman finds out 4 weeks in, she's pregnant. So is that at the point the man should pay child support?
Well, the point I think would be whatever going forward. Okay, I'm pregnant. Whatever prenatal care you need, you should. I think it should just be whatever point the pregnancy is known.
But
Otherwise,
wait.
I don't think it should be retroactive.
Hold on. So you are though in favor that the man should pay child support prior to birth?
I'm not against it. I'm not like campaigning for this.
Starting at 4 weeks or so?
Starting whenever, like if you don't
Okay, let's say
find
it's
out-
4 weeks.
Sure, yeah.
Okay. So you are acknowledging that it is a child at 4 weeks.
Yeah, I went into the whole. You can watch my one-on-one debate with Andrew Wilson. Where
Okay, just wanted to.
Just kidding.
So can I just say something?
Yeah,
This is exactly where we have an issue, okay? Because she's saying he should be forced to and he should be made to, and it's like, who's doing that? Okay, the government, right? So what we have done is we have created this nanny state where instead of people taking responsibility and accountability for their lives, because this is what women used to do. They used to screen men and say, are you going to take care of me and your children? And if you're not, I'm not going to have sex with you. And if I make the wrong decision, the responsibility of that decision falls upon my shoulders.
Right.
We have now abdicated that responsibility and said, I don't want to be responsible for anything. Somebody should take care of this. Let's use the power of the state to enforce my will, because I didn't have the self-control, wherewithal, or insight to make that decision in the right time. And this is why we are in a problem.
And so do you think that
Thank you.
That was good, man.
That's actually really interesting. I haven't thought of that. So if, for example, if we were to get rid of child support, do you think women would be a bit more responsible when it comes to who they have sex with?
Well, first of all, two things. If you got rid of child support and welfare,
Yep.
okay,
Well,
because there's a nice net there,
yeah.
okay? All of a sudden, those legs would be closing up.
So are you guys pro or anti-natalist? I mean, if you would like to prevent these births, you want to take away safety nets for women who do get pregnant. It sounds like you're part of the death cult.
Nope. I did not say prevent the births. I said, first of all, something totally different will shift in the way that men behave. You will still have a proportion of men who are going to be trying to sleep with women, and they're going to be doing it, but it's not going to be the majority of men. Most men are going to be looking to get married because they want to have sex, which is the whole point, is to reproduce. They will
You think people should be getting married just because they want to have sex?
It's a primary motivator.
What do you think marriage is about?
That's one of the
I
big
think it's
reasons
about
I'm married.
love and partnership.
Sure, well, that's all BS. No, of course it is.
sad.
Of course it is. But here's the thing: we're so disconnected. Children are the blossom of the love that you have.
Right.
It's like a flower blooming out of something beautiful. That's all gone. All of that is washed away because it's not even your responsibility. It's the state's responsibility, and somebody should do it instead of you looking at your own accountability. If you want to be treated as an equal adult, as a man, then you must behave exactly the same way. You must share the same responsibilities, the same accountability, and not leave it to be somebody else's problem to clean up the mess that you didn't have the thought process to go through. And I'm not saying you can't get help. People need help all the time. We all make mistakes. It's not meant to beat you down because you've made a mistake. But we are now living in a society that encourages this and encourages absolutely no accountability on behalf of women and pretty soon on behalf of men.
It's actually provably true what she's saying, because in my book I point out that if you look from 1960 to now and you plot out on a graph out of wedlock births and the growth of the welfare state on a map or like on a graph, they go up exactly in tandem like this, like perfect lockstep with each other. So we basically just replaced marriage and paternity, fathers, with the state and welfare.
And you could see this the most.
on
I'm sorry.
that same graph, and
Can
it's going down.
you repeat that? The welfare state is rising with the birth rates?
With out of wedlock births.
With out of wedlock births.
Which,
okay.
and you
So
can see,
wait,
you
I have
can
a couple,
see this in
I have
the
a couple
black
comments
community.
about
It's
this.
clear.
Okay. I have a couple comments about that.
Sure.
First of all, I know I don't know about your debates so much, but I know Andrew's debates, he relies a lot on like sociological studies are unreproducible. So, I mean, how can you say that if there's such a replication crisis,
that's
how
not
can you
a
say
sociological study, because you just
How did
look at the actual dollars
But how
of
did they
welfare
collect
money
that?
spent.
How did they collect that data? Could that be reproduced? Could the data
What do you
collection?
mean?
How they collected the data of like however they're measuring
Out of wedlock
welfare
births?
and how are they measuring out of wedlock births? It's probably self-reported.
So I'll explain. Welfare you measure by literal federal welfare dollars spent. Okay, so that's just math,
Which they
Well,
track.
okay.
And
Yes.
then
how
how
are they accounting for confounding variables when they're comparing the two?
I'm not saying that they're comparing the two. I'm saying I compared the two.
How are
I
you
plotted
accounting
them.
for
So
confounding variables?
you don't necessarily need to account
You
for
do.
all. No, well, shut up and I'll explain. So if you look at out of wedlock births, that's something that when you go to have the baby, right? And if you don't put married to the dad on the birth certificate, it's an out of wedlock birth, or you're not, taking the same last name like they did back in the day. I'm just saying, I'm not saying it's causative. I'm saying it's exactly correlative. And there are times
and the happiness
where
would be antidepressants.
There
use
are
of
times
antidepressants.
where even if it's just a correlation, if they are in exact lockstep with each other, if it was like this, that might be one thing. But when they go like this together, exactly the same, it's highly indicative of the fact that we are
making a causal
incentivizing.
Okay, but I bet if that stuff was about climate control, you'd be all over
incentivizing
it.
out of wedlock births by rewarding people with financial support from the state rather than from the father.
You are making a causal claim. That
I'm also using logic. I'm using logic
but I mean,
and
like
reason.
Sorry.
That thing? Logic? Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh
go
my
ahead.
That logic thing where you can see that obviously,
But you
as
could-
soon as we start incentivizing
do you believe in
the
global
state
warming?
to pay for out of wedlock births, we
Wait,
get
what?
more of them.
Whoa.
No, because I'm going to say this. She's going to say that she believes those statistics and those correlations, but these correlations are not. And that this is the
I didn't
annoying.
say that.
Okay, so do you believe in global warming?
Well,
Show me the
she
show me the
works for
data.
Shell.
Yeah, I actually, my father
Okay,
is
so you
an
don't believe-
ExxonMobil executive.
Okay, well now we're going to attack you because you don't believe it.
That's fine.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding.
Wait,
I'm used to
I
it.
do have to move things on a little bit here. Let me read a couple chats, then we'll get into our next thing. Could I have you read this one, please?
Maybe if you women.
Women.
It doesn't say on the screen. Very long. Go
Would
ahead.
stop being so judgmental and stop ranking human beings and picking their partners on their net worth with love and respect, the rest will fall in place in lasting relationships.
I think most women feel that way, buddy. I mean, not her, but most women do feel that way.
I'm not saying that you should pick a man because of his net worth. I'm just saying most women all go for the same 1% of men. And you guys are probably all guilty of it.
Not true. Nobody wants my
Andrew
man.
and I
Let me
were
tell you that.
broke as fuck when we started dating. He's an incredible man. He's a high value man, but he was never like a wealthy man. He had to work incredibly hard for me to be able to stay home with the kids and all
You
that.
don't have to be wealthy to be a high value
He
man.
the things that he had going for him was incredible charisma. I don't know if you've ever watched the
He's got
Crucible
riz.
book. Woo, yeah, he's got riz, and he's very handsome. But he was really emotionally stable. He was really dependable. His yes is yes, his no is no. Like that kind of thing. He's got big time masculine energy, things like that. So it wasn't that he was like high status. He didn't have a Bugatti or none of that.
You don't have to be high status to be high value. And
What do you
think
think is high value then?
But that's what that guy's talking about. He's talking. You're talking about going for the top, same top 1%.
Yeah.
That's the same thing. That's high status, high value. That's women's.
Riley, can you read this one?
Yeah.
Thank you, Lolly.
Why are we shaming Blondie for securing a high value man when Rachel has 2 divorces and Nanny McPhee is expired?
I'm Nanny McPhee.
You're Nanny McPhee?
Yeah.
Wait, go ahead.
I mean, I don't think she's securing anything like that are securing that same job. It's just who gets pregnant first
Oh
is
man,
the game. But
the
like
emo girl came in with the win.
right. But
Go off.
you know,
Go off, queen.
it just
Tattoos on girls is trashy.
Oh, come on. We don't
What
do
type of-
personal
what type of
attacks.
red flag
Liking Andrew
failure
Tate
is
is trash.
That's an ad hominem
stickers on
attack.
a
That's an ad hominem attack. She had a good point.
Ad hom.
Don't put bumper stickers on a Bentley. Don't spray paint over fine art.
babe.
Hey, couldn't we say the same thing about your fake titties, though? Because you're putting, you know, God made you to have small
put fake titties on the
titties,
Bentley.
and you destroyed it. You know, somewhere there's a man who was dreaming of you and wanted A
some
cups,
small
and now you've
A
ruined
cups.
it. You've ruined it.
You ruined it, Riley.
More than a handful's a
Ruined.
waste. Yeah.
Okay. Good talk. I'm kidding.
No, I know.
Okay. all right. We have Evil's Real. Could you read this one, Celeste?
Hi, Rachel. Your husband said you're obese because of a disease. Did you get diagnosed at the Orthodox Church or MD? Love the cherry picking of science you believe in. Hypocrite/delusional.
This is a male feminist.
Okay.
Like I said, I have very dedicated haters. There's like 3 people with like 30 sock accounts that follow me everywhere I go just to talk shit.
Oh.
That's how you know you're over the target.
Good times. We have another
Appreciate
one.
you.
If you can read this one, please.
Scarcity is needed for the balance of the sexes to work properly. When we lose scarcity, we get a mouse utopia at what if
Brixan, please look this up.
Yeah.
That's a guy who made a thing called Mouse Utopia, which shows they did this experiment with mice and they repeated it over and over again. And what they did is they put mice living in kind of a utopia society where they're given everything, including access to mates and everything. And they're supposed to go up to a certain level of population, but they always stop about 30% short of that, and the society collapses. The male mice start acting feminine, the female mice start acting masculine, exactly what we have now.
Yeah.
And it fails every time.
All right. We have Darren Jones here. Thank you for the super chat, man. Really appreciate it. Could I have you go ahead?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that thing.
Brian, after watching your show for 9 months, I feel that assets should not be split in marriage. Each party should have to prove ownership. No alimony, no more child support.
based. I mean, it's complicated though, because I mean the typical argument that you'll hear from the other side, which does have some merit, is that, for example, if a woman, marries young and she disregards, for example, going to college and disregards pursuing a career, and then if in the event of a divorce, especially if the man is the initiator of the divorce, although that's pretty overwhelmingly rare, women tend to initiate divorces somewhere between 70 to 80%. There is a decent argument to be made that especially if you've then gone on and have kids, but that's for child support, but specifically on the alimony component, is she going to be able to provide for herself after she's given 10, 20 years to the household and not in pursuit of a career? I don't know if, Rachel, you have any thoughts there, but I'm not 100% against alimony. I think it ought to be reasonable, though. Sometimes you'll hear these kind of crazy alimony numbers. And
well, I would just do away with unilateral and no-fault divorce altogether, reinstitute sacramental marriage, not make it some cheapened bullshit certificate that you get from your county that nobody gives a shit about, and people would be serious again about marriage, and then this would be an outlier situation that, in my opinion, should be dealt with through ecclesiastical authority, meaning if you get married through your church. If there's a divorce for whatever reason, the church handles that situation.
Got it. And then... No, not yet. So we had a chat that came in very early on in the show. I made a note to ask it. I forgot about it. So the question was something along the lines of, would you date me? Starting with you. Go ahead. I'm not asking this. One of the chatters are. So
no,
don't worry.
You don't even want to know the answer to the question.
I think...
Ooh.
That was me. That was me being sarcastic. That you're not interested in this question at all.
By the way, I'm not. If it's a no, I'm not going to be offended.
I mean, I think on both ends it would be a no. Like you and me. Like I don't think we would.
Why do you say that?
I don't look like I'd be your type, and
what,
I don't.
Who would look like my type?
Very minimal makeup, very natural, young, not younger than me, hopefully, because that would be questionable.
Well, you're 22, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, how old are you?
34.
Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't be dating like an 18-year-old at 34 or something, but...
If she's a consenting adult strong woman and that's her
she
choice.
just got out of high school.
So if she
Put her
is,
on the block.
but wait, if she's 18 and she can sign a lease and she can drive a car and she can hold a job and she can go to college, she can do all these things, but she can't decide who she wants to date.
I mean, I just personally...
Are 18-year-old women full women or are they not?
People have the choice, they can or can't, but me, I just view it as like a little...
Why?
Odd for someone to go for. Yeah, it's just icky because I'm like, this person was literally living with their parents 4 months ago. They were like a child, legally a child.
Well, let's also not. Just to be clear, let's not straw man my dating preferences.
No. I'm not
saying.
I don't know your dating preferences or anything, but I'm just saying. Like, I mean,
I actually, in terms of the range of age I would date, I'll date a woman who's older than me. I'll date a woman my age. I'll date younger. So
yeah, no, dating younger is fine. Just as long as it's like
I will date an adult woman.
Yeah. Okay.
But I'm not like, for example. Would I date like a 20-year-old? Sure. Would I date a woman who's older than me? I'll date, there's plenty of cool, attractive women, even in their 40s. I dated a woman who was in her 40s. Not my preference.
There you go.
Oh, was it on camera?
Nope, it was just getting close. No. I just noticed it was shimming itself down.
Zip it up. Put it on, zip it up. But it's also like, okay, I would conceivably date a woman who's 20, but I'm also not like going to college parties in pursuit of dating a 20-year-old. Yeah. Like if it would have to be the scenario for me to date a 20-year-old, she would have to either DM, like she would have to contact me. I'm not like going out of my way to go date
20-year-olds.
Yeah. Contact him at. Huh? Well, you're supposed to plug your at so they can find you.
Okay, at BD_Alex. But what I'm saying is, I'll play along there. But yeah, like the girl would have to DM me. I'm not hanging out at college parties and shit trying to get like a college girl,
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. I go based off of like personality a lot. Like obviously looks are a factor, but personality is like huge for me.
Wait, can you just zip that up a little bit more? Just all the way. Maybe like it's a little
It's so
off.
hot.
Can we get her? Can somebody get her in a burqa, please, quickly?
I need to buy one for the show.
You do.
One of these days. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
No.
I think she's good.
It's good. It's fine.
Okay.
But anyways, like
I can fix her. I can fix her. It's okay.
Like I was saying, it really depends on like personality. I don't know, you as a person.
Wait, can
really,
you can you show us your forehead tattoo?
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Wait,
that's
what, your forehead
no,
tattoo?
No, I've literally talked about this with so many people. I'm like, the
Talked about
forehead
what?
for me, my forehead is so sacred. Like I talked about this on the internet. I was like,
Sacred?
I'd rather have a guy see my butthole than my forehead. 'Cause
Something's
got
to be sacred.
You'd rather a guy see your butthole
obviously
over
that's
your
kind
forehead?
of a joke. Obviously that's kind
Is
of
it
a
a
joke.
very intimate
But at the same
thing?
time, like for
Your
me,
forehead's an intimate
forehead's
thing?
intimate for me. It's just like
I didn't want
covered-
to see your. I don't care about. I want to see the tattoo on the forehead.
I have one right here.
Okay.
Oh no, we're seeing your
Wait.
butthole.
I was
just gonna say,
from anime. This is
Full
from
Full
anime.
Metal.
Don't do it.
Full Metal Alchemist.
This is Full Metal Alchemist.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah. Okay.
This is Black Butler.
Wait. Speaking of tattoos, actually.
Yeah.
I did a review of your Instagram. You have a 666 tattoo and a pentagram tattoo.
I do.
But you also, and it's on your lower body, those two, correct? You also, this is all
big banger.
This is all on your Instagram. Interestingly enough, you have I think it's a passion cross, a cross.
A
on
passionate
your,
cross, yes.
On your lower back, you have a cross tramp
on my
stamp.
butt crack, yes.
A tramp stamp cross tattoo.
So they can know that they're sinning.
Is this just edgelording, or are you serious about it?
No, I so seriously do have an upside down cross on my crack. Believe it or not.
But is it because you like actually hate Christianity and you think Satanism
honestly,
awesome, or are you just
when
like I'm so edgy? Look
when
at
I
me.
originally got the tattoo, I grew up Christian. I'm baptized and everything. Like I grew up Christian.
Was it at St. Baptist Church?
No, sorry. It was like, I don't know. Like I grew up Christian. Like my mom's Christian. My whole family. It's just like. Me personally, whenever I went to church and stuff, like I know the priests behind the scenes. I used to dance. He would like come to the club and do lines and shit. Like I just know that like most religion to me is just like brainwashing, like to just get you to believe. So I don't hate Christianity or anything like that. I'm agnostic. I don't know what the fuck.
If you're tattooing an upside down cross on your ass crack,
I would. But that's what I'm saying. During the time when I got those tattoos, I was in a darker place, and I would say I was also not in a very good place with my family. So,
tattoos make classy women trashy.
You keep saying this, girl, but you keep. Your boyfriend probably loves the tattoos, so I'm gonna get those digits later. I mean, he's looking for more women, so
Hey,
why not add?
can I ask you a question? You said
Shit,
you
a
think
high value man. Okay.
you think that religion is brainwashing. You said.
Well, to me personally, when I was in Christianity and stuff, like I felt like I was brainwashed and stuff too.
To what? Brainwashed to believe what?
Especially for emotionally, like they try to have you emotionally trauma bond. I've been to like church camps and stuff where they would have you like share your traumas and stuff and all cry together.
That's whack. That sounds like a cult.
Like,
that's
normal.
Under the guise of
Christianity. Yeah.
I've and also
you have to
like,
make the decision. As
I feel like the most judgmental people I've met in my life have been like Christians. And
have you met a
stuff, and
liberal?
Yeah, I mean, it's just like I don't have any hate. I feel like Jesus Christ would be a cool fucking dude. You know, he hung out with everyone. So like, I feel like if that is true, he would be a cool dude.
But what did he tell them?
Anything,
When people say he hung out with everyone, what did he tell them?
He hangs out with the two.
What did he tell them?
The
What did he tell the
304s. He didn't give a fuck.
prostitutes? He told them
the leprosy
to stop prostituting. He told the thieves to stop thieving. He told people to stop your shit.
But at the same time,
repent and follow.
He didn't really judge them for
Oh,
it.
he
though.
did.
That's the thing.
And
like,
he's the judge. Christ is the judge. He is the ultimate judge.
Well,
so
he did say he did judge the action, but still held the value of the person.
But he always said, "Stop sinning." repent and come to me. Is that problematic for you?
He also told the sinners that wanted to stone that adulterous woman, if you are without sin, cast first stone. So those
donated $200. Jim Bob would like to know about the bulk widow
Shout out,
tattoo,
Jim Bob.
and also he would strongly endorse a whatever blur effect to prevent nip slips or just hide the demonic degenerate women.
Oh my God.
Okay, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Okay, so that's a no for you. Let's go back to the question though. Would they date me? Will not offend. I will not be offended at all.
I mean, I honestly don't know because I don't know you as a
It's-
person. But if from right now, I would say no because I don't know you.
Okay, so it's kind of like, because it sounded like you said you think I wouldn't date you, so it's kind of like I'm going to reject you
I think it would
first.
be like, I think you wouldn't date me, like, because I know you. I've seen your, show, and I've seen your type of views, and I don't think we have the same views, and I don't think we would, be on the same note with things, and so I just like. For me personally, with my partners, I like to at least be on somewhat the same page. We can agree to disagree on things, but
it's okay.
Yeah,
it's all right. It's fine. What about
oh,
you?
you're so cool though. Like, just kidding. Probably not.
Okay, I can fix her though, but okay.
Probably not, but I think I could fix Brian.
I can
guys.
fix her.
I can
No,
fix
I can
you.
fix you.
I can fix
you.
But I am intrigued about your personal life. I would not date you, but I would I would have a drink with you to hear stories about your personal life.
Okay.
When I came here in October, I was super interested.
Ooh.
Oh.
All right.
But I don't know where I stand as much now. But
Fair enough. Okay.
Well, while you do have some very nice Aryan features, and
Aryan features.
He has lovely eyes.
You know what's funny? People will send me like AI generated versions of me, but like as a certain fascist leader. Of,
yes.
A guy with a tiny mustache.
They're like, Brian, you kind of, if you changed a few things, you kind of look a little bit like
slightly
a certain.
And that is appealing to me, but
we know your type.
You at first you kind of struck me as a little bit of an insecure man, and so I wasn't quite. Well,
okay.
But I don't know. You've sort of proven yourself to be a little bit different.
Okay.
All
right, there you go.
So maybe that's a maybe.
All right, it's a maybe. There you have it, folks. All right.
I'm gonna have to say no.
Well, you're in a relationship.
Yeah.
You're not high value enough,
not high value.
and you're not gonna sleep with other women no matter what she does.
That's true. I tend to be more on the monogamous side. What about you?
No.
Okay.
That's the only thing she said the whole show, by the way.
I have some questions for her. I'm gonna loop her in. Don't worry. What about you?
No, just because of age.
Just because of age?
Yeah.
It's okay. I can fix you. I can fix her.
Okay.
Well, are you gonna sleep in your car? Because you'll win her over.
Please don't.
Win her over.
No, definitely no car. I got back problems, so I need a good mattress, a good bed.
There are nice cars.
Bring that comment back up.
She had a Cadillac.
We had a car mattress.
Exactly.
There you go.
Full set.
I would not date you, no.
It's okay. I get it. Wait, hold on. This was not. Are you currently dating a man or a woman?
Oh, I'm dating a man. I only date Catholics, too.
Oh.
Wait, why?
For some reason, I looked on your Instagram. I thought you were dating a woman.
It's
On
just
my
the
Instagram?
soccer shirt.
Yeah.
I know. I just like to be more modest. Sorry.
I'm just messing with you.
Yeah. I'm
Wait, it has
really
nothing to do with
offended.
modesty. I just thought. Okay. All right.
Lesbians play soccer. That was
Wait,
the
does my
joke.
Instagram show that I'm dating a woman?
No, I don't remember what it was, but like there was a photo. Maybe it was like you with a female friend. I don't know. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Okay. All right. There you have it, folks. All right. And then we have Mujana.
Wait, we didn't ask her if she would date you.
Well, Rachel's
I
married.
see no one but Andrew. I'm
There
alpha
you
widowed.
go.
If anything happens to him, it's over for me. So, but Brian's cool. He's my Caucasian.
Yeah, she's my Caucasian. We're friends. Like we're homies. Can I have you read this one?
Wow, who the fuck cares? Oh.
Hold on.
Wow, who the fuck cares about if there should be a child support or not? Wow, like you all forgot what it's about, the child. You forced that kid into existence and they deserve the best pay-up.
Look at that language. Force that
agree.
kid into existence. So that you are the crux of the problem because you think existence is a burden.
It
Very
is.
Gnostic.
It's a gift.
It is a burden.
No.
It's a gift and a burden.
That's why you think the way you think, because you literally have swallowed the brainwashing.
No, I love
If you
being
didn't-
alive, but that's definitely burdensome.
Too much fluoride for this one?
Way too much fluoride.
A lot
Too much
of
fluoride.
Gnostic-y kind of presuppositions about
very.
like
No.
I'm trapped in my flesh.
I never said that.
relativism through and through.
I mean, we all face burdens, and you guys are lying if you say you've never felt
That's
burdened by life.
That's not what you said.
Existence is a gift. If any of us really believed that it was a burden, we wouldn't be here. We would have taken ourselves out a long time ago.
No, I think she had a
That
good
is not
question though. Are you pro-choice, Brian?
It's an interesting question.
You're going to lose
He's paid
half
for
your
many, but
fans
he was
either
very
way.
sad about it
Be
every
careful.
time.
Well, I mean, look, I've kind of already talked about it on the show. Frankly, there's certain political things I don't like to get into in terms of my views on it. Pro-life arguments are extremely compelling. However, I do see these sort of current status quo, like practically speaking, pretty much any woman in honestly any state, because I believe it's the case, even though some states have, I think they've outlawed practitioners. Like women can get like the pill or whatever pretty much in any state is my understanding.
Yeah.
Even the states it's like banned, you can just order it. And I don't think on the federal, because I think the mail is on the federal level. I don't know the exact details of it. Practically speaking, any woman in this country can get an abortion. And truth be told, I kind of put men's rights advocacy above any sort of conservative values. Not to say, I'm not even sure if I'm really even conservative, but it occurs to me that when it comes to reproductive rights, the current status quo is women have a monopoly on reproductive rights in this country, regardless of the state you're in. And then, for example, especially here in California, women have pretty much unlimited, unfettered access to abortion. So it does occur to me that it would be equal for men to be able to have what I call legal paternal surrender. We already talked about that. Some people call it paper abortion. If y'all can murder the kid, we should at least be able to abandon it.
So are you saying?
Says Dave Chappelle.
Are you saying that like because banning abortion is not realistic, it's better to go for, take a men's rights approach to the current like reproductive laws?
Well, I mean, that is the current status quo.
Right,
I think it's going to be, and since, the whole Roe v. Wade thing, that wasn't about banning abortion, that just put it back to the states. There are going to be some states that are going to make moves to limit women's access to abortion. There's going to be some states, for example, California. I can't imagine any scenario unless at the federal level there's a ban, which I'm not clear if that's going to ever happen, but any woman can get an abortion in California. Ergo, I think that any man in California who gets a woman pregnant, I'm not saying he should do this, but he should have the option to forego responsibility in the same way that women have that option, because we have a gynocentric, as you said, a gynocentric society. Women have all these rights without any corresponding duties or responsibilities. It occurs to me, if we're going to be on this egalitarian thing, men should also have reproductive rights on this front.
Just essentially like you are against abortion, but because abortion is legal, you're for men's rights. Like, I guess
pro-life
equality.
arguments are incredibly compelling,
So what if
and are
we-
not so easily dismissed.
What if
but
we
on a
did
practical level,
so that's what I'm saying. Like,
that's what
on
I'm
a practical
talking
level.
about.
Okay,
If it was completely illegal, then would you feel differently? Like if we did outlaw abortion across the board, or would you still want the men to be able to opt out?
If abortion was outlawed completely, then no. It would not be, men should not have the legal paternal surrender.
I think that's consistent. So.
Yeah, but it's not illegal really, so
Right.
It occurs to me that this would be equality for the feminists, although feminism has never really been about equality, really.
Okay, so you said women have the monopoly on reproductive rights.
Yes.
I mean, women are the ones who reproduce, so doesn't it make sense that they would have the monopoly on reproductive rights? I mean,
they don't reproduce by
how
themselves.
do they reproduce? Yeah.
Well, they're the only ones who give birth.
Can a woman
So?
choose to get an abortion because she doesn't want to be financially responsible for the child?
Yeah, no,
Let's say she's willing to go through with the actual physical childbirth process, but it determines, I'm kind of young, I'm not financially ready. So is that justification enough from your worldview for a woman to get an abortion?
Yeah, so I mean,
okay.
No, I was going to ask, do you consider, so you think that like the legal surrender, whatever, that you would consider that a reproductive right?
Yes.
Okay. I was curious what you were saying by reproductive rights.
Wait, but answer the actual question.
Oh, sorry, repeat the question.
So if a woman, let's say she's willing to go through the physical difficulty of being pregnant and through childbirth, but she's keen to get an abortion because for financial reasons, do you think that is pretext enough for a woman to get an abortion?
Yeah, but you already know I agree with the whole like financial surrender thing.
Okay, yeah, so I'm just saying.
I was just curious your
okay.
definition. Right there.
Faux show? Fascism? Yeah? Wait, okay, hold on. Where were we? I forgot where we were. How did we get there?
We already answered the dating Brian
This
question.
corner of the room would probably.
Well, I have a couple chats here, so let me pull these up. American Land of Free, loud Slavic MILF, lives on Ann Homnins, Let's Dance Girl is hottest on panel. Oh, dude, you're getting a lot of compliments tonight.
Thank you, guys.
We're going to call her Trailer Swift. Okay. Just kidding. I'm kidding. Rachel, against America's founding fathers, shame, moral authoritarian, Putin worshiper, deport to Russia.
Do you even know what an ad hominem is? What a moron.
I'm not a Putin worshiper, but the American founding was incredibly flawed. And if you want to get into that, I suppose we could, but I don't think Brian wants to. So, sorry, I'm not an Americanist. Go read my Substack. Find out why.
Read the Substack, boys. And then we have Mujana. Once again, why is the discussion on pro or not even happening? It's a woman's body, her life, and her choice. When man forces her to do his bidding, then that's ownership. Well, hold on. My wallet, my choice. First off.
Well, you don't own your wallet. It belongs to the state.
That's true.
Fiat.
True. Okay, moving. Let's bring Gigi into this. Gigi, let me get my notes here. You said that you had a hot take on dating, serial dating, and crazy relationship story as a guy I was talking to who was two-timing you and this girl who also appeared on the podcast. Like you were in class, were classes to him?
What?
Okay, you were dating a guy or sleeping with a guy who was also fucking a chick who
Yes.
had been on the podcast?
Yeah, she was on the podcast.
Do you know her name?
I don't want to say it. I don't, out of respect for her, because I don't know if she still
Has
dislikes
she been
me.
on twice?
No, she's only been on once.
Oh.
Brian's like trying to figure out who it is.
Yeah, she's been on once. If I say exactly what she said, then I feel like you would have an idea. But I don't want to say her name.
Give us a little hint.
No.
Give us some hints here.
I just don't, because I don't want her to hate me even more than she probably already does. I haven't talked to her at all. And
Didn't you said that she blocked you on social media?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
she
didn't even
doesn't give a
know.
fuck. She blocked you. You can say it.
No, I can't say it.
All right, that's fine.
Yeah,
what was
she did.
the story? Quick story there. You said drama was insane, friendship.
Yeah.
Blah blah blah.
The whole thing, because I've known her since I think we were like children, like in elementary school, and I've also known the guy. He went to the same school overall.
Mm-hmm.
I was talking to him. I have like a whole timeline and everything, like Thanksgiving break. And we were talking, everything was going, like I thought it was going well. I was hanging out with his friends, he was hanging out with my friends. And I think a month after that, so it was like December, I found out about her. I let her know. Not let her know, but I told her what was going on. Like that he was getting with me, and then that he was also getting with her. And then comes to find out he was also getting with many more girls that I didn't know. And
Has he been on the show?
No, he goes to like a whole different college and everything.
Because we had a guy on the show a long time ago who's like smashed like 5 girls who've been on the show.
Oh, he told me his body count was
Light-skinned
like
guy.
20 something plus. I don't even know. It's probably more now. But okay, maybe I'll give you a little hint. But she said that her, like on the podcast, you asked if her relationship was monogamous. And she said, like, she paused and she was like, yes.
That is not enough detail for me to have.
Okay, then good. That's good. We're doing perfectly fine.
All right, so basically you were dating a guy and he was sleeping with another chick.
Yeah, but she went out of her way to, so when I joined SBCC, there's like that little ad page where you could basically like just let people know like who you are. Her and her roommate both made rude comments to me and like was basically just like bullying me like in my own, like in that comment
Okay, but you got to give us the actual details, otherwise it's not really interesting.
I know, but okay, they called me a fish.
Why?
Like a catfish?
No, like that I smelled.
Like a salmon?
Oh.
That I smelled like fish.
She doesn't smell. I promise you guys.
No, because I guess like a whole rumor that had gone around in our high school like about that with a guy that I didn't even do anything with. Threw that around and they did that in the comment section. And
okay.
People start rumors based on nothing.
Gossiping,
a lot of times.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's why, and it's very tempting to believe them because they start with such confidence. But
Yeah. Ask Andrew's black ex-wife about that.
We have something here. We have notes here for Mackenzie. Mackenzie, you said you have somewhat limited dating experience. You have some situationship stories. But it sounds like a guy was cheating on you, got ditched on Valentine's Day.
I did, and my birthday.
Same guy or different guy?
Same guy. It's just, yeah, I was seeing him for a while, like right when I first moved out here. And it was going really well. Initially, he didn't want any relationship, but I did. Then he wanted a relationship, but at that point, I was kind of like 3 months in. If you don't want to date me, then like I'm moving on at that point. You should know if you want to be in a relationship with me at that point. So then I was kind of checked out. He wanted to start dating, and then we kind of just kept it going because I was like, hey, like I still like you, so I do want to like maybe like give us this another chance and see if it's gonna go anywhere possibly. Next, you know, like Valentine's Day is rolling up, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm actually gonna have like a Valentine's Day like thing going on. Like I was really hoping, I was like maybe even like, you know, my birthday's coming up, like maybe he'll ask me to be his girlfriend or something. Gets Valentine's Day. The day before Valentine's Day, he doesn't like text me like at all, besides like one time. Next day, I'm getting all ready. I have a dress picked out. Like, I'm ready to, like, do our stuff. He just doesn't show up. Doesn't text, doesn't call. Then a week later, he's like, oh, what'd you end up doing on Valentine's Day? And I was like, ooh, I thought we were supposed to do something. And then he's like, okay, well, I'll make it up to you. We'll do something for your birthday. Doesn't do anything for my birthday and completely forgets about it. And his birthday is literally the day after mine, too. So I was like, he didn't forget.
He's a brave and a decent man. He's a pioneer.
This guy sounds like a legend, to be honest. Right?
Yes, but women are the problem. Indeed.
Sounds great.
Yeah. I mean, not to mention, he's like a couple years old. Like, he's a decent amount older than me, so I was kind of like, you should grow up a little bit here.
He's never going to grow up. Those types never grow up.
Okay. So, good times. And then I need to get up for a sec. Rachel, you had a question here about chores. Why don't you take it away?
Yes. Okay. So, one of my most viral tweets that had like 5 million impressions or something was just me saying that since I've been with my husband, he has not done any housework. Mm-hmm. He just doesn't do housework. I do the housework. The kids help me with the housework. He doesn't do any. How do you guys feel about men and women, if they're cohabitating, they're married, whatever, sharing the housework? Should both people do housework? Should it be the woman's responsibility? What do you guys think? Let's start with her and we'll go around.
Well, do you work like a job besides
No.
I mean, then I think it's like if he works a job full time, then I think it's fair that you're doing a job at home while he's doing a job there. Like, I mean, that makes sense to me.
Okay. And if both people work, do you think they should split it then?
Personally, yeah, I do. Okay.
What about you?
I would honestly say pretty similar. Like, for your situation, makes a lot of sense. I think, obviously, if you guys are both working like 9 to 5 jobs, you can't expect for like the woman to just come home and just clean up after you all the time like you're a child. So I think if you're both working, it should be split. If you're a stay-at-home mom and like you're just at home with the kids all day, then it just kind of makes sense.
Now, I had a lot of women who were stay-at-home moms, and they were like, but I get exhausted after being with the kids all day, so when he gets home from work, I need a break. So I'm like, wait, so the man has to work all day, and then when he gets home, he also has to work so you can have a break? So how do you feel about that? What about if the woman is really tired and the man comes home from working like a 10-hour shift?
I don't know. I think that's just like being lazy, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're home all day, like obviously, like, okay, like you've been with the kids all day, your husband gets home, like obviously you should spend time with his children and maybe do something like that. But like he shouldn't be expected to like go mow the lawn right after work.
Right. Do you think, Carly?
I think it should be proportional to how much you work outside the home, but I would disagree that if a woman is at home, she should be doing 100%, because I mean, you say he's working all day and he comes home and he has to do chores, then that's him working all day. But if a woman is with the kids all day and then doing chores, she's the one working all day. So it's like either way, someone's working 24 hours basically. I think there needs to be a little bit of slack.
Do you really think that being a stay-at-home mom, so like I have 5, with 5 kids, do you think that as a stay-at-home mom with 5 kids, I'm actually working the whole day?
Depends on how old your kids are.
Yeah. Okay, like let's say when it was the hardest, when they were 0 and 3 and 7 and 9 and 11.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think you're working all day. I personally...
If you're managing your household.
I was going to say, when I come home from work, I am doing like nothing. It's nothing. But if I was to come home from work and then I have to take care of children, I mean, like, that to me is just more work. Like, my mom was a stay-at-home mom, and I was on her ass all day. Like, she was definitely working for me all day.
Did you have siblings?
Much older. Not like...
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because see, to me, that's the difference. When you just have 1 or 2, they are all on top of you constantly. By the time you got 4 or 5, you have your own little ecosystem, and the kids are all kind of like helping each other and taking care of things, and the older ones have a lot of responsibilities and can help and things like that. So
if they have good examples, though, like if you have to teach them that system,
of course, but we're talking over the course of 20 something years.
You optimize the system.
I think it just kind of happens if you have a big family, which that's why I'll often tell people, if we were having bigger families, I think women would actually have a much easier time if all the other women weren't at work. Because what was hard for me, is like my mom worked, my sister worked, my friends were, everybody worked. I was the only stay-at-home mom, so I didn't have help. Whereas if it was 100 years ago, all of us are staying home. All of us have our kids. Your cousins come over, your sister comes over, your church group gets together, and there's like more help. So
which is so much more fun.
It would be so much more fun. Okay, what do you think about men and women splitting housework?
So I have an interesting take. So my dad is top provider, and my mom has a part-time job that she does like just for her own little slush fund, but he also, she cooks, and then he'll usually do the dishes. He kind of likes doing it, I guess. It's for him, that's just like his personality. Like, he was, I guess, when he was a kid, telling his mom not to fold his laundry because he wanted to fold it a certain type of way. Okay. And so I come from a family where it wasn't uncommon for men to do the housework, but it wasn't from a place of like my mom is domineering or my dad is being submissive or feminine, and it was like he seems to be.
It's just his preference.
He likes to do it. He's a very hard worker, and so it's almost like I think he can be a workaholic, and it's like, hey, you have to like stop.
Yeah.
And it's hard for him to rest. But I think, so that when I look at it, I think that, it is tiring when you're at a job all day. So I think there is a give and take. I think also, but it's tiring if you're managing a household. I don't think that some of the more masculine jobs, like taking out the trash, yard work, that kind of thing, I would expect him to do. Also, stuff like dealing with if there's a leak, that's what I need him to do. You know what I mean? Or
but like laundry, dishes, mopping, vacuuming.
Yeah, I'm happy to take on that responsibility. And then I think if we're both working, then I think that's when you start, all right, you have 2 incomes, so now we have to pay for like help. My best friend, she always says, she's like, I am super excited to help my assistant manage my household. That's what she always said.
Lord have mercy. Can't relate. Okay, what do you think, Leonardo?
I'm too hot for housework, so.
Okay.
That's below me.
What do you think, Riley?
Women should handle all the housework. I think that if a man has to go out and work and provide and give all of his energy to his job, he should at least be able to come home to a happy wife with dinner on the table, not like the house being organized. I feel like it's very simple things to ask.
I honestly can't believe Andrew Tate hasn't married you already. It's like
a mystery.
He's about to hit you up.
He's missing.
God, no.
What do you think?
I think the complete opposite. I think, because for me, I want to work when I'm older. I want to work when I'm older, and then obviously I want my husband to work or whoever. But I do believe in split like chores. But with me, when it comes to like dishes or anything, I was raised if your plate's dirty, you have to wash your own dish.
Okay, what if your husband cooks the food? Say he likes cooking, and he makes a meal.
Then I'll be happy. Sorry, okay. But then I'll be happy to wash the dishes. Like, yeah,
now
I'm grateful.
Since you said you want to work, do you also want to be a mom?
I've thought about it. I'm 18. I'm young. So, but when I do think about kids, maybe later down the line. I don't know what age. Just, I don't know.
If you had kids, would you still want to be at work all day?
No. Or I would eventually want to go back to it.
Like when they were older or something? Okay.
That's because that's what my mom's doing, because I have 2 twin siblings. And, well, she had to quit her job because of, like, personal reasons between her boss. But she wants to get a job now that my siblings are growing older.
Okay.
Because she feels like she's just at home all day, and it's just like they're old enough to do their own things now.
Okay. Well, what about you, Reika?
The question was, do you think that we should like both do equal chores?
Yeah, like if you're either living with your boyfriend, you're married, are you guys gonna split the housework? Do you think that's woman's work? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it depends. If he's like working all day, I'm happy to stay home and do the chores if I'm not working. But if I am working, I think we should split it evenly. I feel like that's the most logical response.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that.
Okay, so for all of you who said if we're both working, we should split the chores, we should split the housework. Does that mean, because this is how I see it playing out in the real world, that means he has to take care of the plumbing leak, he has to unclog the toilet if you can't do it yourself with the plunger, he's got to like fix stuff, mow the lawn, do the trimming, take out the trash, take the car to get the oil changed, all that kind of stuff, and split the chores?
Well,
do you feel like it would be...
What would be the chores? Because like in that case,
things that people usually consider like housework that like a 1950s housewife would do. So like dishes, laundry, mopping, sweeping, dusting, organizing, cleaning.
I mean, I'm sure you could find an even split with that. Like maybe if he does that, like the car work and the piping and whatever, then you could do the dishes and the kitchen work and then clean. The rest of the house would be, I don't know, there would be a way to make it proportional.
So, but then don't you get into this thing where we're keeping track and we've got like a sheet and we have to tally it and then the woman, because this is what
yes, and that relationship is going to be great.
Right, exactly. That's what I always see is like the woman will be like, well, but I did the laundry on Saturday and then when you didn't do the laundry on Tuesday, I had to do it. Now I'm upset with you. And he's like, but I had to mow the lawn and you don't mow the lawn. And then you get into this like, points keeping, score
well, this
keeping.
is all talking, idealistically, and none of it's real practical. I mean, anybody who's ever been with a man realizes that you tend to see things messy before he does. Yeah. You tend to be bothered by things not being organized or clean way before he does, unless you're dating somebody who's really got
like the type A dad.
Right.
Like I have kind of a type A dad who likes to do that, but in general, yeah,
I feel like in a healthy relationship though, like obviously that could be an issue, but like with my parents, for example, like my dad would like offer to wash the dishes or offer to mow the lawn because he wanted to take something off my mother's back, and it was because he loved her. So it's like if you love each other and care about each other in a relationship, I feel like you'll want to take on certain chores for them or want to do certain things for them.
Yeah, I think you should work out whatever split doesn't make one partner feel especially burdened. And like if you feel like your children are helping to take care of each other in a sense and you don't feel especially burdened by the housework, then that sounds healthy. Yeah. But there might be some women who maybe the child has a disorder, something is different, that she's going to feel especially burdened and she's not going to be happy, she's going to be resentful if the man isn't, doing laundry once a week.
Guys, why aren't we all just hiring Mexicans? I mean,
we have enough of them. I mean,
they could do the fix the leak and clean the house. I mean, versatile.
Well, here's something interesting. When they do surveys among divorced couples and the woman initiates the divorce, one of the top reasons she always gives is she feels like, right? They never say I think. They say I feel like he didn't do enough for me. Right? It's like the number one thing. And I think that we give women like a totally like overblown expectation that men are supposed to like serve us or be doing. He wasn't emotionally taking care of me usually means like I wanted him to anticipate that I want him to do a bunch of shit that he would never think about that I would want him to do and stuff like that. So if we see that women are just generally always dissatisfied, they don't think their partner as a partner, I don't do the partnership thing, but they always say, my partner isn't supporting me, he's not giving me enough, he's not doing enough.
You know what that usually means? He's not good in bed. That's why she's upset.
Well, I have a question.
Telling you.
Well, I'm sorry. You
just do your woman right and she'll clean the dishes, dude.
I mean, that's how it works in the Wilson house. But
yeah. I mean, I'm hearing a lot of like, you know, women initiate divorces. I'm just curious because you've gotten divorced. Did you initiate your divorces?
Nope,
Neither
one.
Divorces?
No, I got abandoned twice. 2 major L's for me. 2 big L's.
So I mean, it sounds like you would have to
loser.
agree that sometimes men can be the problem, whether they initiate the divorce or leave you.
All people can be problems, but
so why do you assume that in all these cases it's women saying, I feel this way, and she's
I'll
secretly
tell you
in the
why,
wrong?
because we choose them. I did not have to make babies with either of those guys. I did not have to marry my ex-husband. I chose them. And then when I got what I ordered, it didn't turn out to be what I thought it was. And now I'm not saying that, I shouldn't have to say this, but I do. I'm not saying abuse is ever okay. But what I am saying is that women think that we're going to be the gatekeepers of sex, we're going to be the choosers, we're going to pick the guys, and then we have ridiculous expectations. We think that it's going to be Disney princess like Grid 1 Motorsports was saying. At least a lot of women do. They have expectations that don't match reality. They want the man to provide. They want the man to lead. They want the man to.
Isn't that what
take
you
charge.
are?
But I'm interested actually.
That's what everyone.
But then
says
when
men
he
are
does
supposed
that,
to do,
they're
so
like,
anyway.
"Oh, he's controlling. He's abusive."
I
he's
am
not
interested.
doing
I
that."
am interested to know what you think, because biblically, the man is called has the higher calling. The man is called to emulate Christ. The woman is called to emulate the church. This is not an argument for women to just, whatever. But I'm interested to know what you think about that, because it's harder to be like Christ than it is to be like the church. And Christ gave his life for the church. He loved her, gave his life for her. And while the church is supposed to submit, just like the wife submits to the husband, I do think that is the harder role. And so more responsibility. It shouldn't necessarily be tit for tat. I think the male actually has the higher calling and the more responsibility.
I agree with that, but where I went wrong when I was young was I had a very normie. I was Christian, but I was like a cultural Protestant Christian. I thought, like, if you'd asked me at the time, I was serious about it. But I also had this, like, we were talking about the libertarian American idea. And when I was young, I bought into this stupid shit that a lot of us buy into, like, oh, we don't need a piece of paper.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're gonna get married eventually. I'm sure it will happen. We've talked about it. So it's fine that we're living together now. Like, I made all these little concessions. I made all these little excuses for things I thought were fine. And it was like, well, I'm a really capable person and I can do it myself. I just had like the whole wrong view of the world and relationships and how that works. Part of that is I had a Marxist feminist mother who was deeply indoctrinated.
What?
Yeah. And she would, kind of share this stuff with me, and divorced my dad, kicked him out of the house. And so it was like, comparatively, I thought I was pretty conservative, but I was basically just like a normie girl who was like, I'll just live with my boyfriend because it's practical and we'll split the bills. And then when that didn't work out, I was like devastated. And now, of course, 43-year-old me would look back and be like, oh, honey, you were so silly thinking that, like, oh, we're just going to live together and that'll work out. I think most women do that. I think they think it's fine.
I'm sorry. Did you convert after you married your husband now?
Yeah. We both converted at the same time, like 3.5 years ago, to Orthodoxy. We went from being like normie, non-denominational Protestants to being like more conservative Protestants, and then realizing there's a whole batch of problems that comes with that, and then looking for answers in church history, do a little digging on the history of the church, and you find the Orthodox Church, and there's kind of no turning back after that, at least for us. So I'm just saying, like, I think this whole modern idea of we're going to have an egalitarian relationship where I work and he works and we're going to raise the kids together and we're going to be partners and we're going to share the chores, it doesn't really work very well for most people in reality. And we can see that in the extremely low rates of marriage and the really high rates of divorce and just the general dissatisfaction. This whole podcast exists because people can't figure out what the hell is going on with male-female relationships.
Well, what if both parties do work then? Because, I mean, a lot of people, both parties have to work because of our economy at this time.
That's true, but the reason they have to work is because women joined the workforce in huge numbers in the 70s, and wages for men have been stagnant ever since then, have not kept up with inflation. So yeah, now we're in a position where a lot of moms have to work. Now,
They made the women have to join the workforce because the economy was already doing what it was doing.
And the whole point, like one of the big purposes
No
behind
women want to join the workforce. That's just
it's so stupid. My oldest daughter, when she started working, she like graduated high school and started working, she called me and she's like, Mom, why do we do this? Why do we pretend that working a job is awesome and that we love it? This is stupid and I hate it. And I was like,
unless you have a real purpose. There's a small percentage of women who have a real purpose. They have real talent that should not be wasted. I 100% agree with that, and that's okay. But it's the same way that we push everybody into college, and not everybody belongs in college. If you have a real intellect, you have a real passion for something you're studying, go for it.
Yeah. I feel like that didn't really answer my question, because I don't really mind. Like, I mean, if I could control it, then I guess because
well, you can. Here's my answer to that, because people ask me this. They're like, well, but I have to work. And I'm like, you don't. You would just have to make a lot of choices you don't want to make. You'd have to make a lot of compromises you don't want to. You might have to move to a cheap area in the rural Midwest where you can afford to stay home. You might have to work part-time remotely from home so that you can prioritize the kids. There are ways to do it. You might have to have a cash.
We might have to have a financial revolution and overthrow the existing
I was going to say, it sounds like
oppression.
Financial collapse will have to happen, because if women exit the workforce en masse, then you're just going to run into a bunch of different problems. If everyone moves to the Midwest en masse, property cost of living is just going to go up.
There's a difference between, if you're asking me for my prescription, there's a difference between what I would prescribe for an individual person right now dealing with the system we're in versus what I would prescribe for the system long term. Long term, I think feminism will be looked back upon as like this awful disaster that we tried and it failed and it was horrible, and we're going to not.
We're going to be ruled by feminist gargoyles for a while, so.
We are, but the problem with it is that it's literally not sustainable. South Korea, the most westernized Asian country, has a birth rate of 0.78. Japan and Canada are now euthanizing the elderly because there's more elderly people in diapers than there are babies in diapers. The supply chain problems that we've been dealing with since the cough stuff has never gone away because we actually can't import enough illegal immigrants to keep up with the supply and demand of what we need in the country. So
Rachel, before you get further into this, do you want to ask everyone who identifies as a feminist?
Oh yeah, let's go around the table. Who's a feminist?
Yeah.
You are?
I'll start. I identify as a feminist in my beliefs that feminism to me is just equality. I believe in equality for men and women.
Okay.
And that's
how do we have equality if the men have to enforce women's rights on their behalf? If the men have to allow us, if the men go, we bestow upon you and gift you this equality, is that equal?
Wait, let everybody answer first.
Okay. Sorry, Brian, I can't run your show. I'm not. I can't be Brian. Only one person can be Brian.
Just go around, I guess, one by one. Feminist? Are you a feminist?
I would say, based off like the definition of it, or I honestly don't know like the textbook definition, so don't like quote me on anything. But I think the way that it is now, and based off a lot of feminists that I've met, I would say no, just because I don't agree with what a lot of they agree with. But like, I think like baseline, I think everyone believes in equality as like a general thing. Like I don't think that's like a crazy thing to want. So, but I wouldn't consider myself a feminist.
Yes.
I am a first wave feminist. I believe that women should have the right to vote.
Oh, good. We can get into that.
Those principles that came with that. And then the second wave in the 70s, I think that has been more detrimental.
Okay. What do you think?
My name is Leonarda, and I'm recovering from feminism. It's been 4 years, 7 months, and 32 days since I've taken a drink of equality.
Okay, what about Riley?
I am not a feminist.
Okay.
I'm shocked.
What? I would consider myself not, just because I agree and disagree with a couple of things, but I don't have much knowledge on that topic.
Okay.
Yeah, I think what you said was perfect. I feel that exact way.
I like to call myself a feminist, but a lot of the things that feminists believe, I mean, again, there are so many different people call themselves feminists. There's not really a one thing where someone says, I'm a feminist, and they all agree. So.
Okay, that's true. So what if I defined it this way? What if my definition was anything that is oppositional to patriarchy? And patriarchy just means rule by the father. It means The father's the head of the household, men run the government, men run the church, patriarchy, right? What would anyone change their answer if I defined it that way? Is anybody here like against patriarchy, for patriarchy?
Well, it sounds
based
like
on that?
patriarchy led us into this, because if men are bestowing rights upon women, men at any time could take it back. Men are, we live under a natural patriarchy, and yet this is the situation we're in, that according to you, you know, we're not at replacement birth rates, but it sounds like men did not do a very good job leading us into a beneficial situation. It sounds like they allowed a lot of pretty shitty things to happen, and
right,
I don't know if giving them the power is really such a good idea then.
Well, now let's get into this. So, do you think that when I say patriarchy, that means all men have all the same amount of power? That Brian has the same amount of power as like Donald Trump, or
no,
you know, or is there hierarchy within the male sphere of patriarchy where there are certain men who have more power than others?
Well, yeah, I think there's always going to be a hierarchy of power.
Okay. So if you think there's always going to be a hierarchy of power, how are you a Marxist?
I'm not really like a prescriptive Marxist, but I am I think a lot of people don't really know what Marxism is. They've never actually read Marx. I'm a Marxist in the sense that I'm like a historical materialist, and like when I think about things philosophically, I tend to think about them dialectically, but like in terms of what I think the world should look like, I wouldn't really say I'm like
Hegelianly.
I don't want like I'm not a Hegelian.
But if you're doing historical materialism and dialectics, then you would be Hegelian, like by definition.
No, Marx and Hegel did not have the same definition of like what the dialectic is necessarily. I think there's some. We don't really need to get into like
I don't
Hegelian
know if that
dialectic.
might be a little much for
it's
the
a
podcast,
little boring,
but
I think that I don't necessarily think I want to live in like a classless, stateless, moneyless society. So I wouldn't say I'm like
But you would say you think patriarchy is not valid. You think there should be like women in positions of leadership, or?
Well, I mean, I'm saying that from your perspective, it sounds like patriarchy has failed. Patriarchy failed us. Men have failed to utilize their power effectively and bring us into a... Birth rates are falling. Terrible things are happening. Women are running amok, being degenerates. It sounds like men have failed. So maybe their time has come to get out of power. I don't know.
Well, I think that they will take power back. I think it's inevitable. They kind of have to, because this whole thing is kind of like a short-term illusion to me. Like, women don't have actual like natural rights in the way that we define them in the West. It's all just enabled by men. Now, we talked a little bit about which men and why. It was generally like the really wealthy elites who wanted, why did they want this, right? Why did they want women's liberation? They wanted it because they were the same folks who went to the Jekyll Island Club and drafted the Federal Reserve legislation. They were the same people who had these giant factories and needed tons of cheap labor and couldn't import enough Chinese and you know, poor European immigrants at the time to fill the factories. So it would be really nice if you could get a bunch of women in there and some good cheap labor. And it also gave them the opportunity to institute the public education system, which is just an indoctrination camp.
Correct.
For the federal government to be able to.
That's why everybody's got to read Anne Frank's diary in 3rd grade.
Exactly.
She didn't even write
saying
that.
The wrong men have been in power. The patriarchy has enabled the wrong men to come into power and lead us astray.
I think psychopaths kind of almost always rise to the top.
History is basically just a story of a bunch of different psychopathic criminal gangs vying for power, and right now the criminal gang that's been in power wants women's liberation because it's a means to their ends.
So then I would say, I don't see how.
Sorry. It's okay.
I think that because patriarchy is inevitable, that's why feminism is necessary. There needs to be like a force of women pushing back in whatever way they can against men's inevitable greater force. And I think that if you have women that aren't pushing back, then men are going to lead us into.
I mean, but how are they pushing back? By like whining, like extra loud whining?
Well, I mean, but that's
extra crying.
I feel like that's anti-Christian.
It's not,
because
though.
Obviously Jesus highly I mean, the first person he appears to after the resurrection was a woman,
right?
So and the fact that the Gospels place such a high value on women for that day and age is, I mean, it was groundbreaking. It was nothing.
I agree with you, but
so there is a high value for women
let's
within
get into
Christianity.
This then.
Absolutely.
Is there such a thing as Christian feminism? Can you be a Christian feminist?
I think you can be. I think Christianity is in and of itself pro-woman.
Okay, but that's different than it being
oppositional
to patriarchy.
I don't think I can align Christianity with ideology, another ideology. I think that Christianity is above and beyond it. And
right, but so you know what Paul said about women being in the church, right?
Paul talks about a woman should not instruct men. He doesn't say that women should not instruct, like, there is leverage for a woman counseling a man, i.e. her. And there in the Bible, it's very clear that, like, a woman is only under the authority of her husband. Not all husband, not all men,
right?
And the church,
of course
and
not.
I think there's and here's another thing. What's interesting is that the Bible, Acts and Luke, and they are in all of his epistles, Paul frequently says, you know, like Priscilla, Lydia. He's noting he actually went out, like for Lydia, he went out. She was by the river. She was a seller of purple cloth. So he went out and they were having a discussion, an intellectual discussion, and she became a huge supporter of his ministry.
Right, but were women in any place in the Bible? Were they rulers of men?
Deborah.
Were they priests?
Deborah.
No, she was
a judge and a prophetess.
Where in the church? Yeah.
Can we go around the table and ask who is more oppressed, men or women?
Nick.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, around the table. Go ahead.
No female priests, and Christianity is a patriarchy. Period. End of story. We literally have patriarchs, just saying, but go ahead.
Just look up Deborah.
She was not a priest. She didn't have authority over men.
But she was a judge. They gave her authority. She literally told them to go into battle.
The king. She was subject to the king.
There was no king in the time of Judges. You have your church history wrong. You have your church history wrong. The Judges was the period before kings.
There were no
Christian fight. The first king was Saul, and the Judge period was before Saul. So that's actually incorrect.
That Deborah told the priests
there were
what to do? There were priests at the time of Deborah.
Yes, there were in the line of Levi, and they went to war. She told Barak to go and fight, and he said, I need you by my side. And she said, just so you know, people are going to laugh at you because you have a woman with you leading, like going out and leading before. And he said, I know, and I'll do it. And
so you think that Christian women can rule men? You think that Christian women should be in charge of the church? How is that inferred
from an example
then what's your
Deborah?
Point? Because you do a lot of prattling, but you don't ever get around to the damn point.
As do you, girl. Takes one to know one. But here's the thing. So yes, I think there are. You asked if there was a biblical example of a woman priest.
This is an example of
why
women should rule.
An example of
asking if you want
if a woman should lead a man. If there's an example in the Bible, I said there is. I referenced Deborah, and so. Do I think women can lead churches?
She did not have authority.
I think that there is room for it.
Oh my God. That's total heresy. Women cannot be priests, they cannot be pastors, they can't be bishops, they can't be patriarchs.
But is that religion or is that doctrine? Like, is that scripture
that Christ established? Christ came to establish his church, not leave you a book that is open to your interpretation where you can go, actually, I can be a lady preacher. I just finished my OnlyFans and I'm saved now, so I'm going to start the church of me, and I'm going to be the priestess.
First of all, just the fact that you referred to the Bible, which is the inspired word of God, as a book that you can interpret.
Is it not a book?
That is like that. I think that's heretical. But
is it a book?
Is it a book? Yes. Is it inspired by God?
Yes, absolutely. But
is it inerrant? Is it inerrant?
It is. But can you interpret it individually on your own? Or
no,
do
you need the inspiration of the Holy Spirit.
Oh, and if you think the Holy Spirit says
Spirit sounds.
So this is for everybody who's watching at home and doesn't understand what's happening right now. We are in the middle of the schism.
I was going to say it's happening again.
This is the Orthodox versus the Protestants. The Protestants believe in sola scriptura, only the Bible, and the Orthodox believe in the apostolic succession, that what's been handed down from the time of Jesus to the apostles.
And how you know
is
that they're
king
wrong,
over the Bible.
How you know they're wrong is they have gay flags hanging off their churches, and they have lady preachers and women's Bible studies.
Okay, this is from the woman who thought. Okay, just saying, she thought that judges came during the time of kings, so she obviously doesn't know her church history that well. But
there were kings in the world at the time of Judges in the Old Testament. Yes, there were male
who was the
rulers.
first king of Israel?
So, do you guys use dating apps or
Yeah,
what's happening?
I don't think that Nick and Brian
What's
want to
everyone's body
stay on
count?
this.
We can come back to the religious talk.
So I don't like dating apps because
I've never been on a dating
How
app
about
ever
Christian
in my
Mingle?
life. Ooh, Christian Mingle.
Well, I think the problem in Christian Mingle is the Protestants are going to go to war with the Orthodox.
No, there's nothing wrong with the Orthodox. I'm just saying, I think that you need to have room for leverage. You need to have room for, and I'm not saying
Okay.
leverage as in like I want to interpret it as I want to interpret it. I'm just saying that like I think it's like. Deborah obviously was a leader and she was a woman.
Yes.
So the fact that that example is in the Bible, which is the inspired word of God, means that obviously there is room for female leadership within the church. Now what that looks like, whether the okay,
Just no, absolutely not, never. You should cover your head and you should be quiet and you should not ever have a role of leadership. Now, if you have a limited situation where like maybe you need this woman to go over here and minister to some children because there isn't a deacon or something and it's a certain situation, maybe. But as a general rule, absolutely not. Women are not to lead or teach in the church. It's very clear all throughout Scripture. We have like 4,000 years of history
GMD
on that.
donated $200. 1 Timothy 2:12. But I suffer not a woman to teach, nor to usurp authority over the man, but to be in silence. Brixan, get your big thumper back in your chair.
Yeah, Brixan, Brian with an X.
We
I
just
don't know where
can't.
that came from.
There's Miriam. There's Esther. So there
Women
are
can be
there are
important, but they're
examples
not
of women who
authoritative,
are
and they're
in
not
leader.
priests.
But I just don't know how you. I'm not saying Deborah was a priest.
Right.
Stop saying that. I'm saying that because I'm not saying that.
What's your point?
I'm saying that obviously there's
A lady
room.
did something important.
Shut up and let me speak. Obviously, I'm saying that there's
I would
room.
just like to point out that
There's-
she showed everybody her butt so they know what they're getting on OnlyFans. Okay, that was very
in my chair.
that was very smooth. I gotta say that was slick. I was trying to figure out how to show my butt without making it obvious, and I wish I'd thought of that because everybody on the internet wants to see my butt.
You know what? I would like to apologize because that was rude. And the Holy Spirit is convicting me. The Holy Spirit is convicting me. So I apologize.
What is that?
Apology accepted, but you're still wrong.
I
All right.
apologize for being rude.
You're back now. You see what happens when a man leaves the table? Mayhem.
Can't
Mayhem.
leave you guys
Absolute
alone.
chaos.
I got a couple things here. First off, put your swords away for a second here, okay? I do have to make one thing. Apparently, I was gone while you said this, Leonardo. You said something about Mexicans disavow.
He doesn't know what it was, but just
I don't know. I just saw the chat was like, whoa, she's racist. The views expressed by the panelist, and by panelists, I mean
if
Leonardo.
anybody took 5 minutes to look at my Twitter, you would know I was
You're a
racist,
comedian,
and
though.
this wouldn't
You're a
be
comedi-
surprising to any
You're a
of you.
comedian, though. You're joking. Anyway, she's joking, guys.
Everything I say is a joke. Don't take any
don't
of
take
it
it
serious.
She's a
What is
comedian.
wrong
She's
with you
literally-
guys?
Guys, she is literally you're
You're
literally
literally
a comedian.
listening to a woman on the internet? Like, come
Well, hold
on.
Let's not go too far now. But
Shame
disavow. I disavow. As
What
the
did
host
I
of the
say?
What-
I said we should give them jobs. I didn't say we should deport them all.
Yeah, you don't have to repeat it.
Because
Don't
that
have to
plan
repeat
has
it.
been shunned.
Don't
It
have
should
to
be number
repeat-
one. But because we're not going to do that, let's let them work. What's the problem?
Well, what's the problem? Wait, you're from the East Coast, right?
I'm from New York. I'm from the Bronx. I was born and raised.
what are
well,
you
no, I was
talking about?
raised. I was
Forget
born in
it.
Montenegro.
forget about it.
Nice.
Yeah.
You ever been to what's it called? White Plains?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I got some family in White Plains.
You got some family in White
I got some
Plains.
family in
Maybe your
White
family
Plains.
knows my family. I don't know.
Maybe we might be related
We might know each other somewhere,
in some sort of way.
some kind of way.
There you go. Okay, all right. Yeah, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub if you have one. Nick, could you zoom in a little bit on this? Make it a little bigger.
Here's the thing: is what's happening. I think every girl's blood sugar at the table is dropping at the moment.
some food back
and
there.
so we've got you have Reese's
We're
peanut
gonna-
butter cups, which
No, we-
every girl in here is
have-
not going to eat in front of another girl because we don't want to be accused
Hold
of
on.
being fat.
Oh, I
have-
got accused of being fat by the super chatters.
She's been eating a lot. I just want to point out you've ate.
She can afford
were those
to.
your potato chips?
She's got
They're your
titties
potato
and a
chips?
little waist. Do you understand?
No, I'm not fat shaming. No fat shaming. I'm just saying. Look, we got chocolate back there. We got chips. We got her chips. We got Reese's Pieces. We got applesauce.
This is why you're single.
Anybody need applesauce? I don't know what I mean.
You need to have a steak back there. That's how you.
steak?
That's how you get a woman.
That's how you get a woman?
You have
Anyways.
you lure her in with a steak, and then she doesn't know what's happening.
Let me read a couple chats.
Oh God.
Are high-value men on dating apps? They seem like a trap to get men to spend hundreds of dollars. Are high-value men on dating apps? Well, I don't recommend being on a dating app. I don't necessarily think it means you're high value or not if you are on one, but
I've met
I
some
don't think-
high-value men on a dating app.
Dating apps aren't made for men.
You can find good people on there, but it's like, honestly, it's a waste of time and it's pretty toxic.
Dating
Get off
apps
the dating
aren't-
apps. Get off the dating apps.
Dating
folks.
apps aren't made for men. If you're a girl scrolling on Tinder, like
Oh,
you're,
it's a W for, well, is it a W for girl? Not
It's
really.
not anymore.
No, because if you're a
It's
girl and you're
not,
scrolling on
but-
Tinder, you're not gonna see a guy that's under,
Well,
a certain height.
I'll tell
right?
you why it's a W. I'll tell you why it's a W for women, because if men are seeking sex and women are seeking attention and validation, at no other point in human history have mid-average women been so fucking validated as since dating
All right,
apps
that's
and
enough
social
of this
media.
personal
Hold on.
attack.
It's true. It's fucking true. Like this, if y'all want attention and validation, social media, Instagram, dating apps.
No, it's so true. These apps are made for women. If you're a girl scrolling on Tinder, you're not gonna see a guy that's under a certain height. But guys are gonna
I
see
went
a
on a
bunch of
date.
plus size girls.
Wait, you know what's interesting about you, Riley?
What?
You read as if you're reading, or you speak as if you're reading from a teleprompter.
What does that even mean?
Like it's kind of like you have a script in your head.
Okay.
No,
and you're
she's
like,
got an earpiece and she's
Must
being
say
fed by
this.
Andrew
No
Tate.
ear
Don't you get
piercings.
it?
Is Andrew? Are you on the
my God.
phone with Andrew Tate right now?
No, I'm trying to prove
Andrew
a point
Tate,
here.
if you're listening,
I'm trying
blink twice and we'll let you
Stop.
free.
I'm trying to prove a point that dating apps are not made for men. If you're a girl scrolling on Tinder, you're not going to see a guy under a certain height. But if you're a guy, you're going to see a ton of plus size girls.
Wait, guys, quiet back there, please. Go ahead.
But if you're a guy, you're going to see a ton of plus size girls. And
Ton of fatties.
I get height preferences. 60% of women say that they want a guy that's over 6 feet. But
Word.
78% of men also want a girl who isn't obese. But
I went on a Tinder date with a guy
why
who was
aren't
like
there weight
5'3".
preferences on dating apps?
That's so true.
Why aren't there weight preferences
There
on
should be.
dating apps?
You're so
It's
right.
I did some charity work
I was
also.
gonna say,
It's
I've
because
seen
half
so
of the
valid
women that
as
use
well.
dating apps know that they would not.
You would be a great politician. I don't know why. Just
Thank
the
you.
way-
Until her
I'm just
OnlyFans
saying-
got leaked.
Okay, but
is
this
a
is all that
problem.
I'm saying.
It is a problem.
Is that half the women that use dating apps know that if they put their actual weight in there, they wouldn't get any dates, and that's all
True.
that I have to say. So
True.
dating apps are not made for men, and no high-value men probably are not on there because they don't
Well
need to use
put.
it.
Well put. All right, let's get
Well.
into some. I'm gonna get. Oh, you know what? Let's get into some of the show notes. Here we have. Let's do Celeste. Haven't heard from Celeste in a while.
What's
All right,
up?
you said you believe in equal rights for women.
Yes.
Okay, cool. The reality of dating as a sex worker, especially if you're dating a non-sex worker, have you had that experience? Wow, that split
yes.
is fucked up.
I've dated. Majority of the men I've dated have not been sex workers.
Mhm.
Like I've
And it's
never
broad-
really
is it-
honestly dated another guy that does
It's a problem for them.
OnlyFans or anything. Huh? It's a
Is it-
problem?
Is it a problem for them? The guys.
No, because going into it, they know what I do.
yeah.
So it's like not like a surprise to them.
Mhm.
But also I'm very respectful. Like I don't force anyone into making content with me. It's just my thing. It's my gig. If you want to do it with me, you can. But so it's never like really an issue because I don't, like no one's forced in anything. But.
Well, has it become a problem
Oh.
like down the road in your relationships?
I would say yes and no. Yes, because financially, a lot of the guys don't like how much I make compared to them.
Why would they not like it?
How much do you
because
make?
it can be emasculating. How much do I make? That's a kind of a personal.
Will you tell
It's a very
us,
personal question, but I make a very good amount of money.
It's not as personal as her butthole, though.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You can see that online.
Does it say like say
For $5 a month.
Yes, sir.
And she'll show you her tattoos for 10.
Can you give us a higher or lower?
I think it is $5 a month.
Yeah.
Or
100K a year?
Higher.
$1 million a year.
Okay, that's pretty close.
Damn.
I'm not gonna exclude
But the fact that you
what
have to
I
think about it.
What I make, but I'm blessed. I'll say that I'm very blessed. But I'm
Wow.
also I've worked a long time on what I do and stuff, and I didn't recently start making very, very good money until like 2 years, and I've been doing it for like 4.
You said that you disagree greatly that people shouldn't. Wait, so that's a double negative. You disagree greatly that people shouldn't be looked down upon for. Wait, so then you do think people should be looked down upon for doing sex work? Wait,
don't.
Wait, hold on. Help me help me parse
think
this.
that
Wait, hold on. Help me parse this. She said, I disagree greatly that people shouldn't be looked down upon for doing sex work.
Yeah.
So people.
that's a double
should
negative.
People should be looked down upon. That's what.
So because if you,
shouldn't.
but
Shouldn't.
you disagree greatly that so you
It was
disagree
I'm
that
dyslexic.
people
It was
shouldn't.
probably a typo, but what I mean
So then,
is
so people should be looked down upon for doing sex work.
they shouldn't is what I'm
You meant
saying.
that
But I
what
meant
you
to say
intended- what
was
you intended to say.
shouldn't.
There's a moment. There's the
They
moment.
shouldn't.
There's a moment of humiliation you just did. You knew what she meant. See? You wanted an example. I brought it up.
I'm
There
a
we go.
toxic misogynist.
You're just a horrible person.
I'm a terrible person.
And also saying that, I can completely understand from people who don't do it. I can
You
understand.
got to speak straight into the mic.
I can understand the judgment and stuff, and it's a very taboo thing still. So
Would you date somebody who works at McDonald's?
Yes.
You would?
I would. Honestly, I would if they had like goals in their life and stuff.
No,
and this is
they
just
don't have
their-
goals.
Okay,
Let's
well,
assume
if they
they
don't.
don't.
If they don't have goals in their life, then probably not. Because that's a thing that I
Okay.
expect in my partner to have goals
Well,
and
let me ask you a
aspirations,
question.
just like I do.
Is it
more
looking,
than just OnlyFans.
Is it looking down on a girl to refuse to date her because she does
No,
OnlyFans?
I think that's preference.
Okay, so what?
I mean, I don't think you should look down on them, but I think if you don't want to date someone because they do OnlyFans, I think that's valid.
Let me ask you a question. What if somebody has an OnlyFans, but they're, I don't know if I want to throw y'all under the bus
What?
on this.
Do it.
But she's dating a high
What if
value
they're
man.
like, in furtherance of making money, they're lying to their customer base to fleece and siphon more money from them? Would that be justified reason for like a normie to look down on a sex worker? Because they're essentially committing a fraud on their audience.
I'm not really quite like. Are you saying like if they said that they weren't with someone and then they were?
Well,
or
for
what are you
example, a
saying?
lot of girls offer what they call a girlfriend experience.
Yeah.
But
GFE, I know, but
right, but I don't know if I want to like. Cause
Oh, he's talking about you. All right, let's hear it. Come on, out
Well-
with it.
But I think the men
I
who
don't know
are
if I
paying
wanna go
for it
there.
know that it's not real, though. It's the feeling that they're looking.
I don't know
There's
about
some,
that.
Okay, here I won't say what I was originally going to say, but I will say like some girls will not make it clear that they're offering it's just a girlfriend experience, but the dude's never going to fuck them. The girls will actually lead the guys on into thinking that
they actually
they
are.
have the girl has some desire for the man when it couldn't be anything further from the truth. They, in all probability, actually have a boyfriend, which they keep private from their OnlyFans customers and clients because that would hurt their bottom line. And they are basically will fleece their customers under the guise of like, oh, I want to have a relationship with you, but that will never ever happen. Would that be pretext and justification for a man to look down on a sex worker and be like, you're preying on these men who are desirous of having a relationship with you, but you're really just using them for their money?
I mean,
Or do you think
honestly-
that's justified behavior from sex workers?
Listen, dude, she already says she's dyslexic. Why you gotta ask her
Yeah, I know, right?
complex questions? Her
Yeah, I'm
brain's
like,
hurting.
could you put it to the base?
I think
or
that was
something?
pretty
Give it-
simple,
I
but-
don't know. There's like so many.
I told you were losing her.
Basically, I think he's trying to say like there tends to be a lot of manipulation and deception involved in like fleecing dudes as a sex worker. So like strippers are notorious for, hey baby, there was that South Park episode with Raisins, the Raisins girls. Hey, welcome to Raisins. Like you pretend like you really care, and you like you're helping, right? I'm just helping you.
Okay, if men are dumb enough to fall for that, though, I don't think the patriarchy is going to work. Genuinely.
Wow, we got to be careful with that. Got to be careful with that.
What do you think about these fuckboy player guys who will tell girls about their romantic interest in them in furtherance of fucking them and never talking to them again? Is that if the woman's just dumb enough,
right? Well,
if she's just dumb enough to fall for the fuckboy who's saying, "Babe, I love you, I want to be with you," and then he fucks her and never talks to her again, is that her being a dumbass?
In some cases, yes.
Sure, but is there some culpability on the guy's part for doing that?
Are paying a woman. I'm saying if you are paying a woman for attention and you're not smart enough to realize that you are a paying customer for a service, you're not that bright. A man who is giving a woman affection for free and leading her on in the sense that he wants a relationship, there's no transaction there. I think some women are incredibly dumb and let men lead them on for way too long, and they need to get it together.
Some of these guys are very good at being deceptive.
But it's genuine emotional manipulation. Men are paying for a service. When I go to Target and I buy something, I don't think that the cashier is my friend. Like I realize, well, that's a bad example because you're not really paying the cashier. But like, you're dumb if you think that you're paying for something.
But don't women do the same thing when some guy is like, "Oh baby, I really love you and I care about you and you're the only girl for me." We all know they're trying to fuck. We all know that what men are trying to do is fuck. So you could say the same thing about
I've had
women.
men say that to me and be genuine, and I think that's the problem, is that some men are genuine and some aren't, and it's not always easy to tell who is who.
But I think that thing called when you like as soon as the guy, what's that thing called when
love bombing?
What?
Love bombing?
Ejaculate and evacuate?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. What about it?
So maybe the guy is serious or being honest, and then that happens, and then he loses interest.
Well, from the guy's perspective, a guy might look and go, well, okay, look, the average woman wants me to take her on a date. She wants me to pay for the meal. She wants me to come pick her up. It can't be the Waffle House. It has to be somewhere really nice. We've all seen these videos of women demanding like a 5-star restaurant for the first date, that sort of thing. So they're thinking, okay, the average woman wants me to pay to get her time and attention. And like the OnlyFans girl, the stripper, only wants $20. Like,
well, then that's fine if you want to opt for that, but you should be smart enough to realize that it's not genuine and that you're a paying customer.
I think for a lot of men, they basically look at women and go, okay, you see me as a wallet or an ATM. I see you as a vagina, right? Like, and it is transactional now in the current situation.
But then in that case, we're looking down on the woman for participating.
You said you wouldn't date a guy who worked at McDonald's and had no ambitions.
That's just because, like, I have ambitions.
Is it because he's black?
No.
Wait, what?
No.
Well, you guys have no sense of humor. This whole podcast, dude. So, thank you. Though I have this
too
one
many
on my
Christians
side.
on the
Thank
panel.
you for that. Okay. But okay. So here's the deal.
She's joking, by the way.
Yeah, it's a joke. It's all a joke. What's wrong with people? And anyway, so the question that I have though, because you see, this is where we have a problem. Women who go on OnlyFans, they make a ton of money, right? And then all of a sudden they start rating themselves value-wise with men this way, and you don't realize what's happening is you're literally getting paid for your vagina. Like that's what's happening, right?
I mean, yes,
pretty much.
Yeah.
It doesn't really.
It
listen to me. It doesn't really involve a whole lot of skill.
Yeah.
You don't even have to be that good looking, because men actually have a lower standard of looks for, like, they find more women attractive than women find men attractive. You can put some makeup on, do some stuff, do some lighting, all that, right? So there's a kind of inflated sense of what you would actually be matched with, because the guy at McDonald's might actually have an equal level of skills.
I mean, I guess, but I'm like, if the guy at McDonald's doesn't at least have something he wants to do past that, like I have other things I want to do past my OnlyFans, then I'm like, I don't know, like
what?
What do you?
How are we gonna transition from the OnlyFans to the?
I'm also a tattoo artist. I'm a photographer, and I'm also I do videography, and I also have a clothing brand. I make clothing, like
I do a ton of other
Go ahead,
things.
chat.
And I also, like, I'm smart with my money. I have savings. So if I wanted to go to school and, which I've thought about it recently, but, if I want to go to school, I can easily go to school and
Do you
I'm
think
set.
that the neck tattoos and the face stuff and the piercings and the OnlyFans might potentially hold you back in life?
I think it depends on what occupation, but also I think as time goes on, people are more accepting and find it, like kids nowadays, find it relatable and stuff, like tattoos and all that. Like, so I don't think it's going to be as judged as the old generation does, you know?
But when you're my age, right? And
Yes.
and all the tattoos that are up here start to be down here, you know what I'm saying? Like gravity kicks
If I get to
in.
your age, yes.
Wait,
Well, hopefully
can you
you'll get to
straighten
my
your mic?
age. I'm not hoping
Can you
anything
like
happens
straighten
to
your
you.
mic?
Like you want to live into your 40s and 50s, right? I mean, like that's the goal.
She has a satanic tattoo on her body.
Well, fair enough. Fair enough.
Well,
I'm just saying. Like,
Hold on. Okay.
No, it's funny.
Old
Doesn't
Hickory
seem like a
Dickory.
long-term
Emma
strategy.
Emirati's girl wears a Real Madrid shirt, but probably doesn't know where Madrid is. Go around and ask everyone to name 3 countries.
I'm gonna go
Where,
first.
do you know where Madrid is?
In Spain, it's in Spain.
Starting with you, name 3 countries. Go ahead.
3 countries?
Yeah, quick, go.
All right. Greece. We'll
You got this.
Belgium and Germany.
Cool.
United States, Canada, Mexico.
Oh, you can't do those.
France. I don't know. Other ones.
But,
France and other ones.
No, I'm
Quick, two more. Go. No, you can't help. Go ahead.
Well, there's Greenland, Iceland.
Okay.
Ethiopia, Japan, Brazil.
Nigeria, Uruguay, Chile.
Tilt your mic down, please.
Nigeria, Uruguay,
We
Chile.
heard, but go ahead.
So easy. Europe, Africa, Asia. Done.
Italy, Argentina, Peru.
I was gonna say
You got to come up with something else.
something new. Okay.
There's lots of them.
I know, and I can't even think of one because they took all.
I'll never get it.
You can't. Oh my God! Don't cheat. Okay.
Shut up.
The sisterhood
I feel
is
dumb.
kicking in.
Next.
Oh, France, Spain, Italy.
I think
No,
people already said
Heard
those.
some of that. Okay, whatever.
The challenge gets
Colombia.
harder.
What about here? Go
I
ahead.
don't know, Maldives, India, Sri Lanka.
Those last 2, I mean,
Okay.
And I can do Pakistan.
that was a joke.
No,
Yeah. Okay.
Rachel.
Ireland, Netherlands. Let's pick something exotic. Laos.
There you go. Celeste, you said that you had a dude that lied about his age completely after
yeah.
sleeping together and also did some pretty weird things.
Yeah.
So how old was he?
Okay, so when I met him, he said he was 25 years old.
Hold on. Please pull up your jacket up, please. Just throw it over the shoulders, zip that shit up a little bit. There we go. Okay, go ahead.
When I met him, he said he was 25 years old. And after we went on a couple dates and we ended up sleeping together, he told me he was 35.
Oh, so he was older. Okay.
Yeah, and he did some weird things just you know how usually you would tell people if you're into weird things and stuff. Well, he kind of just in the beginning, in the initiation of I guess sex, he put my arms up and smelt my armpits, and that
That's
was just
a very old man
very
thing
new
to
and
do.
different to me, and I was just
he smelled?
he was just into that
Older men like pheromones, dude.
disgusting. Yeah, it was just very. I didn't know he was into that either, so it was just very random.
Shit.
And
Okay.
yeah.
That sounds like a high T male right there.
But no,
HVM, high value
Yeah,
male for sure.
Well, I don't know about that, but a high T.
He had he had high T.
Yeah, well,
you've had a guy. Go
hell
sniffing
yeah, they
the armpits.
Of course, they want to smell your womanly stuff coming out of you.
So wait, would he did you hook up with him multiple
It's
times?
true. What do you guys? You guys
yes,
are dating
I did.
simps.
For real.
So,
you
would
guys
he-
are practically gay if he doesn't want to smell you.
Would you have you had the experience of he would tell you not to shower?
no, thankfully.
Yes, thankfully.
You had that? Okay. All right, let's see. He said he was 25, but he was actually 35?
He was actually 35, but he
Damn,
just
I got-
He was actually 35. He like looked young for his age, but the more I looked at him after he told me, I was like, it's kind of adding up. I can kind of see it now.
Yeah, 'cause, I mean, even for men, there's a pretty big difference between like 35 and 25.
Yeah,
huge.
I just thought he, didn't have the best hair or something. I don't know, but
he's losing. Yeah. Okay. You also said men shouldn't be allowed to tell their girlfriends if they can or can't do OnlyFans. Same for the opposite side of the coin, of course.
Well, yeah, like if you are going to get into a relationship with a significant other, whether it be your boyfriend or your girlfriend, I don't think you should be allowed to tell them if they can or can't do something. You can just like break up with them. If
I
you
agree.
Don't.
Yeah, kind of like how, like if there was a robber breaking into the house or something, I don't think my girlfriend should tell me that I should deal with it. I should use her as a meat shield, and she can take care of the home intruder. I agree with you.
This is a false equivalency.
If she's a strong, independent woman,
no,
I
it's
agree
totally
with you.
valid.
All the feminists should have to be meat
I don't
shields,
think
yes.
either of the people should have to fight the robber. I'm like, it's choice.
Well, you're both gonna die.
You fucking that'll work. That's your choice.
Can I tell my home invasion story?
Sure.
Okay, so we had a home invasion some years back, maybe 8.
Is this the one where like they stole Andrew's firearms?
Yes.
Okay.
And so it was like 4 or 5 a.m. and my dogs were barking like crazy at my window. And at first I kind of like ignored them, and I was like, wait, why are they at my window? Because they're normally like out back. And so I was like, shit. And I woke up Andrew. I was like, hey, dogs are barking. Something's going on. And I could hear something in the basement, and so could he. We're both like trained firearms instructors, but he took a shotgun, went to the top of the basement steps because we could hear that they were downstairs. We had kids in the back bedroom, and Andrew had previously like instructed us, and we had practiced this, and everybody out there with kids, you should do this. Practice what you're going to do if something like this happens, so that at 4 a.m. when you're not even with it, you know what to do. But I'm, in the back bedroom. You have to get through me to get to the kids. You have to get through him to get to me. Kind of like that whole Christ, man, wife, child thing. And Andrew went to the top of the steps and pumped a shotgun and yelled out a warning to the people that were in our basement, and they fled. He didn't end up having to, do anything, but he scared them with the pump of the shotgun and his loud masculine voice, and they ran off, and we were all fine. But all that just to say, like, do you really want you want a man who's like, sweetie, get the shotgun and go scare away the intruders? Of course you don't.
I mean,
Nick, could you close the door,
honestly,
please?
I wouldn't want to put the love of my life in danger like that either way.
Well, nobody wants to, but the whole
person
family's in danger when you've
I'm
got
going
crazy,
out the window.
You've
I don't know
got
about
crazy
y'all. I'm going
meth
out the
heads
window.
that are trying to
and my
rob
family
you
could
in
come
the
with
middle
me.
of the night.
We'll have one of those little kid backpacks. Or
See,
whatever,
this is
take
one of
kids
the
with
problems of feminism. It has made us forget. I remember one time I was on a date with this guy. And we were walking down the street. It was in New York City.
Just pushed it the opposite
the other
way.
way.
I wanted,
Okay, I don't know what you're talking about. So I was on a date with this guy in my feminist days, and we were walking down the street, and some crazy looking dude starts coming after us, and I kind of like leaned into him a little bit, and he was British. He goes,
Powdered Toast Man donated $200. Just wanted to say this is one of the best panels you've had in a while, Brian.
Yeah, it was a good panel.
Woman in the center in black is hilarious and sassy. Rachel is much better than Andrew, doesn't talk over everyone.
Take that.
Hey, Powdered Toast Man, thank you, man. Appreciate the donation.
Andrew is amazing. Don't you defame him. He's wonderful.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. You want to finish with
yeah.
your
So I leaned into him when I saw this guy coming at us, and then he goes, oh, well, you could probably defend us better than I could. And I was like,
you were like,
even though I was a feminist, I felt something in my gut
your ovaries shriveled.
Sink inside me. And I was like, why is that so gross? And then my feminist brain was like, you shouldn't need a man to protect you. And then, but still, I didn't go on another date. So,
okay. So I'm going to get to I have 2 questions. I got to get to my notes with Nicole, got to get to my notes to Julia, and then we have some from Rachel. So I'll try to get through it as quickly as possible. Nicole, you said that you consider yourself more moderate. You're probably leaning a bit more conservative, but you subscribe to a lot more liberal sociological concepts like gender theory.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Okay, so Basically, that just means that I've seen a lot of discussion on what a woman is, and I subscribe to the theory that gender is performance. So,
what does that mean?
that means like, okay, so that means that basically when you perceive people, a lot of
Powdered Toast Man donated $200.
Damn, what the- wow.
Let's Dance Girl in Blue is Bay, would simp. But seriously, have Rachel on more. She's much more pleasant than Andrew. Andrew causes things to be way too combative and it throws the whole show off emo.
He's way more entertaining, if that's what you're getting at, than I am.
All right,
So,
thank you, Powdered Toast Man. Appreciate it. You were saying gender is performance?
Yeah, essentially, because you know, I hear a lot of people talk about biology and like reduce everything down to biology, but the fact of the matter is that we don't check each other's chromosomes when we see each other, but we know if you're a man or a woman when you see them. So yeah, and also I really don't like the biological like reductivism kind of because
Nick, come on, let her. Okay.
Sorry, because I'm Catholic and I do believe that gender roles are important, but the thing is those are gender roles. They're not like biological roles. I think that society should enforce gender roles, and a lot of conservatives just boil it down to, well, like it's just what you have in your pants. I think it's a lot more than that. So that's what I mean by that.
So like if you
Wait, hold on.
Erroneous.
Hold on, that was just a whole bunch of word salad.
Sorry.
No, you shouldn't apologize. Well, let me just ask you then, what is a woman?
Sure. Okay, so a woman in the gender sense, in the sociological sense, is someone that does the duties that are aligned with the female sex.
So you think a woman is someone who acts like a woman?
I think that, you know what, it does become kind of a difficult question, but in the same way that I think race is a social construct, because race is just what someone looks like.
I gotta jump in on this one.
I'm about to.
They're going to be
Hold
so
on.
mad when you say the word social construct. Be careful.
Wait,
I know. Okay,
before-
just because something is social construct doesn't mean it's not real, too.
Thank you. They do not understand
language,
that. Thank you.
You don't understand the meaning of your words.
No. Wait,
Hold on.
listen. Language is a social construct. Language is completely real. Language has rules in the same way that gender has rules. Gender has roles. I think that people should align with the roles that are with their sex, but that doesn't mean that the roles themselves are biological. I think that's dumb.
Here, let me have everybody's answer to the question, what is a woman? Starting from you, moving that way. Go ahead.
Starting from who?
Yeah, okay,
Me?
you answered, then you, then around the table.
Okay, so I go.
Holy fuck, yes. Go ahead. Into the mic, please.
I mean, I don't want to say like what's between your legs because people are gonna come at me for that. But
Well, tell us how you really feel, I guess. I don't know.
I mean, yeah. Like I think like, you know, based on what genitalia you have, like that's the gender you are. But do I think people are transgender? Like, yeah, I support transgender people.
Hold on, let people answer.
No, I have the same exact answer as her. I don't want to go more in depth about that.
Ski-oo for Ya Christ His Lord donated $200. Your grandmother and her grandmother, going back through all human history, never struggled defining men and women. Do you honestly think this generation is more enlightened than your ancestors?
No.
Can I answer that or?
Well, let's get everybody's answer to this question. Go ahead.
I think a woman is someone with breasts and a vagina.
Okay.
It's an adult female, but there's. By the way, this shows you that there is absolutely no Marxist training in schools. That there are two responses
Right.
there.
A human adult with 2 X chromosomes.
I think it describes what, I'm trying to say this in a way that's concise, I'm sorry. It describes what is expected of someone who is born with female chromosomes and female parts, but it describes more than just the parts. It describes what we expect of them, what their role is in society.
I agree with you, but also kind of.
Here, just for moving on forward,
okay, yeah.
It's better to just actually state your position than just say, I agree with this person. Just state your actual position.
Okay. Well, a human adult with 2 X chromosomes that is also born with the parts of a woman.
A human that presents themselves as a woman, you know?
Isn't that a bit circular?
It's very circular.
Like,
but we'll get to that.
Yeah, that's just what I think. Like, if you present yourself as a woman and that's what you go by, then you're a woman.
Okay, wait, so go ahead with your point.
Yeah, so the person that did the chat, they said that, you know, people aren't confused, or people back in the day weren't confused about their gender or anything. And I think that's true. I think that people are using biology, because I don't think that men should, or people who are born with XY chromosomes should take on the role that women have. But that's, you know, if you just reduce it to biology, then it doesn't matter, because it's just, oh, they're just a man regardless. Like, I think a woman is the role. I don't think a woman is the chromosomes.
I want to kind of try, since it's a dating podcast, let me frame it a bit from a dating angle. I'll try to ask this fairly simple question here for you. Would you object to a man not wanting to date a transgender woman?
No, I would not.
You wouldn't object?
No.
Is a transgender woman a woman?
I think that, that's where it gets tough, because like I was trying to say before, I think race is a social construct as well. It's just what you look like. But I think it's inappropriate for a person to try and change what their race looks like. Like, someone might take on the race, like, change their appearance so they look like a different race. I don't think that's right.
But if it's a social construct, why can't they just fit into another social construct?
Well, I guess they could, but I don't think it's right.
Well, then that means you're pointing out to an objective reality.
Was that her? Yeah, it was her. That was me. Yeah, so my point is that I don't support this change in the social construct. I think it's a social rule for a reason. So
where did the social rule come from?
It comes from, I guess it comes from society. That's why
I know, but that's circular there, because it's a social construct that comes from society. Where does society get it from?
Wait, what? That doesn't make sense.
That's what a social construct is, something that's socially
Okay, so where does society, what is society made of?
Society is made of people.
Right, and where do these people get this idea of a social construct
I don't
from?
know, it's the same way that culture is a social idea. Like, where does it come from? We don't know.
No. It's not, but that's not true at all. You have to have a place that it comes from. Are people just pulling things out of the air and then saying this is a man and this is a woman? I mean, I know we're doing that now, but is this what people have done from the beginning of time?
Well, I mean, a lot of the social role of women comes from biology.
The social role of women is going to be separate for this discussion from what a woman is, and it's going to be the social role of, let's say, you know, a different race is also going to be separate from what a race is. So if you're going to say that, this is why the social construct argument doesn't make any sense, because a social construct has to be created by someone. It's created by people. What did they use to create it? An arbitrary standard, or did they look at objective things in reality and define it accordingly?
Well, you agree that women have a social role, right?
Which social role?
Like, you know, women are typically supposed to
or inclined to?
I guess inclined to.
Well, that's a different thing, because when you say supposed to, that means it's been enforced upon them from the outside, which fits into your social construct. Societies creating this to oppress women, to oppress different races, as opposed to an inclination that comes from the biology towards these things.
I think that people can be like, people can use their biology, and that, you know, ties into the role. I don't think they're divorced from each other. I don't think being a woman and being female, because the thing is, when I say woman, I'm talking about the social role. That's what I'm talking about.
You redefine terms to fit your argument, and then we can't.
That's not a redefinition, though.
That is a redefinition.
No,
She's redefining
let me ask you a question.
terms.
Let me ask you a question. Again, bringing it back to dating. Is it straight for a man to date a trans woman?
Wait, is it straight for a man to date a trans woman?
Would it be straight for a biological male to date a trans woman?
Okay, I don't think
who is a biological male.
Okay, yeah. I don't think it's straight for the man to continually date and see the trans woman, but I don't see how it's gay for a person to be attracted to a person who is feminine or that looks like a woman.
It's not really the question,
it's
though.
Homosexual.
That's what I'm talking about.
By definition,
Here,
it's
but,
homosexual.
Okay.
Well, I mean,
but would it be straight for a man to date a trans woman?
No, that's not straight. to
Oh,
date.
okay.
Yeah. I'm just saying if someone is attracted to someone who looks like a woman, I don't think that's gay. How is that gay? That doesn't make sense.
But that wasn't his question. That wasn't his question. That's what I'm talking about. You will often take the question. No, she didn't.
Yeah, she did. She said it's
pipe
not
down.
straight.
She did not answer the question.
She did, actually.
Pipe down.
And then
Pipe down.
What she often does is she changes the question into an easier question to answer than the position that we're asking about.
No, I didn't. I answered the question. I said it's not straight to date a trans woman. That's what I said. I said
But
it's
isn't
not
the
straight.
the definition? Okay, well, I don't know if this really makes. So straight is like short form slang for heterosexual, right?
Yeah, right.
So when we, how could it, would your argument then shift to be a transgender woman is not a woman?
Again, I think that I'm talking about, okay, when we talk about biology and we talk about social roles, these are different things.
Okay, one question. Is a transgender woman male or female?
They are male.
Okay, all right. I don't want to linger too long on this specific topic.
I mean, you're kind of right when you say it's just fashion, because when men pretend to be women, they think it's just a dress-up costume.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
What do you think about? But why should we honor that? Why should
not saying we should honor
Why should
that.
we affirm or respect
Honestly,
that?
most of the time,
it's more of a fetish, anyways.
Yes, it is. Most of the time, these men are dressing up as the woman that they would want to bang, or
By
their
the way-
fantasy of what that woman
So
would
it's
do
like
with them.
Feminists,
Yeah.
autogynephilia. But feminists opened the door for this. Margaret Fuller was writing in the 1800s about gender as a spectrum and everybody being somewhere on the spectrum and gender abolition. This is all feminist ideology as well. So
which is all communist ideology.
when they
Claire.
get mad about like men and women's sports, I just laugh because I'm like, you did it to yourself.
Here, let's switch gears a little bit here. Stifler, ask everyone to rate their looks on a scale of 1 to 10. Starting with you, go ahead.
7.
I would say like a 6 or 7.
Just don't do that
6
to
or
yourself.
7. 6.
I'm an 11.
I'd say
Okay,
like a
Troll.
7.
6.
I'd say a 7.5.
Like a 6.
I'm a 5.
I give myself a 5. Thank you, Stifler. Appreciate it, man. All right, we got some humble people here on the chat. Appreciate it, guys. We do have a chat here from Law Paladins. I'll read this quickly. Actually, can I have you read it?
Question for comedian. Where did you learn logic/debate? I've never seen someone break down the circular logic of society so quickly/easily.
Oh, I was a logic teacher for 14 years, so.
Oh, really?
That's awesome.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. Nice.
Sorry to come in. I should have put that on the table so everybody.
Yeah, you should have. You kept that. Yeah.
Disclaimer.
Let's see. Getting into some of the other notes here from Nicole. You said you like to call yourself a feminist, but I think I'm more traditional in the way that you guys describe it on whatever.
Yes. So, like I said in the beginning, I kind of like the approach of psyoping feminism. I think it's the most effective approach because I actually do really care about women a lot, and I think that women are playing themselves when they just have casual sex and stuff like that. So that's why, I don't know, that's my approach. And it seems to work with the people that I've talked to and my friends, just anecdotally. And I don't really see, so far, I haven't seen a more effective solution. So yeah, that's why I like to call myself.
Psyop feminism.
Yeah, I just mean I like to twist feminism into basically just being, I say I'm a feminist and I quote feminists, but I go off of, because I'm Catholic and that like informs a lot of my worldview. I'm still very Catholic, so I just like to refer to feminists that follow my Catholic worldview. Does that make sense?
No, I'm still so confused. It's been hours of you saying this, and I want to understand, but
I
I'm
think
still
like your
super
foundational worldview is based on your faith.
Right.
And then the level above that is based on these certain ideologies, and so you are only inclined towards the ones which already can be aligned with your faith.
Yeah,
as you perceive it.
Wait, but
Ben George donated $200.
Yeah, thank you, Ben George. Appreciate
There is
it.
no such thing as social constructs. There is only reality. You can't transition into something you're not. Period.
Okay.
No pun intended. Why have women dropped the argument against appropriation?
I agree.
We haven't.
Is it?
We haven't.
Yeah. It's totally appropriation.
They're appropriating.
Yeah.
But
Well, they're doing more than
costume or whatever.
appropriating.
It's
so
horrific.
But my point about feminism, I think that just anecdotally, like on a one-to-one level, when it comes to girls that I talk to that are like, you know, they're sleeping around and they're keep getting hurt over and over again. When I say I want this for you because I'm Catholic and I believe this because of I'm Catholic, they just shut down, like they don't want to listen to me.
Sure.
But when I say I am a feminist too and I believe that this isn't, you know, helpful for you because I'm pro-woman, like I do support women and I want you to be in a more healthy mindset or a more healthy lifestyle, then that's what I mean.
Wait, I have a question.
Well, that
Hold
makes
on.
a lot of sense.
I got a question. You're Catholic, right?
Yeah, I'm Catholic.
Now, I'm not an expert in the Catholic faith, but isn't it the case that under Catholicism, women can't be like preachers? They can't be cardinals. They can't be bishops. They can't be anything under Catholicism.
Yes,
but that's just because the priests don't want to molest them.
What the fuck? Okay. But you're a feminist.
Right.
So wouldn't your feminism, equality, how do you reconcile the Catholic faith of barring women from positions of authority in the church with being a feminist?
Well, I don't think that feminism, at least in the way that I'm using it, means that women should take positions of power in the church. I think that it means that women are happier women tend to be happier when they do, I guess, the things that they ought to do within the Catholic
social
faith.
construct of what they should do.
I mean, yes, exactly, like pretty much.
Interesting the way the social construct lines up with their own inclinations towards happiness.
Well,
Just
yeah,
saying.
exactly. I mean, what else would it be, I guess?
I don't understand how you're a feminist then.
That's
Well, she's using it
patriarchal,
in a different way. That's the thing. You have to understand the term feminism does not mean the same thing to her as what we're thinking.
What does it mean to you? Because like I think I've asked that like 3, 4, or 5 times, and I don't understand how you're feminist.
Okay.
How is that different from patriarchy? In your if you don't want patriarchy and you're a feminist, what's the difference?
I'm using the word feminist to mean that I am pro-woman when I talk to other women. That's what I mean.
Wouldn't it be pro-women to allow women to be bishops and cardinals within the Catholic faith?
I think it's pro-women to do things that are beneficial to women, and I don't think it's beneficial to women to have them take positions of power
Should women be able to participate in the workforce?
I mean, I guess.
Why shouldn't women be able to participate in the hierarchy of the church?
Because
why would that not be beneficial to women?
Because work and the church and the church authority is a lot different. The church, the priest takes on the persona of Jesus in the Mass, and women cannot do that. And women have their own role in the church, and it's not that. Women can be, obviously very nurturing, and women... women have children.
But
and
how are you not a patriarchist?
Well, I guess what does patriarchy mean? It just means...
It means rule by the father.
I guess then, yes.
Okay, so you are a patriarchist, but you're just saying you're a feminist in order to sneak
that's why I'm
in.
When we go into her world, it's the bizarro universe, and the words flip.
Well, I don't think that's fair. I understand exactly what she's saying. I don't totally agree because I'm not a Catholic. Like, I don't necessarily agree with you on what the gender roles should be or what people ought to do. But I understand that your personal views under Catholicism about the church, you're not saying that you agree with all the tenets of feminism. You're talking about using feminism to promote the general well-being of women. What you think that is. It doesn't necessarily align with
She's
how
using
you live
the
your own
term
life.
feminism.
Wait, I'm speaking. You're using the term you think that's the best way to promote the general well-being of women and their welfare. Even
that sounds like a bunch of woman prattle bullshit to me. I'm sorry, this is nonsense.
Do you not agree with promoting
women prattling?
It's patriarchy. When I say feminism, I mean it's just like...
Well, no, she's not saying her
redefining terms.
Her personal view. No, she's
such a woman thing to do.
She's speaking
when
about
I say feminism, I actually mean patriarchy.
Well, you can do that.
She's speaking about two different things. She's talking about using feminism, meeting women where they are.
Yeah, right.
Women are more inclined.
I don't actually
to listen.
disagree with what your little proposal
women are more
was.
inclined to listen
because you're talking
from a
about on a
feminist
one-on-one.
perspective.
It's evangelism.
I want to meet people where they're at. I really do want to understand other people.
I don't think that's a bad idea.
And if people are using the word feminism to describe things like I feel oppressed.
Pro-woman.
I feel oppressed by this. Yeah. I think the best way to meet people where they are is to do that.
No. I think the patriarchy's got to come in and smash feminism.
I kind of agree. Like, this all is making, what I'm realizing listening to this
offense,
is that I long for a time when we didn't have to convince women. I
Yeah.
long for a time when we didn't have to be
But
like,
that's not the
let's
time
figure
we're
out
in.
how to like pull them in and make them agree. It's like, how about we just say, this is what you do. This is your
Tell the
role.
men to do
These
that
are the
then.
things you're
40.
allowed to do.
Yeah, I mean, let's
And-
tell the men too, because they're not
Tell the
stepping
men.
up.
I just don't think that's a very effective way to
Yeah.
I
draw
think it's
people in.
extremely effective because men
Very
have the
effective.
monopoly
It's
on
not
force,
happening
and
yet,
if they
though.
just say no tomorrow, if the men just say, you know what? No, your feminism stuff, your women and making the choices and doing what you want, just no. How about
I mean,
that?
that's
most men
obviously
don't
not.
want
I mean,
that.
that's
That
like
just sounds
that's
better
a
to
bad
me.
sales tactic.
Let me
I mean,
just-
you
I
have-
don't want to sell women on the patriarchy.
She doesn't
because
care, dude. She's
it
a
will be-
tyrannical dictator.
It will be a never
Kim
ending.
Jong-un.
It will be a never ending torture chamber of. But what about
You're
the
not-
men?
you're not
though?
wrong.
And but
You're
what
not
about?
wrong.
But what about my feelings? And but what about what I want?
Why
It's-
do you have to be
you'll
so
never-
pedantic?
Let me just put it,
about-
let me just
about
say
women.
this. Let me
I'm
just say
just
this,
being
okay,
super honest.
ladies. Let me just say this, okay. Ever since I became red-pilled based conspiracy woman, my marriage proposals have gone through the roof. So if you ladies are trying to
the roof.
lock in a man, just say something racist and you're good to go.
Fuck.
That's not true.
You know what though? Like I do think it's actually a big red flag for a lot of men if a woman
Isn't
is a
racist?
feminist.
Yes.
They love
A
me
racist,
though.
that too.
They're being really
That's-
nice
actually,
to
they
me.
might
You're
like it a
cute.
little
You're
bit. They
young
might
and
like
you're
it a little
very
bit.
pretty.
Thanks.
You're gonna attract all the
If
Aryan
you were
men that
saying
your
the
heart
same thing at my
desires.
age, it would be over for you.
Also,
I'll be
they're not
locked in
going to
by
tell
then.
you, but I'm telling you this. They all have this thought in the back of their mind. As soon as you say you're a feminist, unless he's like really
I have a
saying,
boyfriend, though.
I understand, but in the back, I got to meet your boyfriend. I got to see what his testosterone levels are at. But most of the time,
High.
these dudes with high T and that really have ambition in the back of their mind, as soon as you say feminist, they go,
she's
oh,
funny.
this is going to be a problem. Always. And they're that
Whoops.
keeps them from being like, let's go full throttle and like marry this chick and like have kids and all that.
I do have to move things on a little bit. Nicole, you said your extremely religious ex showed up to your house to tell your parents that you were a lesbian because he was trying to save you.
Yes. So
Okay. And
That's where we
Do you
got the
want-
lesbian.
the lesbian.
maybe that's
I
what
don't
it was. I'm not a lesbian though.
In a state of limerence, you wrote a 20-page document within 2 weeks all about the guy who tried to say you were lesbian. That
No,
you
this
that
is a
you
different
liked,
guy.
that I had known only online for a while previously, and then he drove out to see you in DC, and I immediately stopped liking him, and you ceased all contact with him after we were good friends for a good 3 years.
Yeah, that did happen. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what happened. I don't know why I just got into this state. I was friends with this guy for so long. Like, we weren't that close, but then I don't know. He didn't even really like me. I was like obsessed with him. And then I only knew him online because he was friends with my friend's cousin who I would play video games with.
Mhm.
So that's
and
why
you
I
really
knew.
wrote a 20-page document.
Yeah, I did. I don't know what was wrong with me. I lost my
That's
mind.
love. That is love. By the way, Pinkerton, I think we missed this. I don't know if you're still in chat. Thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. Couple more notes here, then we're going to get to Julia. Going to you, you said hookup culture is bad for women. I don't think anybody disagrees. You had some disagreements, though, with myself or the show. You said that you disagree that there's nothing suspect about age gap relationships and that it doesn't matter. Do you care to elaborate a little bit?
Yeah, sure. Actually, I was doing a lot of, reflection before the show to make sure I could, really articulate my points if I disagreed.
Mm-hmm.
So I actually did change my mind about that. I don't think that age gap relationships are a big deal. But I think when people have an ick about something, they should really figure out why. And I realized it was just because it often comes with the power imbalance. But just in the same way, I would feel that way if someone who's really rich was dating someone who's really poor. And
What's wrong with that?
Well, I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with it. I just think it's really easy for someone to abuse their power in that situation. So I guess the threat of someone abusing their power is what makes me uncomfortable. It's not the relationship. Because I think people can have completely genuine, real age gap relationships. And I also do think
Let
that
me
a
ask
lot
you a
of...
question, though,
Go ahead.
on the rich-poor component. Couldn't you make the argument that actually, when it comes to abusive behavior, the person who's poor, who's seeking out the rich person, is much more likely to be the one who's trying to get something out of it as
Yeah.
composed to the rich person.
Yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I meant.
Like it seemed like the rich person is going to abuse. Like that doesn't. I don't know.
No, that's no. I never
Financial
said
abuse
that.
can happen too, though. Like the rich
It can.
person can, you know.
Yeah, it's just there's
lord
clearly
the money
You
over
don't
them.
really even have to be rich to
yeah. There's just
perpetuate
clearly
financial
a
abuse.
dynamic there, and I realized that I was uncomfortable with the thought that someone could very easily abuse their power in that situation, not necessarily with the relationship. So I changed my mind on that.
I think there's
Okay.
a knee-jerk reaction when people think the woman is being manipulated. Everyone's innate reaction is protect the woman, and when the man's being manipulated, it's like, well, he just shouldn't be so stupid, right? So nobody cares if it's a 40-year-old woman with a 18-year-old guy.
No, I
They're
still
like,
care.
well, he just wants to bang, and it's fine. But if it's a 40-year-old man with an 18-year-old girl, suddenly the 18-year-old woman, who we consider a strong, independent woman in every other sense, is a
Ben
helpless,
George
innocent
donated
victim.
$200. There is a fine
Yo, thank you,
line
Ben
between
George.
stereotypes
Appreciate it,
and
man.
racism. Find a woman that can joke using stereotypes. Stay away from the woman that can't tell the difference.
I feel like this is a personal attack, Ben.
Okay, thank you, Ben George. Appreciate it, man. You also said that, well, you changed your position on it, so there's really not much to discuss there, really. You said optics and tone policing are important. Was this about Andrew Wilson,
Yeah,
or
it
was this
was.
about me?
No, it was about Andrew Wilson.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. I don't know. He brings up tone policing sometimes when people say, well, I agree with you, but I don't like the way you said it. I think it's just because he doesn't meet people where they're at. And I don't think he's
Oh,
necessarily-
that's a bunch of woman garbage. We have to meet people where they're at.
Do you
no,
want to achieve your
we-
goals or
yeah,
not?
right,
Like,
exactly.
Do you
Yes.
want the vision that you see for the world or
Yeah,
not?
and the vision I see for the world is not going to be met through convincing a bunch of emotional, irrational women that what is reality is non-negotiable.
Why do you
They're
have to be
all just gonna
hateful
come
in your speech?
It's
Like, you
not
never
hateful.
say- you
It's
never-
not.
what about
This
male
is-
passivity?
It's more woman garbage.
More
to
women
be like,
garbage.
all I'm saying is
More
that
women
are y'all
garbage.
gonna let me talk?
Y'all,
No.
you don't have to say it like that, though. You can just say this is
This
tone
is
garbage.
policing.
Just being emotional like
That's
a woman.
tone policing. It's nonsense. This whole I agree with what you said, but not how you said it. That's bullshit. And this is
It's
the
emotional.
problem with giving women power, because now suddenly everyone's an HR manager, everyone's a hall monitor.
I just don't
We
understand why
can't
you have to
tell
say
jokes.
woman in front of it.
Because it's a woman problem. Men don't do this. Men don't constantly go,
Okay, so
actually, I agree with you. I
Why
just don't like
why
the
don't you
delivery."
share
I don't think
where
you've watched some
what you think
betas
are,
debating.
are
Well, they're
weaknesses
women.
with men in society today?
What's
if
that?
if you truly are telling me
Wait,
that you have an objective
mic
view,
down.
I would like you to share what you think are some weak areas of men in our society. Honestly,
What does that- wait a
Because I
minute.
want to see if you can actually be objective or if you're just a mouthpiece for your husband.
Oh, you think I'm just a mouthpiece?
I do.
Wow, I've never heard that one before, guys. That's brand new to me. I'm just a brainwashed
I guess I couldn't
woman.
think with my woman brain.
Yeah,
so
I can't
had
think.
to do
I,
something
well,
reused.
clearly I can't think with my woman brain. But if you'll be quiet long enough to let me talk, I'll tell you. I'll explain this to you.
All ears.
It's because men generally, there's a male hierarchy, right? If you're a man and you act like a little bitch like that, you get beat up. You get stuffed in lockers.
You
You
do.
get a swirly. Women are the only people who run around going, you know, I know that you're correct, but I just don't like the delivery. It made me feel a certain way. I'm in my feelings and I don't like the way that you said it.
It wasn't the way you drove, it was
and
the
men-
tone.
Right. And then men who act that way are being feminine. They're being beta feminine bitches, and they get put in their
women
place.
have different tactics.
So
they
do you-
use social isolation.
Beta.
They use defense.
Exactly.
They have
Which
group
is
tactics.
why
so
when
it looks
you're-
different
when
than how
you're parsing
men
out the
are
truth,
aggressive.
right?
Female aggression is different.
When you are parsing out the
Okay.
truth, you don't cater to women's stupid fucking feelings.
So you
about
don't
it. Does that
value
make sense to
femininity?
you?
Okay, so
You don't
I
val-
value femininity, and femininity means you sit down and you be quiet when people are parsing out the truth and telling you what's what.
Really?
You don't sit there
Why are
and
you
go,
here, then?
"Oh, I don't like the way that you." I'm here in my wisdom as an older woman to let all of you know that you're full of shit and you're
But
being
why aren't
ridiculous.
you? Why aren't you at home being quiet and fulfilling your?
When
feminine
I'm at
role?
home, I am.
She got a hall pass.
But you're here.
When I already said the patriarchy.
But I
gave me
would
a
like
day
you to
pass.
answer my question, and I will respectfully listen, but I would like you to answer my question. And the reason I ask it is because I want to see if you are able to view male and female strengths and weaknesses objectively. Because, this podcast, and I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and assume because it is this
So
podcast.
you just want me to name a weakness of men?
I
They
would like
let
to see
women talk.
where you think are areas of men in society that are weaker points.
Sure,
Yeah.
I would say that where men tend to go wrong is by being so desirous of women and putting them on a pedestal that they kind of go along and they, fluff them up and go along with their nonsense because they want pussy. And I think that's probably the biggest weakness that a lot of men have.
Is there any weakness that you can list that doesn't have anything to do with women?
Women are not the best at anything.
You sound like a misogynist.
That's not true.
Women are not
We're
the
the best at raising kids. We are the best
that's
at
not
raising
even
kids.
true because
better just
single,
hating on your own gender.
I know what you're going to say. Single dads do better than single
fathers
moms.
have a better turnout rate than single mothers.
Brian, the woman prattles out of control. I can't
Single
tell.
fathers have a better turnout rate than single mothers.
Okay, respectfully, I would like
Sure.
to, yeah.
So the problem right now is that we have an inverted social order. The social order is not meant to be that we must cater to women's feelings and that women have to be okay with how things are said and they have to approve and we have to convince them and we have to pull them over to our side.
Okay, so
the way it's supposed to be is that the order is men, then women, then children. The men parse out the truth, they write the laws, they enforce the laws, they run society. The women can have their opinions all day, but it doesn't mean that anybody has to give a shit about them. Does that make sense?
So
you can have
male
your opinion.
passivity. You didn't list that. Do you think men in our society struggle with being passive? Because I would argue that that's something that's a problem.
I think there's a I've explained this 10 times. There's a hierarchy among males.
Okay.
The ones that end up at the top running things do not pay any attention to the passive bitches at the bottom and they get stuffed in lockers. They don't generally get to reproduce. So historically, every one of us sitting here has twice as many female ancestors as we have male ancestors. Yeah. The reason for that is that men have to compete to be worthy of reproduction. As a woman, all you have to do is drop eggs. That's it. Someone's going to come along and inseminate you. You don't have to be special. You don't have to do anything wonderful or unique. You don't have to compete necessarily. Now you can compete for higher quality as a woman, but to reproduce as a woman, all you have to do is be fertile. As a man, historically, you have to compete for the women. So the betas, the cucks, the feminine men, they get used as cannon fodder, ditch diggers. It's tough. Being a man is like really
Here's
tough.
my problem with your approach. As a woman of God, I would assume that like you would put value in women, and that's what I don't hear in any of your arguments.
I put value in women as mothers, as wives, as caretakers. I think they don't belong in the workplace. They don't belong in college, with a few very minor exceptions, and here's why. We used to have communities. We used to have women that, like me, would spend their early years raising kids. As they get older, and their kids start to leave the nest, they're helping the younger generations raise their kids. They're helping their sisters, their nieces, their daughters raise children. They're working in the church parish. They're working in the community. They're taking care of the elderly. We don't have that anymore because women are all in cubicles working for corporations and paying taxes.
Getting
and
sexually harassed by their bosses instead of their husbands at home where they should be.
Where it's fun, where you want the smack on the ass, you know? So I know that you don't like my tone, and my message to all of you women out there who don't like my tone is I don't fucking care. I don't care. If you can't get past your own feelings to hear what I'm saying, then you're going to doom yourself to a life of
It's your
misery.
lack of Christ-likeness. That's what I don't like.
But she's a woman. She can't be like Christ.
I don't like that.
So you
kind
think
of talk.
Christianity is being nice? It's meeting the approval
I think
of women.
Christianity is being. I think kindness is,
being
but it's not the most.
soft.
But you know what God is called? The first when God describes Himself in Exodus, the first adjective that He uses in Exodus 34, He says, "I am a God of compassion." And so I think compassion is very important. I think God puts
everything
more
through your
value.
woman feelings. I think that you're in your feelings right now. And you don't like my delivery, and I'm telling you that I don't care.
So every argument that I've just provided for you is scripture, and you're trying to say that that's feelings.
No, you're not.
So I
giving
think that's
me
a flaw in
scripture.
your.
You're giving me woman
Exodus
prattle.
34.
You are filtering your perception of Exodus.
I'm sorry,
through your
she's not a
woman
Christian.
feelings.
She's not a Christian. But did I just quote a
Proverbs
literal?
21:19.
Okay, did I just quote an obvious scripture?
Yeah.
You could look it up. You could look up Exodus 34, and it will say, "I am a God of compassion." That's the first. Faithful love.
Right.
All those
so
he lists four
I have
characteristics
to
about
meet
him.
your standard for compassion for you to accept my
No,
message.
but I think it's.
You're
I think
here
it's,
to make sure that I speak the way that you think I should speak.
No, but
I have a husband and I have a priest, right? And if they think that the way I'm talking is not correct.
Absolutely.
They will correct me,
but as technically
not you.
worse. No, but technically we are supposed to be part of the same family, like sisters in Christ. And
Right.
all I'm saying
and
is,
what we need is women who will boldly speak the truth and not mince words and not be subject to the HR management department
I thought we
and the
needed
hall
women to be
monitors
feminine.
who are going to sit
and be at home and be quiet. But now we need
when
to
I'm at
speak
home,
the truth.
When I'm at home, sweetheart, I am quiet
She
and
hit
I
you
am
with the
submissive
sweetheart.
to my husband.
Okay, but
I'm here in
here
a
now.
panel full of feminists and a panel full of modern women, and so I'm here to tell you all that you're full of shit and that I don't care what you think about my delivery. Argue my arguments. Defeat my arguments. Don't tone police me and say, well, you're right, Rachel. I just don't like the way you delivered it because I don't care.
You know, your tone doesn't bother me at all. Like, I agree with, like, a lot of what you say. I just think you're ineffective. I think you're ineffective.
Well, tell that to the Amazon bestseller list, which disagrees.
Boom.
Okay, but you've
Hold
sold
on.
a lot
I
of
do gotta
books,
move
but have you
things
changed
on.
anything?
I do. Wait, say your point and then I'll move.
Oh no, I
on.
was just gonna say, like, selling books doesn't mean you've changed anything.
Oh,
I think
maybe the hundreds of messages, letters, and DMs from women around the world saying that they've decided to not go to work,
just
stay
don't
home
believe
with
that.
their kids. You don't believe it?
I don't believe
Okay,
it. I'd have
I
to
will
see some
share
proof.
them with you. On
I
my
just think
live
it's a
stream on my
shame
channel.
because you obviously have a big platform, and I think
It's a
it's
shame, you
unfortunate.
guys. She feels bad for me. It's a
It's not that I
shame.
feel bad for you. I literally think it's.
Just
I
save it.
think.
Listen,
I
just
you
save
talk
it.
about how you
Just
don't.
save
We
it.
are always saying I feel. I said I think it's a shame because you have a large platform and you're representing Christianity, and unfortunately, I don't think you're representing
I'm
true
sure you
Christian
don't.
values very
I'm
well.
sure you don't.
And I'm not saying I did not do a perfect
You're a
example.
Pentecostal heretic. What do I care what you think?
All right, we're back to the schism.
All right, guys, I'm going to move it on. I'm going to move it. Let's do a little something light. Actually, never mind. Let's not do something light. I will do something light soon that will get you all involved. I've got two things. So before we get to your notes,
Ooh, I have a hard out at 10. Yeah.
Don't you mean 10 p.m. Hawaiian time? Okay.
It's.
Anyways,
So, do you have any final things you want me to say before do you want me to drop the N-bomb before I go?
Preferably.
Can you tell us about any problematic groups that require
No.
flash?
Okay,
How about you flash?
Problematic groups?
No.
Where do you want me to start?
If they,
Wait,
if
we
there's
need
solutions.
you to stay for. We'll have you stay for 2 segments. How's that sound?
What is 2 segments? I don't know what.
You got
the
hard
time-
out? What do you?
I do.
Hard
that's
out to your
listen,
hotel room?
First of all,
Tell
I
us.
have
Where you going?
I have a masculine man who is picking me up, and he said 10 p.m. sharp. Now he knows
You know
I'm a
what?
lady, and I'm going to be late, and I have to respect his time. So before anybody starts with me, I'm being a good woman.
Yeah,
She
but
submits
hold up.
to the patriarchy.
I'm countering.
You don't
This
have
is a
that.
counter.
He in the hierarchy of things, he's higher T than you, so you would be submissive to him, and I'm sorry about it. And I know he's higher T because he's lost more hair than you. So let's.
LOL.
No, I got a hard
part of
out.
it. You got a hard out?
I do. I have a hard out. We have a 10 o'clock.
I think you have a Hawaiian.
Listen,
Hawaiian
whatever I have is fine.
Wait,
what's the
he-
question? What's the question?
Is this the guy? Wait, you said you were. Hold on.
I'm
This
in
is
a
the
relationship.
4-month guy.
Yes.
4-month guy. He
listen.
came with you from New York.
No, he lives in L.A. What's happening here?
Oh wait, do you live in L.A.?
No, I'm here visiting him. That's why I could do your podcast. What are we
I thought you lived in LA.
He's laying
I
pipe,
don't.
Brian.
Well, I live in DC.
You're not going to be able to compete.
First of all, I don't have sex outside of marriage.
Oh, I forgot. I'm sorry.
Just kidding.
You're a fucking liar. You're a fucking liar.
What do you want from me? What's the last thing you want from me?
What do you want?
What do you want over here, Tony? Give me what you want. I'll give it to you quick and straight.
I don't like that kind of talk.
Okay.
We need you. Okay,
Your
so
tone is all wrong.
we'll do the
get
man
it.
bear. Oh wait, but she's gone. God damn it.
The man bear, you go with the
Here, we'll do
man
this.
unless, he's an illegal immigrant. Then you go with the bear.
Wait, there was the Reddit thing we were gonna do. We can just do that really quick. We'll do the light thing, and then she can go. Scroll it up big. Okay, so this is what is the worst thing someone has said to you during sex?
Grandma?
Too big.
That's
Scroll down. And before you give your answers, I'm gonna have you read. Okay, so go ahead. Wait, scroll up next. So scroll up. Nope. Yep.
The short sentence?
Go ahead.
The short sentence, right? Right
No.
there.
Okay, the
long one,
yellow
okay.
highlighted part.
Okay, not me, but an old friend of mine
Really quiet, soft-spoken, polite guy, a total gentleman, and a graduate student in the liberal arts, also pretty inexperienced, tentative, and vanilla sexually. He's dating this really cool girl for maybe 2 months. She is much kinkier in bed. She floats the idea of dirty talk and apparently likes to be objectified from time to time. He's hesitant but wants to please her and doesn't dismiss the idea outright, changes the subject, and figures that they'll revisit the idea another time anyway. They have sex a few... Oh my God.
Bro, what?
They have sex a few days later. I'm gonna have to lock in. For the first time since the conversation, really going at it doggy style, and she tells him to talk dirty to her. He says that he can't think of anything to say, so he says nothing, and she then repeats the request. But the second time, she is not fucking requesting, but demanding it. He comes up with, "Yeah, you like that, you fucking R-word."
You can say it.
I'm okay.
Okay.
He's
You fucking
never,
retard. That's what he said.
He's never struck me as one for embellishment, so I believe him. He said that was it for sex that night, although they are together for 2 years on now. Okay, I read that part wrong, but fine.
So
that
the
doesn't
question
seem
is-
that. That's not that crazy. Why is that crazy?
It's funny. It's funny. So what is the worst thing someone has said to you during worst thing, funniest thing? Starting with you. Go ahead.
Can you start on that side?
What? Why?
I don't know. It's kind of hard. Can you start on this side? I'm like, I have to.
Into the mic.
What's the crazy?
I have to think. I really worst thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't think I've had anyone say anything crazy, weird, or bad. Personally, I'll think about it.
So the question is, what is the worst or funniest thing that someone has said to you during sex?
I actually don't know. I don't think anything
I don't like talking at all. Anything anyone says makes me. I don't like talking at all.
Just mute. Okay.
Respect. Probably did you finish?
Did you do the dishes?
During sex. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't have any. I'm a virgin.
Shut the fuck up. You're full of shit.
I'm serious.
You're
I'm
full
serious.
of shit.
No, I'm serious.
Bullshit.
She's also a saint who runs a charity.
Cut it out.
So hold on.
All right,
Riley.
that's my
This is new.
That's my time, guys.
All right.
Thank you for
Yep,
having me.
thank you for
Very nice
coming.
seeing
Thank
all
you.
you.
For coming.
Nice.
Appreciate
Good luck.
It. We'll have you back. We'll have you back. Thank you so much for coming. Let's.
Nice to meet you.
So okay, here's what we're gonna do. Actually, I think we can maybe I think we have you scoot that way. I think. I'm just gonna rearrange things.
God.
It should.
I have to take my double booster.
Right.
Yeah.
Did you not like something else?
And then you'll just you'll stay here. You'll scoot down. Okay. So hold on. You're a virgin. There's no. I'm sorry. There's no way.
mean?
There's no way.
Why would you not
You're full of
believe
shit.
The high value man isn't expecting anything. He's just with you because he likes to hear you chitter chatter.
You have an OnlyFans. You have fake boobs. It doesn't add up.
I'm a virgin.
Ain't nobody.
For real.
Stop the cat.
She's a virgin OnlyFans girl who lets her boyfriend fuck other women.
Panda donated $200. Is the blonde chick next to Brian Andrews' twin sister or something? They have the same emotionally
Funny.
immature, aggressive and arrogant communication style. Exact same vibes.
Aw,
they
thank
even
you.
look the same WTH.
That's so sweet of you. There's no one I'd rather be compared to.
Little Cersei Jamie Lannister action.
Yeah.
You get that reference, Bray?
Mm-hmm. I'm still stuck on this virgin thing. I don't believe
I'm
it.
actually serious. I'm not kidding. I'm really I'm being 100%.
Is that why you let him
Let him what?
be
Plow other chicks?
sleep with other girls?
I'll have intercourse with him when we're married.
So are you giving BJs?
bullshit.
Are you giving handies? Giving BJs? Because high value men don't date.
I believe her. I
Wait.
100% believe you. For sure.
Okay, so here's the deal we're gonna make. If anybody who's watching the show right now knows you, I invite them to absolutely spill any details about you.
That's fine.
If you're gonna
That's fine. Nobody's gonna have any details.
She's being on. I can tell.
She's being honest.
Yeah, that's why. Is that part of the
She's-
reason why you let him sleep with other girls? So he,
way.
no, he gets it with
She
other
knows
girls.
there's no
and then
fucking
as
way.
soon as you get
OnlyFans. Hey, let's go. Wait, keep going. Into the mic.
Some bullshit.
What do you tell us
Bullshit.
how you feel?
400, huh?
Tell us how you feel.
How I feel?
Tell us how you feel.
Well, she's just a fucking troll. She's a fucking liar. Like, this whole time, she's been trolling. She's been lying. Like, it's just, I don't know. Like, I don't believe a word she fucking says at this point. Like, she doesn't make any sense.
True. Wait, can you two switch seats? Wait, actually, before you do, any funny, worst thing you've heard during sex?
No, probably just him calling me a different, like a guy calling me a different
like Becky
name.
or some shit?
Yeah, like a group of different girl's name.
It wasn't like when we were fucking, but when we were like intimate, he asked me if I could cut him.
If you could cuck him?
Cut him, yeah, like with a knife.
Did you?
What?
Yeah, I did.
What? See, you got stories. You got to share this shit. Hold on. Wait,
I'm sorry, I didn't have time to send y'all stuff before.
It's
'cause I was in
all good.
class.
Wait, so you cut ham?
Yeah.
Cut ham with a
cut
knife. Like, was it a stab or a slice?
It was a slice, like I cut him with a
Where?
knife on his wrist.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And like we're still friends now, and like every once in a while he'll like pull his wrist up and be like, "I remember what you did to me," and I'm like, "Oh."
Damn, that is pretty bad. Holy shit.
He's a freak. He was like
Okay.
super freaky.
Switch seats. What about you?
Not applicable.
Oh, are you a virgin? You're waiting till marriage or
Real. I believe
real
it.
virgin?
I believe it.
Fake virgin. Real virgin. Fake virgin. The ring. Doesn't even fit you, that ring. Look at that. Look at that fucking gap. That shit could. Here, just put your hand like that. It'll just fall down. Okay, well, she's holding it up, kind of. Okay, all right. Wow, okay. I don't buy that first. Wait, we should ask the chat.
It's David Gierman because of the band.
I did on like I guess my friend's behalf, like one of my best friends.
Is there a feather on top of the microphone? Can we get a. Pluck that shit off. Pluck it off. There we go. Thank you. Sorry, your friend. What about your friend?
On my friend's behalf, I do remember them telling me like they had a guy who they dated that had a fart kink.
Whoa.
And so anytime they would be
Gross.
fucking, he would prefer for her to be on her stomach, and he'd spread her ass and he'd say, "Fart for daddy."
Oh God.
Fart for daddy. And she'd be like, "I can't," and he'd be like, "Try harder."
You see, you just said that on YouTube. I'm sorry to the world. Please don't listen to this.
Sorry, 12 gauge.
It's crazy. All right, cool. Let's do here. Let me read this chat. We have Desert Joe. Actually, can you read it, please?
Rachel mopping the floor with these
heretics.
Thank you, and feminists. This has been a great panel, ladies. Pay attention to what she's saying, not how she's saying it. So, some
Never
emotional
gonna
in there. Didn't like how you said it. So much truth.
That will make life better. Cool. Thank you, man. Let's do really quick. Hold on. Wait. Oh my. Okay. Would you rather come across a random man or a random bear in the woods? Starting with you. Go ahead.
What type of bear?
That's a good question. That's a good question. Yeah.
Let's say, okay, so in the same way that it's a random man, it's a random bear that you would find in North America.
A grizzly, a black bear.
It could be a black bear, could be a brown bear, grizzly
Size.
bear. Adult.
Regular adult size,
okay.
and an adult man, and an
adult bear.
Bear.
Yes.
Fuck. I'd probably choose the bear. I'm not gonna lie. I'd choose the bear.
What about you?
I would say, based off my life experience, I would say probably bear.
Based off your life experience?
Yeah, just based off some situations, yeah, I would say bear.
So you mean situations you've had with men?
Yeah.
Have you had any situations with bears?
Cable donated $200.
Okay.
Panda and the rest of the panel, I'd just like to say from all of us here at the Crucible,
thank you,
continue
Cable.
to seethe and cope because based Rachel just destroyed you. Not one step back.
Okay.
Who's Panda? Crucible crew.
Thank you, Cable. Appreciate it. Okay. What about you? Which do you pick?
Definitely a man. I would be so scared if I saw a bear in the forest.
Man.
Yeah, definitely a man. A bear is like a death sentence. I don't know what you guys are thinking.
Yeah, a man. A man.
Mm-hmm.
A bear.
A man.
Rachel.
A man.
Wait, so it was bear? I think you said man, right?
Man.
Man. So bear.
Have
Beats Bears Battlestar Galactica. Okay.
Have
You guys are lying.
Have you ever heard the saying online, like, well, a bear wouldn't take off your pants and essay you?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll
'Cause
eat you alive.
Yeah.
But
You
that's
know
like the
what?
worst.
How many men do you guys
Literally.
think just randomly SA?
A lot.
Well,
Oh,
when you
a
say
lot. How
a
many?
lot, so why don't we let's look into that. So
Well, have
what
you?
proportion? So when I say random man, that would just essentially be plucking any man out of the whole U.S. population. So what percentage of men in the U.S. do you think, if presented with some opportunity to commit this crime, do you think would?
40%.
Oh my god.
Well, I think 40%.
What do you think?
I honestly don't know. I do think it's a lot lower, but
How much?
I don't know. Like, I'm trying to be like unbiased. I don't know. Like, I want to say like only like 5. I'm hoping
5%. What do you think?
Like around, I'd say probably like 5 to 10%. We're between that.
Okay. Interesting.
There's no feminist propaganda, though. It's all a lie.
So, if you were, here's another question. If you were in a bathroom, would you rather a man or a bear wanders in?
Well, a bear can't fucking undo the door, really. So, like, am I in a bathroom? Like, is there a lock on the door? Like, let me know the logistics. Is
Let's
this
say
a
it's one of those
yeah, what are we?
like high ceiling bathrooms.
Is there a window in this bathroom? Because I'll leave the window and I'll keep the bear in there. Like,
It's a high ceiling bathroom.
Yes.
And American bathrooms are fucking terrible. So
a high ceiling.
high ceiling, which means that the divider doesn't go all the way to the top. So the bear could climb over the.
Is there like paneling on the
Bears are
ceiling
very
or
good at
anything I
climbing.
can cling onto?
Okay,
Like-
which one do you prefer?
I'd still probably choose the fucking bear.
The bear?
Honestly.
I don't know. I guess a man.
A man?
Yeah, man.
A man in that situation? Okay.
Do you think this is like a
Wait,
city
is
girl
the
problem?
is the man also crawling over the stall? Because in that case, I would change my answer to a
No,
bear.
I'm not saying the bear might not do that, but it could. In the same way the man might not do that,
So it might
but
just
could.
be a man accidentally wandering into the bathroom.
Like, it
he's
could
not like following me into the bathroom. Because
Yeah, it's all
in
very
that case, I'd pick the
situational.
bear because the bear could be just
Oh my
lost.
Why don't the bear and the man, have the same, like,
But if a man's following you into the
probability.
bathroom, it's kind of like a red flag. And he,
No, not following you into
Okay.
a bathroom. You're already in a bathroom. A man wanders in, a bear wanders
okay, it's
in.
like a gender neutral
Shut the
bathroom, and he's
door,
just in there
lock it.
chilling.
No, not gender. It's the woman's bathroom.
Yeah.
It's a woman's bathroom in a red state.
I might pick the bear then, because the man probably is up to some nefarious.
What if it's a transgender woman?
Well, in that case, she probably just wants to go to the bathroom.
I'd pick the transgender woman, yes.
But it's still, they're both
more
males.
likely that person's going to
They're
be
both moles.
predatory.
And that's
I would say.
Transgender women and
because they're going into
and
the bathroom
men
because it is a
think
fetish.
differently.
Like it literally
Yeah.
is a
Well,
fetish
if
for
it,
Wait,
them.
no,
hold on.
if it,
What do you?
Hold on. Okay.
You're like
let-
generalizing all trans, saying that it's a fetish. and
It
that's
is.
very
Well, they're
Okay,
all
hold on.
mentally ill, and
Yes.
mentally ill people
All right,
are
hold
more
on, hold on,
likely
hold
to,
I'm mentally ill and I'm
not
doing
gonna
that
not
shit,
gonna
so.
linger too long on the bear thing, but I do want to ask a question for those of you who answered bear. If we replace man with black person, does this question become racist?
Well, why does it have to be? Oh my god! Like what?
Why does it have to be a man versus a bear? Does the question become racist?
It's just a question.
I mean, I would still choose the bear because a man either way, you know. So
But I said black person. Is it racist?
black person, like meaning like female or male, like
Sure.
okay, then choose them instead.
No, you don't get to choose.
But he's asking,
he's
asking if changing the proposition of the question makes
like
the
if
question
changing
racist.
the race of the person, like if it's racist.
Let me just ask this.
How would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning?
I didn't, so I'm feeling it right now.
That's an intelligence.
I actually had alpha brain for breakfast.
Wait.
So
Isn't
I
that
came
some type
prepared.
of IQ test?
It's just it kind of tests your ability to entertain a hypothetical situation.
But in that case, it's not a hypothetical situation because she didn't have breakfast.
I didn't, so this is how I am.
Lord Jesus.
No, but how would you feel if you didn't have breakfast?
Lighter.
There you go.
All right. Wait. So here's the question. So if the question is, would you rather come across a random black person or a random bear in the woods? If you answer bear, is your answer racist?
What? I'm just.
If you no. If you answer bear, is your answer racist? No.
No.
So, okay.
I mean,
so what's your answer to that question then? Still the bear?
I mean, so you said it's like it could be a man or a woman, or it doesn't matter.
Just a black person.
Honestly, okay, if I'm in the woods and a random person comes up to me, it's gonna scare me regardless. So actually,
No. Okay, but it's your.
I know.
The original question is: would you rather you're going to come across either a random man or a random bear? But I'm asking if we like change it to race, does it then become a racist? If you answer bear, is it a racist answer?
I wouldn't think so. I don't think so. I don't.
Now, what if the same justifications that you used for picking a bear over a man, the risk of SA, you use those same exact justification and pretext for picking the bear? I'd rather pick a bear because this racial group.
He's checking for consistency with.
Okay,
you.
fair enough.
Right?
Would it be racist? Would it be racist? What? Here, let me ask you the question. Which would you pick, the bear or the... They really don't like this one. Okay.
Well, I mean, I think it doesn't make sense because if you were to change it to like a black man, but if you're saying if it was like a black person in general, like a woman or like a black child, like I would choose them. But if you're saying men in general, whether it's black, Asian, whatever man, I would choose the bear. Like I'm just saying like.
Well, there's a 50% chance you get a man, a 50% chance you get a woman.
Well, is there a 50% like I get a
Into the
bear
mic.
and a 50%?
Into the mic. Into the mic.
So I get either a good bear or a bad bear or like a man or a woman.
You get a random bear. It's not, you don't.
Hope it's not a polar bear.
And you can make.
And I'm just flipping a coin on whether I get a man or a woman walking through the door. I'm like,
oh my god.
I guess.
Look.
I guess. Yeah. No. I would still choose the man or the woman because I guess at least I have the probability of it being a woman.
Okay. The point I'm trying to make here, if the question of if you change it to like a race-based question, if it's racist, then it must of course then be sexist to choose a bear over a man.
I think it would be racist if you were to say if you were to choose a man or a bear and someone chose man, and if you were to change it to black man and they chose the bear, then it would be racist. I think so.
I think the reason this question is causing so much kerfuffle online is because it kind of shows how much women think men are inherently abusive, violent, risky, dangerous, when in actuality, this is super irrational to choose the bear over the man. And so it shows that women are easily propagandized, emotional in their decision making, and that they're not going to accurately assess risk. They're going to go based off of like emotional impulse.
Well, I think it has to do with experience.
Life experience.
I said life experience for me because like my first relationship, my only relationship was the worst I've ever been through my entire life. So for me, based off what I've been through, like
Mr. Bulle donated $200. Communique from the Grand Inquisitor. The Grand Inquisitor and the Inquisition Patriarchy supports Mrs. Rachel and enjoyed the roasting of the Pentecostal heretic. Breakfast, well done, Mrs. Rachel.
I disagree.
You disagree?
I was not roasted. I am not a turkey.
All right, thank you. And then we do have one chat here really quick from, thank you, Mr. Bulle.
Boulier.
Mr. Boulier.
Monsieur.
Has any guy called you more than one girl's name during sex? Has this happened to anybody? Ever been called a different girl's name during?
Just me?
Just
No.
just you?
Yeah, I'm like, just me.
Just you? Okay. So going back, you were saying?
Yeah, so like obviously like why I said I wanted to like try to be unbiased in my answers, because obviously I know my experience is not the experience of every person. Like you have a great relationship and you've also had bad ones, and obviously you can't base every man off of one bad one.
Right.
But to an extent, I don't think my like answer is necessarily emotional, but it's more just like I've just happened to have had really bad experiences with a lot of men. So in my situation,
I'm just like confused though, because a bear is like instant death. Like you're saying you would rather just choose death than to be put in the same room as a man.
It's not instant death.
Well, yes, it is.
Not necessarily.
It is unless
I think there's a
you've
lot of-
never had interactions with wildlife. If you've ever
You
had
can, like,
interactions with wildlife,
bang
like
pots
your
and
chances
pans
are
and
not good.
stuff.
But
A black
I
bear
think
without a cub.
this explains how women.
okay?
This is a
Probably.
difference between men and women that's very fundamental. Women personalize everything, and you can tell this right by if you make a generalization, you say women tend to be shorter than men on average. There will always be some woman that pipes up and goes, but I'm actually 5'11", so that doesn't apply to me. So like women tend to personalize.
yeah, I mean I'm gonna be honest, I probably 100% did that.
Right,
like,
right.
Just
so
subconsciously.
like, how
so.
many guys, like, let's say you've had interactions with 1,000 random men over your lifetime. How do you think it would go for you if you had interactions with 1,000 random bears over your lifetime?
Okay, actually I've never had that said to me before, so fair.
So like you're picking the bear because you don't have experience with bears, and probably you grew up watching Disney movies where bears were cute and cuddly and they sang songs. So like the reason this question is important is because it just demonstrates all of the biases that women have in decision making.
Yeah, I actually completely agree.
You know, Brian, you said something in a previous show that I really liked. You said that women say bear because it's social signaling.
Yeah.
And I think it is social signaling, but again, most of the time whenever women social signal like that, there's a reason for it. So I do think women are afraid of men, and I don't know if it's unfounded, but I don't know, I guess there should just be a push for more moral men. I don't know how there could be, because I know there's a big issue with SA. Like a lot of people know people that have been SA'd, and it's just, it seems like it's a huge thing that happens. So
depends on the definition of SA, because there's a lot of women who think that when they regret an encounter the next day that counts, that a smack on the bum might count, or when I was with this guy and I loved him, it wasn't SA, but now that I broke up with him and he's a jerk, now it is SA.
It's all emotional. It's all emotional.
It's all, the statistics are based on self-report, which is really important. We're not going based off of convictions. We're not going based off of cases with evidence.
It's really hard to convict people of
It
SA.
is, and I will grant
There's
that.
very little evidence.
I will grant that. We can totally grant that, and it doesn't change my argument that the statistics of, like, when you hear this 1 in 3 women have been SA'd, that is based off of self-report and the woman's perception of what happened. And we just saw with the bear question that women's perceptions of reality are personalized and biased and filtered through a bunch of emotion and things like that.
Well, I mean, so like
I'm not saying it doesn't
30% of your
happen.
sample size, because you asked how many of us, 2, 4, 6, 8. So you asked 8 of us, and 3 of them answered bear. So of your sample size,
Right.
so that's a bit of a generalization to say women say this. You could say that.
Well, no, that it's pretty consistent with the statistics, right? Because if 1 out of every 3 women would say they've been SA'd, then 3 out of the 9 of us saying bear, you know, and I'm not
So that's
saying
but that
I'm
kind
not
of does
saying,
not counter your argument.
No, I'm saying
you said
that
it's hard to
my
say
whole
that
point was
women
just
do.
to say that it's not necessarily objective when women say these things. It's based off of a perception, emotional filters, and all these other things that if you ask a guy, they don't necessarily, they just don't view things that way. They don't do everything based off of pure, like, emotional, personal experience, anecdote. They don't start sentences with, I feel like, as often as women do. I'm not even saying this is bad. I'm just saying we're different, and this is why having men in leadership positions and stuff makes more sense.
I think that's why it's more effective to communicate with women.
Okay.
Sorry, I won't go back to it, but I understand that women are different, so that's why I think it's more effective.
Here, let's get into the notes here for Julia. Julia, you were recently dating a 24-year-old. There's a 6-year age gap there because you are...
5.
Oh, you wrote 6, whatever. You said, but looks like these young men are lacking their older women. See note below about men dating younger. Okay. So how long were you dating him for?
Just 2 months.
2 months. Okay. And let's see. Oh, wait, hold on. Sorry. Wait, hold on. Your most recent relationship was with a guy 6 years younger than me, which developed while I was doing a 70-day singleness fast.
Yeah.
What is that?
So I deleted all the apps. I stopped, like, anyone that I was talking to, I ended the communication and devoted myself to, like, focusing on my faith, prayer, that sort of thing for 70 days.
Mm-hmm. How soon into the 70 days did you
And
meet?
no, like, anything... self, like everything that could be relational or sexual is cut.
Right, but okay, you said how soon into your 70-day singleness fast
40
did you
32 sorry 42 days in. 42 days in.
42 days.
So yeah, so we kind of like started.
Wait, tilt your mic down a little bit, please.
We started, kind of, the spark happened, and then
The PQ.
The PQ. Definitely. And I realized it works both ways, technically.
Mm-hmm.
And so, but I told him, I said I'd have to wait. I said you have to wait a month until this fast is over. And so he was like, I guess I have something to look forward to. So he asked me out, and I said, you have to wait a month. And so then I didn't let him text me or talk to me. We only saw each other at church or Bible study and that sort of thing. And it was really sweet. You're looking around in space.
No, it's just everyone's got up, so it's kind of annoying. But okay, so and you dated him for 2 months?
Mm-hmm.
So did you actually go through with the waiting for?
Yeah, we waited, and then so
you guys did have carnal knowledge.
No. Carnal knowledge?
Carnal knowledge.
No.
Sex.
No, we didn't. No.
But you said you have to wait
to go on a date with me. He had to wait until I was done with my fast to go on a date with me.
I see. To go on a date.
And to text me and to, like, hang out. Like, yeah. So I said we could only see each other in group setting. Like, we go to the same church, so we see each other at church. So I was like, you can talk to me then, but we can't. And I let him send me a Valentine's Day.
You let him send?
He asked.
My God,
he asked.
what a simp! Fuck this guy.
No, he's amazing. No, he's literally he's the most manly guy I've ever dated. He is the most, like, he is incredible.
The internalized feminism is overwhelming right now.
He respected my I said, and he was willing to wait. So, like, I'm like, clearly like, we both have the same goal. We both want marriage out of a relationship. And so he saw enough value in me after getting to know me for 18 months in a totally non-romantic context that he was like, it's worth it to wait for this girl. I think that's incredibly admirable.
Why didn't it work out?
I think personality differences.
You didn't find him attractive, huh?
No, he ended things with me.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why did he say, like?
Yeah. What was?
Do you
his
want to
reason?
share why?
He said personality differences. I don't know what happened. But he quoted personality differences.
What prompted you to go on a 70-day singleness fast? I'm assuming there was some sort of dating-related thing that must have precipitated that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, the Holy Spirit.
As Andrew would say, the Holy Spirit.
Conviction. Amen. Praise God. Thank God for the Holy Spirit. Okay, so shortly after returning from California in October, I went on a date with a guy who was a few years older than me, and he lived in Miami, and he was really, like, successful and handsome and good charisma and all this stuff. And so he basically offered to he wanted to hang out with me more. So we hung out while he was in DC, and then he went back to Miami. And so he was like, "Can I fly you out to Miami?" And I have
Was his name Walter?
No.
Okay.
Who's Walter?
He likes white
It's not
Christian
important.
women,
It's not
apparently.
important. His
Not
name is
Walter?
Not Walter.
Didn't fly, not Walter?
Not Walter.
Myron?
What is his name? Oh my gosh, I'm blanking.
Okay, never mind. Go ahead.
No, not Walter, not Brian.
No, Myron. Myron. Go
Not
ahead.
Myron.
Go ahead.
And
Myron ain't waiting no 18 months. I can tell you that right now.
anyways, so I was like convicted because I was like, if I have friends in Miami, so I was like, okay, I can stay at their houses and stuff. It'll be fine. But if I go, what if I cross boundaries, and I don't want to do that. And so I knew I was putting myself in a potentially like tempting situation that could compromise my values. And so I was praying, and I was like, Lord, I just need you to intervene because I'm gonna go, which is not the right spirit. That was the spirit of disobedience. But I did it, and I was just like, Lord, I surrender this to you. Please, I just pray that you'll help me. And I literally show up. I get to Miami. He had an Uber pick me up. I get there, and he says hi, and he's been texting me the whole time how excited he is. And then literally 1 minute into hanging out, he just like looks at me and his whole face changes, and he just the best way I can describe it, like the look of just total disgust and hatred. And I don't know what it was, but it was like he just hated me. And he was like, he started saying things like, I can't believe I invited a stranger into my house, and like all this stuff. And I was just like, I was like, I have text messages. I mean, you paid for the trip.
Dang. Well, keep going.
Literally. So he's so mean to me. He's just like, we can't. He's like, we can't go out. He's like, we're just here. I have this stranger in my apartment. Oh, and then guess what? In Miami that weekend, or it wasn't a week. We went during the week. It was a monsoon, so I literally like couldn't leave the apartment because it was so flooded. And so it was. I was just like staying in this apartment with this guy, trying to make him feel better because he was so like, this is so bad. Like this, I can't believe I invited a stranger.
Did you guys meet on Tinder?
No.
How did you guys meet?
Hinge.
So did
Dating
your
app.
profile picture not look the same?
No, we'd already met. We'd already met in DC and hung out and everything. Yeah. This was not the first time he'd met me.
Why would he say you were a stranger?
Dude, I know. I think it was God. Because I prayed and I was like, Lord, I need help. Like, I need you to help me to not somehow cross these boundaries, even though I'm putting myself in a totally tempting situation where like I'm obviously going to cross boundaries. And I literally show up at this guy's apartment, and he hates me. And he was texting me for like 2 weeks leading up to the trip, being like, I can't wait to see you. Like, you're so gorgeous. Like all this stuff. Like and you know, like
Wait, this doesn't make it.
I can show you the
sense.
text. I can show you the text messages. Like,
so you step through the door, instantly he's like, fuck you?
I step through the door. I have my suitcase. He's like, welcome. I'm like, hi. And he's like, and we kind of like walk into his place. He goes and sits on his couch, and I'm like, no, he goes, do you need anything? And I said, I need to find my wallet, because I realized that in the Uber that I didn't know where my wallet was, and I was afraid I left it on the plane. So I start like kind of like, I open my suitcase, and I'm like, I grab my wallet, and then I take it, and then I brought this game, which was like it was a little card game. It was like, let's date. And it's like a card game with like cute little fun, like sassy questions. Mm-hmm. And so I find the wallet, I find the cards. And so like I go and I sit next to him on the couch, and you know, he like has his arm around me and is all like obviously interested. And then I was like, well, wait, first, let's play this little game. Cause I was nervous and I didn't, you know, and so we start playing the card game, and then he's like, oh my gosh, you're gonna fall in love with me. And then that's when the hatred started.
Hatred?
That's how I would describe it. Yeah, he literally hated me. And I have a text message from him where he said, like, as soon as I got back to DC, he literally was like, I can read the text. He was like, I know I was really mean. Do you want me to read it? Should I read the text? I can read the text.
Give us maybe just the summary, I guess.
It was basically like, hey, like, you know, I'm honestly, like, I hope you got back okay. I'm really, because he was like, did you get home okay? And I didn't respond. And then he said something else, I didn't respond. And then he goes, hey, I hope you got home okay. I just want to say, like, you know I was kind of in a funk while you were here, and you know I'm sorry for the way I acted. Like, I realized I was rude to you, and that was like stuff like that. And he was just like, I hope like you're good and all that. So it was just literally like something came over him, and we were there in this apartment while it's monsooning. I don't think he was bipolar. He didn't say that he was.
Did you guys hook up?
What do you mean by hook up?
Carnal knowledge?
Well, like we had made out and we had cuddled, but that was it.
When he was in DC?
When he was in DC.
But nothing in Miami. Did you guys sleep in separate rooms?
No, we slept in the same bed, which was so uncomfortable. We were just like, I was literally like this. I was like, ugh. Like we were just, and he did this and that, yeah. And he was just like, I can't believe I let it. That's when he said it again. I let a stranger.
I mean, sometimes it's best to just kind of go your own way. If that's really awkward to.
No,
that's weird.
I know. So that was that first night. So then I'd go and I'd call up my friend, and I'm trying to like see her. It's in the meantime, it's like it's flooded, and so basically I changed my flight so that I could leave out the next day.
I
okay.
have a question, and I honestly don't mean to be mean, but you're a very chatty lady.
Mm-hmm.
Were you this chatty in the situation? Like, did you come in the house and just go?
I definitely was nervous, so I probably was bubbly. But
I'm saying this as a chatty person myself.
Yeah, but
they'd already met though.
We'd met. We'd gone on 2 dates. Like, so he knew what I was like. Because on the first date, I was also a little nervous. So
That's weird. It's strange.
I just thought maybe it was
Definitely
like
strange.
So a bit that made me realize that someone that would actually tolerate the way that he treated me, I must like have a lot of like self-loathing. And so that kind of sent me on this I was like, I need to figure out this like self-loathing, because only like someone that doesn't care about themselves would allow that, because otherwise they'd just be like, hey, screw you. And so then I went to this retreat, and then I had a like encounter with Jesus, and we like went back, and he healed me of 3 core memories, and that's when I started my fast. That's what triggered it.
That's what precipitated your 70-day singleness fast. Okay. Yes. Let's see. All right. And then you dated a guy who is 6 years your junior.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because you've been on the show before, almost a year ago, and you provided.
6 months.
No, I think it's longer than that. You provided maybe 9 months. You provided pre-show notes previously, and you said that, why do men seek to date and marry girls way younger than them? Look for partners your own age.
I know.
But you had your own.
They want innocence. They want innocence.
They want innocence. They want babies. They want lower body counts. They want less baggage.
Because of pair bonding. It's like proven that after a girl sleeps with 5 guys, their chance at a happy marriage goes down, I think, by 80%.
Yeah. So you want to know the best line of when I dated this guy? I called my mom at some point. I tell her, and she's like, "Good, get them while they're young. They're less polluted." So I guess she would. I thought that was funny, because she's like a mom, and she was. Anyways, but yeah, it was great. He's been like my favorite guy that I've dated. I'm sad on it.
Here, let's do the Bumble segment to get everybody involved in the conversation. Nick, can you pull up the Bumble segment?
Yeah, I just need the age range.
Start it. We're gonna go with you. We'll go around the table. Age range of guy you'd like to date. Into the mic, please.
I'd say minimum. I prefer someone that's like my age, or I'd say max would be 30.
What's your age?
22.
I'm 22.
Cool.
Okay, so you each get 20 swipes. We're gonna pull up some male profiles on Bumble.
No.
Hold on, but here's the thing. Whoever's turn it is, you guys can't give input. You gotta let them decide on their own. Go ahead.
Which one is it?
I don't know.
in the middle.
It's the guy in the middle.
The guy, no.
Okay.
No,
you
it's
get
still
20,
me?
then we go on.
Can
to
you move
next.
the camera so we see his age?
No.
No. No. No. No. No.
Jeez.
No.
Wow. Okay.
No. No. No.
No. No. God, no. Oh, wait. Yes.
It's the
No.
lint roller. Was this guy fucking married?
No.
What the fuck?
No. 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 No.
So that was 1 out of 20, I think.
Yeah, I just liked his hair.
Oh,
He
we
had nice
didn't
hair.
do. We forgot to do with. Oh no, we did do the Stifler question. Okay, never mind. Age range for you?
I would say anywhere from like 25 to like 30.
25 to 30. By the way, so that was 1 of 20. So you said no to 19 out of 20 guys. Nick, go ahead, switch it for her. You said 25 to 30, correct? Okay.
No.
These poor guys that are just.
Into the mic, please.
No.
Into the
No.
mic.
No. No. Wait. Yeah.
Looks like a high value man to me.
No. 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 Can't even see what he looks like, so no. 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 Oh, no. Yeah. I can't see, so no. Can't. Yeah.
Choose one of them.
I guess, yeah. No. No. Yeah. Ah, damn.
How many yeses was that?
2.
All right. Claire?
I can't do this segment. I have a boyfriend. I'm not gonna. Am I required to?
You don't have to. You could be a good sport, though.
Okay. I'll
You
do
don't,
it.
you don't have to do it.
I'll do it.
You could
I'll
just
do
pretend as if you were single. Age range?
Yeah, 21 to 30. I don't know. Oh, sorry, 21 to 30. No. Nope. No. 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 No.
Yeah, you get a bonus 10 if you say no to everybody.
I get a bonus 10. None of them are my boyfriend. No. 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 Do I have to like say yes to one eventually for it to end? No.
We just. So that was all no?
Yeah. One of them did kind of actually look like my boyfriend. I almost said yes.
Okay, my age range on apps was like 30 to 45.
Okay, 30 to 45.
And this is just to go on to match with them or to go on a date?
Like age range you'd be willing to date, yeah.
Okay. Willing to go on a first date? No. 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 Yes. No. Yes. 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 No. No. Yes. No. 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 Yes. No. Yes.
That was what, 5, 6? That was a decent amount. Anyone keeping track? I don't know. Your age range for guys you would date?
Probably 19 to 23.
Okay.
No. 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 Yeah.
He's
No.
in a car.
Yeah, I got a car kink, y'all know.
She's got a car kink.
No.
Is it because he's red?
Ooh.
Wait, what the fuck?
Like, yes, but no, because he's in the military.
100% yes.
What? Yes, because of the Wojak?
No. 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 The curly hair? Maybe.
That was, I think, 1. I think that was 1 out of 20. Okay.
19 through like 21.
19 to 21. You guys, twitch.tv/whatever, drop us a follow, drop us a prime sub.
No. 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 No.
Ooh. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. No. Yeah. No. 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 No.
3 of 20.
Y'all just don't like men. What's going on?
Age range
So
of guys you would
crazy.
date?
God, I guess 20 to 30, but I'm gonna say no to everyone because I have a
boyfriend.
boyfriend.
Okay. We'll do you want to do it?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
19 to 23. But I love my boyfriend, so to preface.
BTW.
Yes. No. 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 Yes. Yes. No. No. Yes. 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 I don't know. No. No. Yeah. Yes. Yes. No. Yes. No. No.
That was 10 of 20.
I think she got them right.
Wow. That was I think that's the most we've ever had
I
someone
love my
say
boyfriend,
yes to.
though. Sorry.
Yeah.
Aside from her, y'all picky as fuck.
Right. They just don't
Y'all
like guys.
picky.
I couldn't even see what half of them looked like.
Especially you. There were some good-looking dudes that you passed on. Not gonna.
Well, I still have a boyfriend.
Just. I mean,
Those-
like not like in that way, you guys, but.
Well, no, I know, but they sort of have like features that he has, so that's why I particularly like them.
All right, fair enough. I mean, you did say 3, so I mean that's
I feel
better
bad
than
for all the men out there on dating apps. Damn.
these girls are picky, man.
It's impossible.
Picky.
I
Got
think it's also
average
different when you're on
girl
camera.
rejecting like 7, 8, and 9, 10, like 7, 8 dudes. So, anyways, back to Julia here for a little bit, and then we're gonna. Oh, I've totally forgot, guys. We lowered the. If you want, we lowered the TTS to 69. If you want to get a TTS in.
Yeah.
Yeah. So get them in if you want, guys.
Do it.
Yeah, guys, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow, drop us a prime sub if you have one. Streaming quality is better over there on Twitch. And Madison's going to be doing gaming streams. She's going to be doing just chatting streams. So be sure to drop a follow and a prime sub if you have one. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Back to Julia.
Si, senor.
You wanted to. I mixed up your notes from last time, this time, but you wanted to talk about. If guys want girls to be virtuous, then they need to hold themselves to the same standard, and this includes porn news.
Totally.
Includes who?
Porn use, but
Oh.
I'm more focused on the beginning part. So if
Okay.
guys want girls to be virtuous, then they need to hold themselves to the same standard.
Yeah.
Okay.
You want me to elaborate?
Elaborate briefly if you can.
Elaborate briefly.
Yeah.
I think that in terms of something like celibacy, especially in today's day and age, there's a reason why you're doing it. So, like, obviously for me, it's because of my faith. And so I'm going to want the men that I'm dating to have that same focus. Because it doesn't work when you're... Otherwise, you fall.
Sure.
Loose Pussy Energy donated $69.
Yo, LP, good to see you in
The
the chat,
amount
man.
of no's is insane.
Where you been, bro?
These dusty, busted as bitches
Hey.
think they are a bunch of tens. Stop the damn cap. There's a guy named Abdul that would play this game with you. Hashtag get the fucking rocks.
Get the rocks. Yeah. Abdul? Yeah. Get the rocks. Get the rocks.
Okay. Well, so there's the micro level on the individual level, but I think you're talking a bit more on the macro level.
Okay.
But it occurs to me that it's not like an equal 1-to-1 proportion of like, so you have promiscuous women. I would argue that there's more women engaging in promiscuity than
Okay.
there are men. What I think is happening is you'll have, for example, there'll be like, say, the top 10% of men that are hyper promiscuous. And those guys will have, say, body counts of, I don't know, over 100. And then you'll have a larger proportion of women that have, for example, 30, 40, 50 body counts. For these aren't exact numbers, but just to articulate a point. And then you'll have a huge subset of men that have zero access or minimal access to hookup culture. Typically, these men are not going to be able to get sex outside of perhaps the very rare occasional hookup, or it's going to have to be through a relationship. But almost any woman, if she was so inclined, could be a slut. Any woman could be a slut. Not every man can be a slut.
Okay.
And so if it's, say, 50% of women that are engaging in this promiscuity and it's 10% of men that are enabling it, wouldn't the blame be on the larger cohort of people that is sort of perpetuating this?
Okay. Sure.
Oh, okay, checkmate. Cool. Moving on to the next topic, I
Well,
guess.
no, like, what's your point?
Well, but you're saying, well,
Was I blaming the
men
men?
need to be virtuous too.
In terms of pornography, yeah. I mean,
Oh,
okay,
I'm not talking about
Oh, right,
pornography.
we're
I'm
not
just
talking
talking more so about there's this like men are promiscuous, women are promiscuous, but it seems like it's a small portion of men that have that level of sexual access. So if it's 10% of men and 50% of women, it seems like the onus is a little bit more on women there than on... Like, there's more women who are participating in this than there are men.
The problem is like with the experiment that we just did with the dating
Yes,
apps, is that everyone wants the same guy.
Yes, everybody
everyone
wants
the
the
same guy,
same-
and that's the problem. And that's the problem.
Well, and I always say this too, like even as a Christian woman, and Julie's a Christian woman, we still, as Christian women, do not tend to be attracted to the men who are virgins, because the men who are virgins tend to be involuntarily virgins, right? So we still, because, and the reason is because we look at men who are sexually successful with other women and we see that they have value because other women want
It's
them.
like, oh, there must be something there.
Right,
And
right.
Everybody's guilty.
Whereas
of
if
it.
you get to like didn't you say your dating range was like 30 to 40 something?
Yeah, although obviously I'm willing to
Right, but
play
like
outside
so
the
you're probably
playground.
not going to find a guy in his 30s or 40s who's a virgin unless
I know
he's involuntarily a
PR
virgin.
Aquatic donated $69. If you're scared of SA, why are you doing OnlyFans? Wouldn't you be more likely to be SA by men that pay for her body?
I'm guessing.
Anyone with an OnlyFans, I guess.
I'll respond to that. I used to dance and stuff. I do OnlyFans because it's safe and it's from your house and it's in the protection of your own space. There's no danger.
Actually, I did a little study on OnlyFans, and I found that there's actually a pretty high rate of men who will track down women who do OnlyFans and find
like
them and
stalkers and
stalk
stuff, yeah.
them, and and there's a high rate of leakage of, so like you think this is behind a paywall, but it gets leaked a lot.
Black
so
Shepherd donated $69.
not as safe as you would
Big Brain Brian doing the Lord's work, having Rachel flex on these ignorant feminazis. I especially enjoyed her destroying the fake Christian red shirt lady who's eternally angry because of her. Based.
I don't see how I'm a fake Christian. I don't see anything that I said that would make you, unless you're like, oh, she's Protestant, so that's not real. Unless that's okay, fine. But other than that, let me know.
Okay. So going back to this, hold on, wait. You said that you disagree with Brian regarding his views on marriage, body count, premarital sex. Wait, are you so you're celibate, right?
Yeah.
How long have you been celibate for?
4 years.
4 years. Okay.
Yep.
That's pretty. Congrats. That's good.
Thank you.
4 years. Okay. So no carnal knowledge for 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Good times. Carnal knowledge, like sexual.
I wouldn't call it good times, Brian. I'd call it like we're surviving, but you know, the way that I would like.
The PQ is just going.
The way that the PQ is going crazy.
Chad causes the problem. He needs to put his blank down or society crumbles. Simps encourage it. Chad plus simp equals chimp behavior. Also to blank, women are bigger sleuths than virtually any males. Okay. Thank you, Final Wave Feminism. Appreciate it. Guys, get your 69s in if you want. It does occur to me that one of the problems going on is because we have this sort of very well, especially with dating apps, women have access to men that they previously didn't. I mean, still before even dating apps and social media, you could go to a bar or a nightclub, but now it makes it extremely convenient and also extremely, what's the term I'm looking for? What's the term for keeping something kind of private?
Discreet.
Nice.
So you could match with somebody on a dating app, go to their place, they go to yours. Nobody would be the wiser. So, I mean, there's a lot of discretion here, which is kind of to the benefit of people who are desirous of engaging in promiscuity. But I think what ends up happening is we all want to get the best we can get, right? We all want the most attractive person, physically attractive, however, what other ways that attractiveness can manifest itself. It could be status, could be personality, could be values, whatever it is. We all want the best we can get. I think the big difference is, and I've talked about this ad nauseum, is that men get rejected on the front end, women will get rejected on the back end. Yeah. So a guy will, what will end up happening, for example, if I were to step to a woman who is just, if we look at it objectively, she's just more attractive than I am, and let's just look at the physical metrics. If I step to a girl who's more physically attractive than I am, I'm getting an instant rejection. She's not going to entertain me for a date. She's not going to entertain me for anything. I don't even get a date with a girl who's out of my league, let's say. Nothing. Don't get a date. Certainly won't even get any sort of sexual access or romantic access. Nothing. She wouldn't want to pursue me for short-term sex or long-term romantic relationship. It's not the same for women. Men will sleep with a woman who they would, just on the basis of her physical attractiveness, will never be in a relationship with her, but they welcome the easy access to sex. It's not like if I step to a girl who's a 9, who's just objectively more attractive than I am, and she might have more standards than just purely physical looks, but I ain't scoring a 9, never say never. Maybe she likes my autism, I don't know. If I step to her, instant rejection. But if a girl who's a 6 steps to a dude who's a 8 or a 9, offering who's simping for the guy and is demonstrates a high degree of desire and interest, and sexual interest especially, he'll be okay. He'll never give her commitment, though. Why are you shaking your head?
I disagree.
Disagree with what?
I disagree with the premise that women are never that if you were to like any guy is gonna hit on a woman more attractive than him, it's instant rejection. I see women dating down constantly and having sex down constantly, like in my real life.
But here's the thing. So there's a couple things going on there. First, I think that men can offer things beyond just their physical appearance. So I can't speak to the specifics of the instances that you've seen. Perhaps he's got charisma. Perhaps he's offering something when it comes to financially. Perhaps he's got status in some sort of way. He's humorous. Women find a wide variety of things in terms of being an attraction trigger.
Dating apps are trash. Donated $69.
Thank you.
I know plenty of men who are attractive, high status, doctors, lawyers, and well-adjusted that struggle to get a lot of matches on the apps. Standards there are insane.
Yo, thank you, man. Also, another point on this, women tend to have an overinflated sense of their own physical attractiveness and the attractiveness of other women. So your assessment of your friend who you think is dating a mid guy, also, so there's I'm trying to think what it is. Men tend to rate women on a bell curve in terms of physical attractiveness.
Final Wave Feminism donated $69. Rephrasing due to censorship. Chad needs to put his peen away. He causes alpha widows. It's damaging all women and the social structure. It's why passport brothers are bad idea. Outsourced feminism.
So you're 100% right. So what ends up happening is women are able to get sexual access to men who are just frankly more physically attractive than them. It could even be other things. Like an average girl could get access to like an NFL player, NBA player. They could date a guy who's rich. You could be a 19-year-old girl in college dating a rich guy locally. He might be a little bit older, but she has sexual access to that guy. And so it makes them look at the men in their league, and they're like, they feel like they're settling, right? But in actuality, that's the guy in your league. Women's league is the men who will give you commitment and a relationship and marriage.
Right, and 100 years ago, that was all you got. You didn't get the NFL player. You didn't get Chad.
Mujina donated $69. Woman equals judgmental, men equals every hole is a goal smile.
It kind of sounds like, in this situation, though, I'm not sure that I really agree with what you're saying, but it sounds like if that's true, then the problem is with men. They need to raise their standards.
No, the problem is that when the sexual revolution happened and everybody decided we're just gonna fuck everybody, instead of women deciding, okay, like my grandma's 98, and her mother taught her and her sister, look, you're gonna have the best chance for getting a husband between 18 and 24. Yeah. So nail down the best guy that you can in those years and lock it down.
Except for me, because I had a glow up, and it was confirmed on this podcast.
Well, okay. But in general, it was like there wasn't this idea that they were gonna fuck a bunch of hot chads that were never gonna marry them, and then they were gonna have to settle for some guy that was in their range. You know what I mean? Yeah. So like back in the day, you only had to choose from your local circle of guys that were in your town or your area, unless you had an arranged marriage or something like that. Now, what he's talking about is true. Like women who are a 4 or a 5 at the bar will, some guy who's just biding his time will take her home, and they think that's the guy that they should be with, and they hold every other guy they're with to that standard, and it throws everything off.
Okay, well then it sounds like these men should stop using mid women for sex.
Well, you would think so, but
they're just giving it away. That's the thing. They're just giving it away.
Women are the gatekeepers of sex. Not men will fuck whoever they can fuck.
Exactly. Well, then the men should stop fucking whoever they want to fuck.
Well, that's nice to say, but that's not going to happen.
That's a small proportion of men compared to the behavior.
It's all the women.
Compared to the behavior of a large swath of women.
Okay, but if this small group of attractive men stops fucking mid women, it's
why
not.
Why would they want to though? Why would they?
Men are supposed to be the leaders. These great leaders who are going to lead us into this beautiful patriarchal utopia, and yet they're fucking 5s and 6s and living on inflated senses of self.
There's not a patriarchal utopia, but let's think about this for a second. Let's be objective and serious about it. If you're a dude who's one of these top 1%, and every woman you come across is spreading her legs and begging for it, Are you not going to, you know, on a slow day go for it? That's the way of the world. Genghis Khan, everybody.
I don't know,
Does
men
anybody
should be-
remember Genghis Khan?
If this is a problem-
So you as a woman, whether you like it or not, the responsibility is on women. We are the gatekeepers of sex.
I don't
We
see
decide
why.
It is
who
because
gets
also
I really
our
don't
only
logically
like
see
true
why.
value
Why don't you see
is
why?
our innocence and ability to.
Sex without permission is that word? Okay.
Yeah.
I agree.
Well, I mean,
yeah,
yeah.
sure. I agree.
I mean, jumping off that, yeah, it takes two people to have sex. If there's a responsibility on women to stop batting out of their league, the men who are out of their league have a responsibility to turn them down.
Before
In this-
birth control, before hormonal birth control and abortion, that's what women did. We were very careful about who we let in the gate because the repercussions were really, really important and extreme, and you couldn't just go get a fetus deletus or whatever, right? So like there was women were very serious about who they picked. Like if I interviewed my grandma on my channel about how she chose her husband, and she said, well, I thought about like, you know, can he support me and a bunch of kids? Is his family nice? Does he believe in the same things as me? What church does he go to? Does he have a good reputation? Now, if you ask a girl, like these girls, right, they're like, whoever's gonna plow me hardest in the back of a car is who I'm gonna go for. This is what happens.
I don't think that's true. I think you have a really pessimistic worldview.
It's not a pessimistic worldview. It's completely realistic.
None of the people I know in real life think that way. I interact with people in
The
real
problem
life.
is there's no repercussion. There's no repercussion for women.
Literally,
None. Absolutely none.
statistically, you girls are banging Chad. That's who you're going for.
That's a weird thing to
say.
It's weird
It's
how
not
it
weird,
all
it's
comes
true.
back down to having mutual respect for each other and everything else falls in place.
Well, hold on. We just did this experiment on
We
Bumble.
did.
We had, you said yes to 1, yes to 2. You said 0.
I have a boyfriend. He would be genuinely upset if he saw me see a guy's picture and say yes, and I have respect for my boyfriend.
So you said no to all those. So you didn't see any attractive men there?
I mean,
it's not disrespectful.
No,
to,
it's
like,
not disrespectful. I can be objective and say that I can look at someone else and
you
find
said
them attractive.
0 out of 30.
Yeah, it's just the respect thing. It's not like none of those men fit my physical standard.
I know you're trying to be respectful to your boyfriend, but like the whole point of it was like, if you were single.
I'm sorry I messed up the experiment.
Okay,
I'm
fine,
trying
then
not to get beat when
I'll
I go
even
home.
exclude you from it. We had 1, 2.
I'm kidding.
1.
No, 5.
Oh, hold on. Sorry, I got my numbers mixed up. 5, I think it was 1, and then 3. And then she was the only one who was kind of reasonable at 10 out of 20. So of the girls who did 1 or 2, so 2 of 20, that would mean like 10%. So okay, and some girls said 1, so that means they find only 5% of the men attractive. And if they said 2, 10% of the men. If you only find 10% of the men attractive, essentially what you're saying is I'm a 9.
Right.
If only 10% of men are attractive, you're basically saying I'm a 9.
No, this doesn't correlate to real life. This is you're on camera. You're being forced to look. It's not perfect, and
it's not perfect.
It doesn't. I'm telling you that real people that I interact with in real life, and literally no one I know thinks this way. And we're all feminists.
Most people meet
liberals.
online. Most people are meeting online. Most people are using dating apps to meet.
Well, that's true. I've seen my friends meet incredibly meet men online.
If you ask most women, most of them say, yeah, like I only find 10% of the men on dating apps attractive.
I
ask
have
them
not
in person.
I have not seen that
Most women
play
will
out
say.
in real life.
Most women will say.
None of my friends are banging
unattractive.
I think it's
women
something
say
like
I find most men unattractive.
Yeah.
I think it's something like 95% of the women like all choose the 1% of the men.
Well, and let's
pick
just
the
cut the
hyper-attractive
shit
men.
too, because it's like, are you really gonna sit here and tell me that you guys are messing around with the dudes who are like 5s or 6s? Of course you're not.
Yes.
Well,
right?
here's
Not my
the other thing.
normalize meeting in person.
Here's the other thing, though. So when it comes to relationships, that's when women will settle a little bit.
Post-wall, yeah.
but-
like once they're 35. Like Vivica Fox.
It's because they're expired.
At 60
No, but
years
here's-
old is
expired.
now ready to settle down with a nice guy at 60.
After
Here's-
you've already
Rode the
been
carousel
ran
until
through for your
60.
entire life.
Right.
Bingo. But here's the difference.
Is that not what you're doing, Brian?
Literally.
What am I doing?
You're 34, and are you
What?
married?
It's different for guys.
He's not running through girls.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not.
I
I'm
don't
not-
know that.
And also,
Allegedly.
men don't
Allegedly.
expire as fast as females
Right.
do. You get to 25 and that's it.
It's just different.
That's not. Hold on.
It's,
that's not-
no, it's true.
disagree on
It's
that,
downhill. It's downhill after 25.
Well,
and
yes,
I can promise you
there's a
that.
bit of a difference when it comes to peak and whatever, but hold on. So, shit, I lost my train of thought. Damn it. Oh, the differential is that, for example, for a woman to consider having a one-night stand, she will bend her rule. Like, for example, she will, how do I frame this?
Desert Joe donated $69. Since the dawn of time, men will fuck anything they can. That means women decide who gets to have sex. Stop personalizing your limited experience. Take accountability for who you let in your VlRGlN.
Yeah, we just talked about how genetic studies reveal that 80% of women who've ever made it to reproductive age have been able to have kids, and only 40% of
donated
men have.
$69.
Yeah, thank you, JDL.
Dating app data bears this out. Women swipe right approximately on 2% of men per Tinder and Hinge statistics. Women are very picky on the apps. This is based on hard data released.
There's definitely been a lot of data out there. Just really quick though, when it comes to like more casual sex. So women, if they're otherwise looking for a relationship, they will break their rule if the guy is attractive enough. So, okay, normally I wouldn't do this, but he's really fucking hot. I guess I'll have a one-night stand. Whereas men, it's typically the opposite direction. They're not
I can agree with that.
They're not holding out, I'll only have a one-night stand if she's super fucking hot. No, it's like, I'll have a one-night stand when the opportunity
okay enough.
presents
It's
itself.
also like the false sense of like ego too. Like, you know, like women like perceive themselves so highly, so they're like, oh, like I'll do it for this one really attractive guy because he'll definitely date me. Like I can definitely get him to
Lol
date me.
Paladins donated $100.
I have something on that.
It's not even about
Yeah,
being
thank you, Lol
hyper-attractive
Paladins.
conventionally. It's about testosterone and drive. Hit the gym, hit the steroids, be dark triad,
not sure about the
give good D.
steroids, but
that's all women care about.
Give good D. Okay, that's all women. Okay, thank you, man. I think here's one big difference. So as guys, if we can sleep with the girl, we can probably get that girl in a relationship. It's not clear to me as women, just because you can sleep with a guy does not necessarily mean you can get him into a relationship.
But do the reverse. If you can get him in a relationship, you can probably sleep with him.
Wait, hold on.
You said for men, it's that if they can get a girl in a relationship, they can probably sleep with her.
No. Or as a guy, if we can sleep with a girl,
We can probably get her in a relationship.
There's a good chance we can get her in a relationship.
Right. So for a girl, it's if she can get him in a relationship, she can probably sleep with him.
Well, yeah, that's not really.
No, I mean not ever. Lots of people don't
if
have
she
sex
can
in
get
relationships.
him into a relationship, but women can sleep with almost any guy. So,
Yeah.
But not if he's saving himself for marriage.
We have had girls that are 200, 300 pounds sit on that side of the table and tell us about how they did 20 dudes in like.
But I
a
think
week
they're
or something.
lying.
Well,
They're not.
The men
I think
not
they're lying.
saying,
But also,
no.
I sort of
Who
agree.
I don't know why you would have sex with like a really obese person.
Because all of the like
More
really
cushion.
undesirable
Some people
That's gross.
for the
Some
really
people
undesirable
It's
guys,
not
that's all they're
gross.
getting.
Like,
That's all they're
that's-
gonna get.
it's not what?
No, it's not gross. Like calling someone like gross for that. Like everyone has a type. Some people like bigger people, some people like smaller people. It's not gross. That's like being like, oh, you're skinny, you're all bone. That's gross. Like banging someone's bones. Like what?
I'll have you come in
Moonshina
after this.
donated $69.
We got two
So
coming
weird.
in.
When I was younger and a rugby player built like a brick SH1 house and woman would throw themselves at me a farm boy scared SH1 idless. Now 47 and earning SH1 clothes but way more picky.
Okay. Thank you, Mujana.
Cable donated $69.
Wait, stay for a
Ryan,
bit.
is there a discount for the
We're almost
Crucible
done.
crew
We're
to
almost
mute
done,
the
I
lazy-eyed
promise.
fake Christian in the red shirt?
20 minutes?
If so, name your price.
You got it. You got it, girl. What's up?
P.S. She's sneaking her phone under the table.
Get this girl an applesauce. Do you want an applesauce? I'll get you.
Wait, what?
I will get you an applesauce. Wait, is there a discount for the Crucible crew to mute the lazy-eyed fake Christian in the red shirt? What the fuck?
Lol Paladins donated
I think
$69.
mute a microphone is 500.
I'm sleeping
FYI.
with 4 women currently, and 2 of them have actively asked for a relationship with me in the past month.
Did you say no?
It's just
to them? I'm assuming you
biology.
did.
Stop complaining about it. We've only returned to animal nature.
Yeah. You had something?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think it is true that women can sleep with men who are more attractive out of their league that they couldn't necessarily get to date them. What I'm saying is I don't see how that fact relieves men of the responsibility in this situation. I mean, I'm not saying women don't have any responsibility to stop doing it, but I think that I don't know why it all falls on women.
Why does it always have to be the men, though?
I'm literally, they're saying there's no responsibility on men to not sleep with, women below their league.
Okay,
right, but like women never take accountability for their
If they're not
actions.
Christian men, why would they give a shit? Like, honestly, if they're not Christian, why would they care?
I don't know why. I'm saying maybe we should tell them to care. Maybe we should be speaking to the men.
Okay, but from you're agnostic. So from like a secular worldview, why not spread your
Final
seed
Wave
far and
Feminism donated $69. Ancient Greece and Rome had harsh penalties for homemakers, plus had modern equivalents to birth control, as well as adulterers, the men. Men have to be the first movers. Lola Paladins, are you an animal?
Okay. Yo, Final Wave Feminism. Thank you. Continue.
I'm just saying, it sounds like from your perspective, men are only hurting themselves by doing this. So if men are really just uncontrollable animals that can't stop their urges, it brings me back to this whole...
You're talking about men like they're a monolith, right. And
You're talking about women like they're a monolith.
No, I've been trying to tell... Here's the difference. I've been trying to tell you, women don't really have a hierarchy. We just compete for men. Men have a hierarchy. So there's always like these top alpha guys that are miles ahead of everybody else, and there's a large proportion at the bottom. So you can't just throw men together and say, why do men do this? Well, the top guys are going to do what they can and do what they want.
And if you don't think there's a hierarchy
who's going to do anything about
in terms
it?
of women competing for men, that's just crazy. There's absolutely there is a hierarchy of women competing for men.
Yeah, I said the only hierarchy females have is our competition for the best man. Other than that, there is no female hierarchy.
So the male hierarchy is what?
The male hierarchy is this alpha competition similar to wolves, similar to apes, where men compete to be at the top, and whoever...
The top of what are we talking about?
The top of the hierarchy, the power...
That's a little circular.
That's
a little circular.
She's not circular.
What is the hierarchy?
She's talking about in terms of dating. That's what she means. She means that, like...
in all of society. So, like,
what is the top
who gets to the top of the power structure? Who gets to mate with the top females? Yes, the president, the gang
Joe
leader.
Biden.
But that doesn't...
Joe Biden's eating ice cream.
Would you have sex with Joe
cream.
Biden?
Young Joe Biden? Yeah.
You would go to town with Joe Biden.
He was pretty physically attractive.
That's her pass. It's through all of society. So you could look at government. You could look at gangs. How does a male get to be the head of the gang? He's the top alpha. He's the most dangerous. He's the one who has beaten out all the other men to be on top. Men have an extremely competitive hierarchy, and
Rachel
it's
wasn't
dangerous.
a gang, by the way. Rachel, you were a gang. You were in a gang.
Oh.
Was it the same gang that with the Capitol, that they charged the Capitol? Was that the gang?
Oh my, okay. Anyways, guys, we're going to do a brief, the TTS has been lowered to 25, brief chaos roast section.
Oh,
then we're going to wrap up the show.
What?
Get your, it's going to be a roast. So guys, do a brief roast session, then we're going to wrap the show. It's been a good show, guys. I hope also like the video, guys. Drop a like on the video. Help us out with the algorithm. The TTS should be lowered. I am assuming here. Let me just double check, make sure it's all good. I've got a question for you.
Yeah.
Wait, did you say your last name when you introduced yourself, or?
Do I have to say my last name?
You don't have to?
Okay.
Stu 456 donated $25. Hey, girl in the Let's Dance shirt with the 1,000-yard stare, you are a perfect example of why people should stay away from college. You spent thousands of dollars to become dumber.
She didn't spend it, her dad did.
You're going to get interrupted a lot.
Michigan Christian donated $25. We are replacing men with gov, and it's evident in voting. Women equals more gov, EA. Socialism. Men equals less, EA. Liberty. This country was founded on limited governed women
you don't
are
have to do
destroying
roast, by the way. You can say nice
Repeal
comments.
19.
You can say nice comments too.
Lol Paladins donated $25. We are all animals. I'm a 7, but I sleep with the 2s and 3s that the real top 1% men ignore.
Do you play World of Warcraft?
That's how I get to
Are you
triple
a
digits.
World of
2s and
Warcraft
3s
gamer?
like the women of the panel.
Are there any Pentecostals out
Rito,
there?
please donated $25. Celeste is the hottest girl on the panel.
There you go.
Will you be my big
Blow him a
titty
kiss right
goth
into the
girlfriend?
Will you be his big titty goth girlfriend?
I'm fucking dead.
Are you goth? Do you consider yourself
Various
goth?
crazy
DMs are
people
open.
donated $25.
Do you consider yourself goth?
I'd
To
consider, I don't
Borty
know, whatever
Chardons,
anyone
zip
thinks.
up before your femi nipples crawl out. Complaining about older men? Your vibe says I want Vlad the Impaler, he is older.
Ooh.
Several
Would you
hundred
date
years
Vlad
older.
the Impaler? Nick, Wikipedia Vlad the Impaler, please.
696969 blah blah
He was
blah
a freak.
69 donated $25.
Oh, no, here we go.
Dame, that Leonardo dude was annoying as fuck. Brian, I thought
Dude?
you didn't allow guys on the podcast. I guess they got a pass due to being a FTM. Riley said she saw the bulge lol.
Did you see the bulge,
Pancakes
Riley?
underscore TTV
Never
donated
mind.
$25. The top of the sexual marketplace. The men who are able to sleep with the most women. They are the ones sleeping around, not the average guy. They won't stop because they don't have to.
Word.
Nobody can.
Real Trump donated $25.
Thank you, Real Trump.
Brian, the girl in the red sweater looks like the villain Bomb Voyage from that movie The Incredibles with that big fucking chin. Nick, I beg you,
Be nice.
pull up a picture.
No, don't do it, Nick.
Buck
Nope,
Larson
nope.
donated $35. The girl in blue with glasses is a virgin. Brian, let's please find a holy Bible for her to swear on to show she's truly a virgin. Until then, she's a strumpet.
Strumpet.
Wes Watson donated $25.
Oh boy, here we go.
Rachel Wilson, may all of your 2 children and 3 bastards die in your hands in terrible suffering.
Oh my God.
Your 304 mom should have aborted you. You and Andrew are the most disgusting family I ever
God
saw in
damn.
my life.
God,
I told you I have
Christ.
Mr. Bulle donated $25.
God damn.
From the Grand Inquisitor's Whatever Podcast Communication Liaison. Compliments Brian on a
Oh,
great
thank you, man.
podcast.
Thank you. It was a
Thank
good
you,
show.
panel, for
Better
being
than
good
Sunday.
sports.
And then
You two heretic.
We needed
Mrs.
you on
Rachel,
Sunday. You were
well
supposed to
done,
be here.
I got
Literally.
food poisoning.
Oh, you got food. Ooh, shit,
Nickelodeon
sorry to hear
donated $25. For the chicken communications,
No, I believe
I'll
her.
teach you the only thing you need to know.
She's a good sport.
Do you want fries with that?
But it was without you.
Roasted.
Without you, Claire. It was
was
it was a
rough.
dull affair.
I wish I could have been there.
Various
Carly.
crazy
Oh
people
my
donated
God.
Claire
$25.
for like hours.
To the
That's how
blame
good of
of
a
Why didn't you correct me? You could have corrected me.
You have more flip-flops than a
Carly.
Swiss
It
nudist
was a dull
can.
affair without Carly.
Why does your logic only apply for women? Accountability cope. Blame all men. Gotcha. GMD Jim donated $25. To the strumpet telling Rachel to be more Christ-like.
Tell us a
Weak
story.
Christians try that shite
What
all
you
the
got for us?
time to shut
Yeah,
down
a car
strong
story.
Christians.
You don't have a-
Christ
you really
chased
have an
out the money
orthodox audience
changers with a
here.
whip. Hashtag get the whip.
Get the whip.
Dear Mario Sandoval donated $25. Let's dance, open her mind. The male hierarchy is
Yeah, I
like
think
the
keep it
elks
right,
that battle
Nick.
for
You can
breeding
keep on
rights.
this angle for a bit.
What do you not understand?
It's like the elves.
Various crazy people donated $25. To Only Frames, Plastic Barbie, what happened to your
That's your name
lenses? BTW, high value men don't let Thea women go on OnlyFans. Those guys are cool.
I take them out because of the
Generic
reflection.
statue donated $25.
Yeah, thank you,
Love
man.
the show, Brian. Thanks for shining a light on the bed bugs.
Bed bugs.
Great to see you on the show, Rachel. Beautiful and smart. W. Andrew.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, generic statue.
696969 blah 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 69 donated $25. Julia, you turkey.
You can't roast me. I'm not a turkey.
Gobbling. Relay Nevinox donated $25.
There's a
What
2
happens
minute
to that
delay, by
comedian
the
that
way,
had to
guys.
keep reminding us that she was telling jokes?
I thought she was funny.
I liked her.
I thought she was funny too. I thought she was.
I thought she was
Well,
really funny.
Desert Joe donated $25. To the beta simps in the chat, stop it. Be better.
Desert Joe, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you, dude. You're a legend and a scholar.
Is it all done?
No, we
Note
got
a
it.
communist donated $25.
Shut up. Suck it up.
Tip the red shirt to find husband. Shut up. Suck it a little. He might keep you around. Bronx chick not funny. Typical woman. Rachel the GOAT, great job.
I am working on gentleness.
Stude 456 donated $25. The strumpet is Satan's favorite instrument. It goes gar when you blow into
What's
it.
a trumpet?
Auga, I
It's
think he meant
a
to.
lady of the evening, a lady of
You can't
loose
rely on the TTS
morals.
too.
Anonymous donated $24.50. Taylor Swift won't pick a Bumble date but will bang Lost Joe.
Hey.
Also, Julia should chill with wearing red. She looks like the Crimson Chin. W Rachel. W Brain.
Brain.
Various
you gotta call
crazy
me Brain?
people
Get my name
donated
right, dude.
$25. To the middle linebacker, Deborah Stan, A Chateau Rep in
you
red.
play football?
Any
No.
more exceptions you'd like to argue?
You got good
World Cup
shoulders. Good
stories.
shoulders. Are they
too broad?
Politely
No, not-
arguing the
they're perfect.
exceptions
You're
will really
tiny.
work to
Perfect
move
shoulders.
society forward.
I usually get the big shoulder.
Black Shepherd donated $25. Let's Dance shirt girl is disingenuous, obviously manipulating language against anyone not aligned with her beliefs, so she thinks she's always right.
By the way, heads
She's
up,
an
there's
extreme
a-
tribalist and cultural Marxist.
There is a 3-minute delay at this point,
Moonshiner
guys,
donated
on all the messages you
$25.
send in, so
I
there will
said
be a bit of
loads and
delay
judged
from
loads,
when you
but I
send
do
it.
appreciate you all stepping up and discussing these issues as one.
Yeah, it's
Different
good.
people
It was
with
a good
different views.
disagreement, you know,
Something
it's
your
good.
government can't seem to do.
Why didn't you correct me?
Rich and
I
Red
called
donated
you Claire the whole show.
$25. Rachel was in a gang bang with her 4
Hey.
baby daddies. I bet you and that
Dude.
Pillsbury
We're up
boy
to
stand
4
in
now?
front of a mirror and compare each other tits.
Were you-
Probably be sharing bras.
Where did you
Fat
grow up?
boy is a bag of trash.
You're from the hard streets.
Various crazy people donated $25.
8 Mile?
Your
You were in a
Zeppelin,
gang?
a Gen Z Led
Oh, okay.
Zeppelin tribute band singing their greatest hits with nasally inflection.
Ya Zeppelin? Singing with...
They're talking about my
Wes
throat.
Watson donated $25. The previous show, Rachel, do you do blowjobs to your husband? Rachel, gluck 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 gluck
What's a
gluck
gluck?
gluck gluck.
Damn, bro, they got...
Kamikaze Cam donated $25. From
Who hasn't
left
been
to
roasted
right.
yet?
7, 6,
You haven't been
6,
roasted.
6,
You haven't been
9,
roasted.
6, 10,
You haven't
7,
been roasted.
6.
You only
Woman
got a
look left,
compliment.
not even if she were the last female on Earth.
All right, there you go.
Real Trump donated $25. Led Zeppelin t-shirt girl
you got
is a
some
baddie
fans.
for sure. I'm getting a chubby just watching her.
Whoa.
To the tattooed girl, I wish my lawn was an emo like you and cut itself.
What the... Holy
Smoking
shit, bro.
Patriot donated $25. Chick in the red shirt is what men have to look forward to when they say look in the church. No wonder why men are running to orthodoxy for foundation.
Do you want to respond?
Wes Watson donated
You're probably
$25.
in your mom's basement.
Rachel Wilson
Mom's
was
basement
flipped more
roasted.
than an apartment in Fort Lauderdale, slammed more times than a taxi door, seen more helmets than Hitler, and last, but not least, she has a posse like a punched lasagna.
A posse?
David
Nice.
Tozechiak
guys,
donated
come on.
$26. Respect to all.
Penelope
Wish heard
Cruz?
more from
Oh.
Penelope Cruz
That's you,
daughter
I
and
think.
Marion Manson daughter did good. Rachel, you did great. Brain, did you have a stroke? You can't say my name yet.
David Treziak? That's right, yeah.
707 donated $25. My dog passed a week ago.
sorry
He
to
was
hear that.
more loyal and reliable than the girls on the panel minus Mrs. Wilson. Let that sink in. Feminism has failed you. Termiat Ops 4 donated $25.
How do you say your name again?
Blue shirt and glasses. You helping guys with your OF is like a meth dealer saying they are helping their customers. Corn is detrimental to mental health. If you legitimately didn't know, now you do. Quit OF.
Yeah, quit OF.
Embertech
quit OF.
donated $25. Great group tonight.
Very good
Girl
group.
in black that
Very good
left
group.
was my favorite.
Girl
She's
in
the
black.
GOAT.
Oh, okay.
My wife raised me to a higher moral standard and I'm happier because of it.
Aw.
She's of not an 11, lol troll,
Yeah, thank
still
you,
the
Embertech.
GOAT.
Thank you, man.
Nice.
Appreciate it.
696969 blah 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 69 donated $25.
Not true.
You all remember
Fake
when
news.
Brian
Fake
disappeared?
news.
He was
Disavow.
in the back. Go. Oh.
It's true.
Not fake news. Fake news.
Cable donated $25. Brian, why didn't you address the Quasimodo and Chief Bevo drama?
I'll do
Led
it
Zeppelin,
right before the end.
I've got more cough drops for you if needed. Your lazy-eyed red turtleneck. The shirt doesn't hide the
I love
giraffe
my
neck.
It's long and beautiful.
Doge Thought Patrol 69 donated $25. Riley, you are nothing more than the hot version of just grifty things. Rachel, your book was great. My only criticism is that you didn't talk shit about the enough.
Someone sent a compliment.
Wes Watson donated $25.
Please.
Rachel Jennings, you claim women shouldn't have bank accounts. Then why you're receiving the money from subscriptions of your husband's website, thecrucible.video, on your own bank account?
We have joint. The only
Thank you,
bank
Jody.
accounts we have are joint. So.
Andrew's son Glocktavius donated $25. I thought you were Christian, Rachel.
That's crazy.
You let Andrew throw me away like Daisy threw away Fresh Baby. He went out for Newport and never came back.
Okay.
Mujina donated $25.
Thank you.
Mate, not sure if you lucky or in the hot pot, but a single man surrounded by beautiful woman is like a wet dream. I had once smile. I did enjoy this, but I found myself frustrated, just like that dream.
Word. Andrew reminds me of Kevin O'Leary fakes being a asshole to bring in more views. Okay. Does Andrew fake being an asshole?
No, he's an asshole to people who deserve it.
Killer of Cereal donated $25.
Dude, Killer of Cereal. Where
I
the
missed
fuck
the
you
entire
been?
stream, but I love your face.
Where
Best
you
to
been,
all.
dude?
Get
Whose
some.
face? My face?
Get some. Stay hydrated. Stay alive. Keep your life
Great
in
advice.
perspective. Live within your means.
Dude, Killer of
and never
Cereal.
let a 300
Yo,
fall
W's in
into
the
your
chat
bed.
for Kill of Cereal. I haven't seen this guy in months. Yo, thank you for the bits. Appreciate it. Kill of Cereal, where you been, dude? We missed you, dude. We missed you.
Stochastic Decay donated $25. Riley, is your nickname Alexa? Because every time you talk it sounds like I'm getting a response from a smart speaker. So many canned responses it's hard believe you're not a grifter. Hashtag where is Gustavo?
That's crazy.
He might be back.
Does
boys.
pineapple
He might be
belong
back.
on pizza?
No.
I love.
Yes,
pineapple
I actually
pizza.
really like
It's
it.
kinda good.
That's crazy.
That's my worst take.
That's crazy.
Jacarino97 donated $69. Why cannot people just take the men?
The men. I don't get it. Why cannot people just take the men? The
men.
Just
Jacarino.
take the men where? To the strip club? What are you talking about?
Just
To
take
church.
them. Just
Take them to church. I fucking hate that band. What's that band?
Mujina donated $25.
Oh my
New to roasting, but let's give it a go. These girls took more head than a guillotine. I'm sorry, smile.
Just not yours.
Thank you, Mujina.
Nice.
By the way, you
Kamikaze
it has to
Cam
be through
donated
Streamlabs.
$25. Riley, has anyone ever told you you look
I'll
like
have somebody
Katie
read
Cush?
it, though.
Am I-
Just
I'll have somebody read
saying,
it.
winking face.
Am I dumb for not knowing who that is?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Katie Cush.
Does anyone know?
It's a P-star.
Wes Watson donated $25.
I think.
That's why
To
I didn't
Rachel and all red pill biatches, the one and only reason historically
I'm not
men
red
have
pill.
reproduced less than women is because men have died young in the wars before even get a chance to reproduce. Whores.
Pause. Is anybody
I'm
gonna
not
roast
red
her?
pilled. I'm not traditional.
Or
I'm not
her?
conservative.
Or
I'm not red
compliment
pill.
me.
Or compliment? Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, what'd you ask?
Some
anyone has roasted
Pentecostal.
us, yeah.
Come on.
Has roasted.
Okay.
Well, you got to give him a second.
I want to thank Wes Watson for being my biggest fan and the biggest donator to the show, though. Appreciate the support.
Rekha, what you got for
troll.
us? You got a story for us?
Nickelodeon donated $25.
Interrupted. Yo,
I don't know
Nickelodeon.
what hurts more, listening to Riley lie about being a virgin,
Fake
or other
news.
blondes stumble through arguments like she still has a concussion from when Andrew backhanded after her last debate.
Wow.
Real
Tired.
Trump donated
No, you-
$25.
you did good in the
Let's
debate. You were
Dance
reasonable.
Girl, thanks for voting for Joe Biden. Thanks to no one can afford a house, groceries,
I didn't
gas,
vote for
or
Joe Biden,
anything
for the
else. America deserves an apology from dum-dums like you. Please move to Canada.
Canada.
Send $500 for
Rito,
Brian's
please
Trump
donated
impression.
$25.
What impression?
Only girl
Your
that
Trump
deserves
impression?
a compliment is Celeste.
I don't really have. I don't think I can do it. Only girl that deserves a compliment is Celeste. Was this the big Tate goth guy, or is that a different person who said?
I don't know. I think it's a different.
Are you
Bob
goth or
Saget
emo?
donated $25.
Whatever anyone thinks.
Can't believe people
you
are
get a
simping
pick.
over Down syndrome. Jennifer Garner. Panel, what do you bench?
Can't believe people are simping over Down syndrome.
That's funny.
Jennifer Garner.
Who's
Oh,
Jennifer?
is-
I think that's actually really good.
She likes it. There
I
you go.
like
She
it.
likes it.
I'll take it.
She
I'll
likes
take
a
the
little roast.
Jennifer Garner side of it. Yeah.
Is that the girl from The Vow?
Oops,
It's the
wait.
girl from 13 going on 30.
Can't
I see it.
Nightcall will look at it. It does all the. If you want the TTS to trigger, it can't be through YouTube. It's got to be through Streamlabs, and we're not doing any reads. But hey, Nightcall, thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Wes Watson donated $25. Rachel Jennings, I'm not a woman. Where have you saw a woman to curse like that? Leave that. What about that we must appreciate women? You didn't said nothing about my actual statement.
All I heard
Killer of
was woman
Serial
prattle.
donated
Sorry.
$25. Brian, I've been exploring the last known frontier in search of that bear in the forest.
Last known frontier?
I guess me and the others I
Antarctica?
was with would be the men. Would you rather run into a bear or tour group in woods?
Tour group, obviously. Obviously, I think that was for the whole panel, but. Trying to think of something related to the men or the bear thing. Would you rather?
Michigan Christian donated $25. Ravenhair, men don't want to assume duty because they're getting free sex. Some, but others don't want to assume duty because women are giving free sex. Women aren't marriageable anymore. Hashtag modesty.
Okay. thank you.
Pancakes
Yeah,
donated
thank you, Pancakes.
$25. Mediocre body with a cute face versus hot body with a May face.
This is for both men and women here. Mediocre body.
Cute face, mediocre body with a cute
Hot body.
face. Faux show.
I'm going with face.
And he's got to make the
I think body
PQ.
over face.
He's got to make the PQ.
I'm going with the cute face.
Face.
You can fix the body.
Amen.
Can't really fix the face.
Yeah.
Can't fix the face. Plus, like, you know, that'll be your genetic legacy too. Like, you know, the kids might not turn out, you know, that way. Rexa?
Reka.
Oh my.
Rex. People call me Rakes. It's okay.
Rakes?
Rakes. You can call me Rakes.
Rakes?
Yeah.
Yo, chat, do you want us to hire her as second helmet girl? Are you down? Do you know what? Hold on, can I?
Stop the Body Counts donated $25. It takes two to tango. Women are the gatekeepers, men are the leaders. Slow shame women and
Can you put
men.
this on?
There's nothing cool about jeopardizing
You're-
future marriages for short-term
Trying
selfish
out
fun.
We're gonna hire you
status.
Okay.
as.
Cable donated $25.
Yo, thank you, Cable.
Where's Watson 6 when he pees?
I agree.
Tilt it down a little bit. She's struggling a little bit.
My
But
head's too small for it.
there might be.
Sliding.
Haha 304 donated $25. Red dress, here's your compliment, more of a tip.
Didn't
Christians
blow
don't get
out.
flown out for a blown out, do better.
Okay. Do better, I guess. Yo, guys, what do you think? Is it good? Second helmet girl? It's kind of blocking your eyes a little
I
bit.
don't know what this means.
Killer of Cereal donated $25.
It's a good look for you.
What I meant
Look.
was, would
Yeah.
you rather run into a tour group made up of bears, or a single man with a freshly decapitated bear head on as a helmet? Oh, and he's butt naked.
I'd take
Claptrap 420 donated $25. I'm a male nurse. I get shit on. By how many times I get told you get the agitated, 250 plus probably 400-pound patient. Where are they? At least I know who doesn't bow, but will suck my dick.
What the frick?
Real Trump donated $25. Led Zeppelin girl looking fine as hell. Would you like to date a man who owns an HVAC company in Nevada? Our kids would be beautiful. And now she's wearing the Hitler helmet.
Hold
she
on.
just got hotter.
It's World War One. It's not a Hitler helmet.
For dance shirt girl that
it's
was
World War
talking
One.
gender theory.
Okay.
Can that be applied to animals? Why is it difficult for your people to not know who a woman is, but can tell if a dog is a male or female easily? Kim Jong Unbelievable donated $25. I really like her long neck. It's kind of a thing of mine.
Fetish.
It's hard to find. I'm into men, so she gives me that masculine vibe, and I could try it, but her comments were annoying.
Okay.
696969.
I really took a turn there.
69 donated $25. Wes Watson seems like he is really familiar with gargling nuts. Just
Is that what that sounds like? Okay. Okay. What do you think? How you liking being the helmet girl?
I
We're
like
gonna hire,
it.
We're gonna hire
I don't
you.
know what it means.
So
Honestly,
you're go- but-
I've never seen the show before.
Oh no! It's a World War One military helmet. So
Oh.
World War II was like the bad Germans or whatever.
Yeah.
So yeah, don't worry. We're not getting you into trouble or anything.
Okay.
But you're leaving, right? You're going back. We're trying to hire a second helmet girl. You
Like
down?
hire? If you're gonna
Hire.
pay me, I'll stay.
Oh shit! Okay, we'll talk after the show.
For real?
Yeah, let's talk after the show.
Okay.
Shit.
I'm down.
Granny's box is not lucky luck another night without a cuck. I tuned in late. Grandpa needed a blank. I've been getting his rocks
Wes
off,
Watson's
and now I hate.
donated
Huge fan, Miss Wilson.
$25.
Anytime bricks.
Hey panel.
Thank you, man.
Sorry about my body and mind, Mrs. Wilson. I'm a skinny single man who's a vegan not by choice. Not to mention
Can you
him
guys
kind of our
bully me
word.
for a little bit? I
Ignore
need to lose
everything
some
else
weight,
Wes says.
I need to lose
We
some
are
weight.
collectively a
Bully me for a little
loser.
Trying to,
Mujina
lose the
donated
dad bod.
$25. You
Where are you
Americans
from?
are effort king weird.
Where are you from, bro? Where are you from? Where you claim, bro? Watch out, Rachel will come get you, dude. Don't talk shit on America. I'm proud to be an American. How's that fucking song going?
You're on your own, Brian. Not singing the song.
fuck?
It is
There you
Memorial
go.
Day. Almost.
Is it Memorial?
It was
just
yesterday.
I thought that was
yesterday.
yesterday.
Yeah.
It was yesterday. What do you guys think? Should I
I
start?
like the backwards hat.
Should I start
It's a good
rocking
look.
the fucking backwards hat, boys? Look at that. It's got a little. What is that? The bill?
Brian's entering his F-boy era with
This
the
is the
backwards
fucking.
hat.
Well, typically that would be more like this. Aren't the F boys kind of like?
I don't even know.
Maybe in
I'm the wrong
2008.
person.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's sort of old,
Yeah.
sort of old-fashioned.
A little retro at this point.
2000s. Yeah.
Wait, okay, where were we? I think I'll try to get through the wrap up here. Probably a few more will trickle in, but let's see here. I'm gonna talk about the Bevo drama really quick. Also, let me see if there's anything else. Before I get into it, I want to thank the entire panel. You guys were honestly one of the best panels we've had in a really long time. I know there were disagreements and heated moments, but I thought
Mujina
it was a
donated
fantastic panel.
$25.
Y'all were dope.
A white
Thank
South
you.
African now living in the UK.
Oh.
I had a green card for the USA, IT, but so forward king glad I did not make it there.
Do you speak Afrikaans? Do you speak
Killer
Afrikaans?
Agent donated
do you like the
$25.
Springboks?
These
rugby?
girls are
I'm a
picky
big
on
rugby
dating
fan.
apps because
Big
most
rugby
men are
fan.
unattractive, including you, Brian, you fat F.
Hey, hey, yeah, I gotta, lose a bit of weight, What am
SL underscore I dot D dot underscore 78C 752 CCB 194 3C1B donated $25.
It's gonna be
West
huge.
Church Watson. Don't pee out in public. Holding a child's peen is illegal. Wow, 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 wow. Wow.
Huge.
Wow, wow.
Huge. Okay, thank you. That was interesting. Okay, the Bevo shit. So the guy Bevo was like a week ago exactly. We had him on. He made a video because he didn't have a great performance on the show. Apparently, I don't know the whole details of it. I guess people were hating on him. I don't know. I think that's just his thing. He made a video trying to do damage control, and in an egregious, malicious...
Real Trump donated $25. Brian, Hitler did fight in World War II, so technically it is
You
his
mean
helmet
World War
dum-dum.
Yeah.
I think she's the hottest girl you've had on the show. I'm simping hard for her right now.
Oh,
she's
shit.
gorgeous.
You want to say
No
something back?
simping. Stop
You
simping.
want to say something
That's
back?
really nice. Thank you.
Hottest girl we've had on the show,
Wes
according to
Watson
him.
donated $25. Cable and Rachel, you forgot to mention that I'm peeing in your 304 moms' mouths.
Who's Cable?
6969669
Another
blah blah
super
blah 69. I know it from your strumpet mom.
I
Do
just had
smile,
an
Wes Watson.
epiphany.
You are a virgin
Holy
in cell
shit.
sim. Die virgin.
Guys, before I get into the Bevo shit, Bevo, challenge you to a boxing fight. Boom.
Yes, let's
on,
go.
bro.
Let's go.
It'll give me a good excuse to get into shit.
Do it, Brian. Do it.
Bevo, boxing fight. We're about the same height. Let's do it. We're gonna fucking box, bro. Okay, so he made this video, egregious, malicious, pathetic attempt. Okay, let me explain.
So retarded.
Note a communist donated $25.
Hey.
Brix is fat and gay.
You're right about the first part, okay?
I'm sitting next to you and you're not fat.
I got a dad bod. I got a bit of a dad bod. I think that's very nice, Rachel. Just call me a fatty, okay? All right. Just call me I need to lose some weight. I gotta lose a little bit of weight. Stress eating. All right, so he made this video, attempts to throw me under the bus by falsely accusing me of staging the whole him being a cuck thing.
Right.
Majuna. This reminds me of a magic trick I know when I was a 9 priest. Asked me if I could. Oh, bro, what the fuck? Damn, bro, what? He showed me jazz hands and said, "That's magic."
Huge simp donated $25. New Helmet Girl is the most attractive girl on the show.
Wow.
W New Helmet Girly. Yes.
Oh. They like you.
I'm not. Okay, thank
Into
you
the
guys.
mic?
That's
Into the
so
mic?
sweet. Thank you.
Yeah. So okay, back to this Bevo thing. Falsely accuses me of staging the whole him being a cuck thing. Here are the facts. He wasn't even scheduled to be on the show. We had his girlfriend on the schedule,
Black Shepherd donated
but he shows up anyways.
$25. On the real though, I've been following this podcast for the past 1+
Black
years
Shepherd,
since
thank you, bro.
Gorlock's
You're an
first
OG,
appearance.
you're an OG, dude.
Been a huge fan
Thank
since.
you, man.
Keep red pilling the 304s.
we use strumpets
Big Brain
here.
Brian.
We don't say 304, we use strumpet.
Cable donated $25.
Facts. End of story.
Bevo is a cuck. End of story.
Whoa, didn't know about that
P.S.
about
West
Wes.
bleaches his boob
Okay.
shoot. Shut up, queer.
Hey,
Damn.
be nice. Oh, we have somebody coming in here.
Clap Trial 420 donated $25. I'm a based male.
Hold on, okay.
I got a degree that would be better if males nominated the field. Males in nursing.
Guys, I'm gonna
How
pause.
better would the world be?
I just paused it. I'm gonna pause it for 3 minutes just so I can get through the thing. If you have any come through, they'll come through as soon as I'm done with this. Okay, so couple facts. He wasn't scheduled to be on the show. His girlfriend was scheduled to be on the show, but he shows up anyways. And we specifically tell people like, hey, we don't let people behind the scenes or anything like that. After she asked multiple times if he could come on, like we had one no-show or something, and so we finally accommodated it and agreed to let him on. We have security cameras throughout the entire studio. He claims that I went up to him and had a conversation and was like, yo, you should pretend to be a cuck. No. At no point, and we have security camera proof. I don't know if I'm not gonna distribute this tonight, but if he pushes it, I'll distribute it. At no point do I ever even have a conversation with him before the show. I'm running around, getting everything ready. You guys all saw me tonight. Did I have a conversation with any of you before the show? I'm dealing with stuff behind the scenes. I'm getting cameras ready, getting the stream ready. I don't talk to people before the show. Also, in addition to that, we have multiple witnesses from that show who can attest that I had no private conversation with Bevo before the show. As he was leaving, he admits he was trolling us, as in the show. It occurs to me that if I put him up to it, he would have said that I was somehow in on it, which he never said. After the show, he begs us to put his Instagram in the description, which I refuse because his girl tried to get us on some TOS shit by playing with her titties, even though we specifically told her not to, and that he came on to troll and waste our time. Furthermore, I had Instagram messages with him. He deleted all the messages that he sent me, where he apologized for trolling us because I refused to include his IG in the description, and that he said he intentionally did it for content because that's what they do in the UK. By the way, he deleted all his DMs with me, so I can't show you proof that he was lying. He deleted all his DMs. Bevo, I hope that nobody ever falsely accuses you of something. You're a pathetic sloth for being a liar and falsely accusing someone. I don't care if you talk shit, but it really irks me when people lie. So, no issue with you talking shit. You can say we suck, we're assholes, whatever. Don't falsely accuse somebody and lie, because it's really damaging when people lie and make false accusations. I hope nobody ever falsely accuses you of anything, but I don't know, man. You reap what you sow. So, anyways, that's pretty much it for the Bevo thing. I'm going to let these chats that came through. Sorry, guys, I had to pause it temporarily so I could get through it.
Killer of Cereal donated $25.
Oh.
A MAGA hat would look way better on the entire panel. Throwing a ball in your cereal here before close.
Yeah.
What's your opinion on the Second Amendment?
For it. I forgot to say, Bevo, challenge you to a boxing match. Boom. Done. Easy. Okay. Sorry, guys. Okay, that was it. And we have a few more chats, then we're going to wrap up the show.
Bevo donated $25. If I'm too much of a coward to tell my girl to stop fucking other guys,
Can somebody
what makes you
roleplay as
think I'm man enough to fight you?
Roleplay as Bevo, please. That'd be so funny.
Lol Paladins donated $25. New helmet girl, I've got a few Porsches if you want to upgrade from that Cadillac.
Shit, are you serious?
Oh, damn. Okay.
Hit me up. My Instagram is Reikanichi.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll say my last name.
6,969 number 2 donated $25.
Can I pee you up?
Emo girl on the right can get it whenever.
What do you mean,
we
Nick?
should
What do
start
you
a
mean,
ritual after the show. Smile.
You want to do a little blow kiss into the...
49 Minnesota_Wiser donated $25. The only thing Wes Watson knows for sure is, what is Sally's spit what felt like her teen his back while faking orgasm, as Wes was bent over the patriarchy in it, trading his vor and BJ's for soups and cakes. Braden Toombs donated $25. Her neck is longer than my peen, and I like it. I'd love to make some risotto and enjoy a nice evening.
Please send me the
I could cut
painting.
my cheese on her chin. I am painting a painting of you. Do you ride a bicycle? Totally Not Walter
The red
donated
flag wearing red. He paid to fly you out. You
$25.
dropped
To the
the
red
bomb.
flag wearing the red. He paid to fly you out. You dropped the bomb that you were celibate. You wonder why he's mad? Question for of gals. Would you rather be in the forest with Simp or Bear?
Simper Bear?
Wow Bot donated $25. Brian is rocking that wow classic physique around all these stumpets with no FKs given. How dirty is your keyboard? Also that Brit's teeth looked like Jim Carrey's in the Mask movie.
Word.
Bevo_the_cup donated $25. Any men out there want to fuck my girl? Unlike most of y'all, I'm okay with my woman taking dick from other men because I'm a truly secure, masculine man.
Oh,
Lol
okay.
Paladins donated $25. I was serious about the Porsche. I was also serious about the 100 plus body
he does have
count.
a 100
It's not complicated. You all saw her eyes light up as soon as she saw that message. Moojana donated $25. You Americans are silly sometimes, idiots, saying then Second Amendment can't be changed. So why Fuat King call it amendment?
I don't know. Rachel, do you have...
Desert_Eagle donated $25. Brian, don't ever bring that neo-Nazi trash Leonardo back on your show. Tell her to keep her Nazi scum confined to an anime profile in the chat or she will get dealt with in Los Angeles. Bevo donated $25. I just got done letting Rick plow my GF. I would take you on but her boyfriend won't let me. He said he will bend me over and spank me if I do.
Word. All right. There might be a few more that trickle in, but it's about that time. Any final thoughts before I wrap things up? Speak now, forever hold your peace. Peace. Okay, cool. So we're going to do a Twitch raid, and then we have it set up. We will be sending... and is Andrew still watching, you think?
He's doing
Andrew, sorry we forgot about last
Wes
week. My
Watson
bad.
donated $25. Cable and all other haters in the chat, I bet you all on illegal boxing matches. to see if you will dare to talk to me like that in my face. The next super chat you send, give me your date, time and place.
Wow, he's really owning
Stevie
you by
donated
sending all this money.
$25. The girl with glasses saying girls with tattoos look trashy. Well, the tattoo girl is so much more desirable than you.
Ooh.
Told you.
Shit.
Shots fired.
Do you guys want to debate that really quick? The tattoo.
Real
thing?
Trump donated $25. Led Zeppelin, fuck the Porsche. I've got a Corvette with your name on it. Rachel, I know I'm simping. Leave me alone.
Aw.
I've never seen a girl this attractive on the show before. I'm sprung.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
49
We can tell,
M8Misoardo_Wiser donated $25. A standing prison joke is, how do you tell if your celly fakes orgasm? He spits on your back. Wes
What the
Watson's only
frick?
first-hand knowledge.
Okay. By the way, Nick, for Twitch, we'll do Whoa Grandma tonight. And then, really quick, last thing. What's your body count?
Mine?
Well, I'm going to
Are we
ask
gonna go
everybody.
through all of
We'll go, everybody.
Cable donated $25. Moojina, come and get them. Wes, seethe and cope, twink.
Now it's like there's a fight between the TTSers. They're talking shit to each other now.
I'm on Cable's team, obviously.
Fiamo donated $25. Hey Brian, how is your neck nowadays? Did you get it from the Gluck Gluck?
Look, I got
Just kidding, smile.
some neck pain, some back pain. Not from the Gluck Gluck. Don't do that. But thank you, sir. Thank you. Body count?
I don't really I don't know. I don't want to disclose it, but I will say that it's over 50.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to give a range then, like 50 to 60 or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to know what I don't really know what my body count is, to be honest, because
and sorry, what's your age again?
I'm 22.
22, okay.
Yeah, no, I've been into
By the way, I'm pausing the TTS for just a moment.
Well, I mean,
Just a moment.
I was sex trafficked at like 18 and 19, so so that's why I'm saying it's kind of hard to dive into.
Wait, you were, if you don't mind me asking, can you vaguely how?
I was trafficked by older men that they would try to put me.
Did you have a pimp?
Yeah.
Or, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so it was like prostitute. Okay.
But was it voluntary?
No. Well, the last time was voluntary, but it was also a weird situation. I thought I was going onto Sexy Jobs, this website, to go into porn, but actually this guy who said he was a manager for porn and stuff wasn't actually a manager and stuff. But that one I would say was more voluntarily because I knew I was getting myself into. The other times it was not involuntarily. It was by not by choice.
All right. Body count?
I don't want to answer that question.
Do you want to do range if you don't want to give exact
I'll do
range?
range. It's under 5.
Okay.
1.
Under 5.
Wait, is this your current boyfriend?
It's the same.
That you
We've
were
actually
broke up
have
with?
known each other since we were 12. So.
Actually, it might not. I mean, you guys are the same age, right? Okay.
Yeah, we're the same age.
Wait, what was it?
Less than 5.
0.
Right.
I'm serious.
Riley, we went over this.
Not a chance.
We went over this.
Stop the cap.
It's not cat. I'm serious.
That's why I stick to anal sex.
Is it true, Riley?
No, I don't.
Is it true?
No.
You do the-
I won't even. No. That
All right.
scares me for real.
What about you?
5.
Like 5? Okay. So it could be like 6 or like 4.
It's around 5. Yeah.
Around 5. Okay. What about you?
Under 5.
Under 5?
0.
0.
I'm a married lady, but it's very low. You can count it on one hand.
I'm also a married lady, so I don't disclose my body count. All right, cool. So we're going to do a quick raid, then we're going to wrap up the show. Those of you watching on Twitch, very much appreciate it. Really quick, Nick, pull up the Twitch. Guys, drop us a follow on Twitch. Drop us a Prime sub if you have one. Twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub. Oh my guys, it's been 33 minutes since the last Prime. Is it broken? Can somebody just test? Guys, I think our Twitch is bugged. Please, somebody just test it out. Is a Prime working? But thank you for all the follows. I'll just shout out a couple of you just here at the end. RX, thank you for the follow. That's a tier 1. That doesn't count. Ashton, thank you for the follow. Okay, DeBaby Wolf, thank you for the... Thank you for the primes, guys. DeBaby Wolf OG, thank you for the prime. Third Wolf down, thank you for the prime. Timmy the Turtle, you're a fucking G. Thank you for the prime. John Stifler, thank you for the follow, dude. Or sorry, Turtle, thank you for the follow. Dark Lighter 1, thank you for the follow. Okay, I think our primes are working. Oh, Esgerd, thank you for helping us test this out. Thank you for the prime, appreciate it. Twitch.tv/whatever, drop us a follow, drop us a prime sub. Thank you for the watching on Twitch. We are going to do a raid. GG, well played to the panel. Last call, hit the like button, please, on your way out. Whoops, got to get these TTSs in, my bad.
Claptrap
It's back on now,
420 donated $25. Get fooked, you non-based libs. I'm a veteran. Because of that, I got my handgun carry permit at 18-year-old. Would you date me?
Yeah, man.
Desert Joe donated $25. To the white African, the Second Amendment is what has kept the US from descending into total tyranny. Yes, we're on the brink thanks to woke lefties fucking up the world. But we'll restore civility soon. Fox One Actual donated $25. The Let's Dance chick is your typical feminist NPC bot. Gross.
Do you want to respond?
Is that really going to be the last one?
Are you an NPC?
No, I think I'm actually...
GMD Jim donated $25. To quote the great Charlton Heston, I'll give you my gun when you pry it from my cold dead hands.
Based.
Word.
Rito please donated $25.
LOL.
Celeste. Body count don't change anything, offer still stands.
He can fix you.
I can save you. Beautiful.
Boom. There you go. Yo, Rito, please. Thank you, man. All right, GG, well played to the panel. Last call. Hit the like button, please, on your way out. Thank you for tuning in tonight. Could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, and supports the show. Your patronage is greatly appreciated. Thank you, guys. Really means the world. Couldn't do the show without your guys' support and patronage. So thank you. We will be live again Sunday at 5 p.m. Pacific. Got some great shows lined up. We will get Andrew Wilson back in June. We have some good guests lined up. We got Q, we got Natalie Winters. You guys really like her. Be on the lookout for that in these next coming shows. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram.
$25. Rachel, you're from the devil's team. You and Andrew are the most fake wannabe pretending Christians I ever saw in my entire fucking life. You both don't do what you preach. Full of shit.
Okay.
Cool. Demonstrate that, you little bitch, and send Brian all your money.
Nick, can you pull up? We're gonna do a raid for Twitch. Whoa, Grandma, guys, she's 82. Be nice, guys.
She's awesome.
She's got like
two rule Hellandsvnoven donated $26.
We'll come back.
To two girl hella banging. Nobody actually
Damn, they
cares
like you,
about body
Celeste.
count. Brian, what, sir? Hiding behind I'm a man of God shows her insecurity
You're
as
right.
a virgin.
I'm
These
a
girls being
virgin.
honest and you're a troll.
I've never kissed a girl. I'm a virgin.
Wes Watson
You're right.
donated $25. I know I'm insecure, guys. My bad. My fart box is mega loose from getting my cheeks ran so much. That's why I act so butthurt. I want to really meet up because I'm desperately seeking a zaddy.
Okay.
Gluck gluck.
All right. Let's go to Whoa Grandma, guys. She's 82. She plays World of Warcraft. She's playing retail. Be nice, guys. I do try to raid smaller streamers after the show. She's got like 200, 300 people watching. So don't overwhelm her, guys. Be nice. Please be nice. We're going to do a raid. Is the audio boosted on her? Just mouse over just to double check. Okay, it's cool. All right, guys. Thank you for watching on Twitch. I'm going to send the raid over in just a moment, but guys, tell her we got to get her on the podcast. We got to hear her dating takes. Bro, she was dating back in the 50s, 60s. Yeah. So she saw the transition, boys. She saw the transition. Look at the yawn. She's yawning. Guys, we got to wake her up a little bit. So, guys, I'm going to send a chat in just a sec. Wait, I'm almost done. I'm going to wrap.
I'm just going to grab water. I can wait though.
Two minutes. Okay, so pull it back up. All right, guys, thank you for watching on Twitch. Going to send the raid right now. Thank you, guys. Good night. All right, that's going through. We'll watch her for just... Oh, she's got checking out some mount or something.
Wes Watson donated $25. Rachel, I already demonstrated IT all. Ho.
Okay.
Send more money. Send Brian all your money.
Welcome, whatever.
Hi, Whoa, Grandma.
Raiders from whatever. Welcome.
She's so sweet.
And she is playing World of Warcraft retail, the retail version of the game. So I think, okay, cool. We can, and then we are going to raid Andrew Wilson, those of you who are watching on YouTube. So I think we went over everything. Let me just make sure, okay, we're good on that. Let me just double check, make sure it is going to send over to Andrew's stream here, guys. One moment. Don't want to leave him hanging. Okay, yep. It's the, yes, okay, we're good. All right, guys, once again, thank you to the panel. Thank you for tuning in. 07s in the chat, 07s in the chat. I hope you guys have a wonderful night. We'll see you again on Sunday with another dating talk. Good night, guys.